wrestling related. Sometimes we're here kind of doing AAA. Sometimes we're here doing other things, but it is going to be Saturday night's main event, a pretty fun show. And I think that's the way to look at it. Just a fun show. This is not a major show. This is not like earth-shattering or anything like that, but it is a show that's going to have hopefully a bit of fun to it and a bit of action and some good matches and good moments. So we've got 5 matches. Let's get to the preview. If we jump over here and get it all lined up, then we can just walk down the cards. And yeah, okay, so I think I still don't quite know what the main event is, but I think it's going to be Penta, Ethan Paige. That's the one that they've kind of gone with on the posters, but I haven't heard any word as to what's the kind of the match that's going to close out the show. I think it'll be Penta, Ethan. I'm expecting Penta to retain, but I'm hoping it's going to be a really fun match. We could see some outside interference. We know there are other people involved in this feud, so definitely plenty for us to be keeping an eye on. Then we've got the World Tag Titles. This is Vision versus Street Profits. We looked at the odds the other day. Vision are by far the favourites on this card. People thinking the Vision are going to retain. I think there's a chance of that as well, to be honest. I would not be down on the Street Profits getting the championships. But I don't know, perhaps that's going to be a little bit further down the road. The Vision are the biggest favourites on this card. Then we've got Rhea, Charlotte, Alexa taking on Jade, Michin, and B-Fab. It's not a match that I really care too much about, because it doesn't really mean anything. We already know that it's going to be Rhea, Jade next week for the title. This is just a load of women battling away. Maybe if this had like a Hell in a Cell or a street fight stipulation or something, maybe then it might grab me a bit more. But yeah, this will be one that I'll just be like, it's a bit of star power on the show, isn't it? So I don't know if we're opening with that. I'm not sure what the situation is. I don't know where it's going to sit on the cards. It'd probably be a pretty good opener, actually, because obviously it's a lot of big names. It will convince people to put the program on. So we could kick off the show with this thing. Then we've got women's tag team champs, Paige and Brie versus Irresistible Forces. I think it's going to be Paige and Brie that retain. I think we're kind of all in with them as champions. So I'm going to go with Paige and Brie. And then women's Intercontinental champion, Becky Lynch versus Sol Ruca. I don't believe the belt is on the line. So I'm thinking Sol gets the win, which will then earn her a title match. So I hope it's a banger. We know that Sol has struggled to adapt a little bit. Like, there's been a few botches, which you don't normally see from Sol, but there's been a few botches from her work. The nonsense around, is this a title match? Isn't this a title match? Is this a title match? Isn't this? Like, that's just been, those shenanigans have been so unprofessional from WWE. The whole story I've really not enjoyed. Sol Ruca struggling to get wins I thought was good, actually, because I don't think people should come up and just, you know, get wins and belts. So the fact that she's gone up against Io and fallen short, no problem. You know, I think there are people she can get wins over, like Maxine, like Ivy Nile, blah, blah, blah. But if you're going to face Io, then I would expect you to lose, and she did, and that was fine. But then all of a sudden she found herself getting this opportunity, which was out of left field. So, I don't know, the handling of Sol Ruca since she's come up has already been a bit head-scratching to me. But she's got a big opportunity tonight. Belt isn't on the line. As a result, I think she's going to win. I think the only one we didn't predict was this. I'm going to go with the heels. Obviously, we got Jade, Rhea next week. So, it probably makes sense to build this group up as we head to next week. So 5 matches. It might be lacking that big main event because Penta Ethan, it's not the biggest of feuds. You know, it's it's a little bit like Becky versus Sol Ruca, but it's just the belt is being defended. So yeah, we're probably missing that Roman, that Punk, that Drew McIntyre, that Cody, that kind of level, that Seth Rollins. We haven't really got anyone like that outside of, say, Rhea, and she finds herself being in this 6-woman tag match. Becky's on the show as well, I suppose. But, neither of them expected to be in the main event. So, it's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. But as we said, it's good that it gives us an opportunity to talk about some wrestling. Connor said, Daze, after Sami turned his back on Cody, he left the ring to let Gunther put Cody to sleep. Would we like to see Cody Sami at Night of Champions? I don't know. I think there's a lot more that needs to be explored there, to be honest, because I think that we need to dig into why Sami has done that, where Sami's head's at. For me, not everything has to go straight to like a match. We just did a match on SmackDown. So I think I'd want to dig into the story first. Cody's already got his hands full with Gunther. It absolutely could be that we are setting up a feud with Sami, definitely. But we need to see more of this story. Like, why did you do that, Sami? I've got my own theory that I shared in the breakdown, and that is that Sami actually went over to try and kick Gunther and get Gunther off of Cody. That's my theory. And then Cody rolled up Sami and actually capitalized on the moment. So I think there's still going to be quite a few twists and turns with this story. But yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like we're setting something up between them. So I wouldn't be shocked if we got that match. But if you're asking me, do I want that match? Well, there's something I want first. And I want a proper in-ring back and forth. Let's get it all out in the open. Let's see why Sami did what he did. Is there any logical reason to it? And take it from there, basically. Ro said, are we doing AAA tonight? It's a big live show with the announcement of the GM, Laredo Kid Ray Phoenix for the Cruiserweight title. Yeah, I think we will. It does mean that the breakdown for Saturday night's main event is going to be delayed, as will the opinions video. But if it was a normal AAA show, I probably would just, go straight into the breakdown. But, I mean, you are correct. This is a big show. We are announcing the new GM. And there is that rematch between Ray Phoenix and Laredo Kids. We watched that first encounter the other week, and it was fantastic. The rematch now with the belt on the line should be just as good, if not better. So, yeah, that show looks like it's going to be a really, really great show. It's only on for an hour. And I think Saturday night's main event should go 2 hours. And then AAA will be an hour. So it's only the same as watching an episode of SmackDown. It's only the same as doing that. Like, it's going to be 3 hours. 2 hours of Saturday night's main event and then an hour of AAA. So, yeah, I think we will. I think we will put it in. But I do want to stress that when we do these Saturday shows like WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Clash in Italy, like, I can't guarantee that we're going to get a chance to be sticking around and doing AAA on a regular basis. AAA is just not part of my weekly schedule. It's not part of what we cover weekly because it's on a Saturday, which is just like the worst day because there's always like big shows that happen on a Saturday. So we can make a bit of an exception this time, yes. But yeah, it's not something I think we're going to normally be able to stick around for. As soon as SummerSlam ends on the Saturday, I'm going to want to get the breakdown done. And I'm going to want to do the opinions video. So we wouldn't be sticking around for AAA on that occasion. Same with WrestleMania. Clash is on Sunday this year. It's Clash in Italy, so we don't need to worry about that. But yeah, we can do that tonight. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I'm excited for the 6-woman tag. Alexa doesn't get to be on major shows that aren't the major 5 PLEs. So it's exciting that she's on the show tonight, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. Kian said, I'm doing good, Casey. I've been busy watching Wednesday. Oh, Kian, how many times have you seen those shows? You must be, like, back around for the 20th viewing now, I would imagine. Haven't they only done, like, a couple of seasons? I think they only did, like, 2 seasons so far. Perhaps it's more than 20 times you've watched it now. Jenna looks so beautiful in the new photo, said Kian. Daze, I hope you're doing well as well, buds. Hope things are good with the family and you, buds. I woke up this morning to the most beautiful, gorgeous new photo of Jenna Ortega, in which she looks gorgeous. Kian, shout out to you. I would love to have any sort of affection for anyone in this world as much as Kian has affection for Jenna Ortega. So, Kian, shout out to you, bud. Big Time said, Daze, pushing our fan frustrations aside, does it feel like WWE Creative is like a deer in the headlights? I'm looking at many wrestlers on the roster that are feeling directionless, lost, and spinning the wheels, said Big Time. To be honest, I don't even need to put my fandom aside. I mean, I don't know that we could have been more critical of WWE Creative. Even if we were AEW fans, I don't think we could have criticised WWE. I put the blame firmly in their plate, firmly at their door. I think that there's big problems in WWE Creative. I think what we're seeing this year, though, is we are seeing a slight improvement with Raw, and we are seeing, well, you could make an argument, a slight decrease with SmackDown. It brings us back to the Road Dogg conversation, which is like Road Dogg, you know, he was not the problem. But I will say he's not the solution either, unless, you know, he needed more say. Perhaps he was coming up with ideas and he was just not being listened to. But I don't know, he was in that team and the show was still bad. It's hard to blame Triple H, although I will give him a percentage of the blame. Just because Raw, I think, has been okay at times. And Triple H is in charge of that show. So how can it be that Raw is pretty solid in the 6 range, but SmackDown is kind of 3, 4, 5, that kind of level? Although we do have to say yesterday it did get mixed reaction. I did the opinions video yesterday and there was quite a few of you that actually enjoyed that show, yesterday's show. Alison from our community actually went and gave it like an 8. It is different if you go, though, right? We have to say that. Obviously, you've got the atmosphere of being there. You get to see people in the flesh. It's different. It is different than just tuning in at home. But like Nishi, he really enjoyed it as well. So I mean, there was a fair few that got in touch to say they actually got more out of the show than what most of us did. But for me, it was about a 5. I think that a lot of the stuff was just throwaway. It felt like we were spinning our wheels. You could make an argument it's a go home for Saturday night's main event, but I don't think we really built much for Saturday night's main event last night. So was it a go home? Kind of. But I don't know. They just seem to. I think the truth is they are not prioritizing the things that we would like to see. That's the truth. If they wanted to do more character development, if they wanted more backstage segments or vignettes or ways of kind of fleshing out these characters, they could do it, right? They're not doing it. And if they wanted characters to interact a lot more, and we are seeing some of that, you know, we're seeing Damian interact with Royce Keys, for example, and we're seeing Solo interact with Royce Keys. We're seeing Nia and Lash interact with Chelsea because of, you know, her getting involved, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, we are seeing a bit of that, but we could be doing more of that. We could be doing more interesting stuff. If they wanted to do it, they could do it. I actually think that this pattern, if you will, suggests that they're just not trying to give us the show that we want to see, or a lot of us want to see. I think they could give us better matches as well. I do think WWE has become formulaic. I think there is a structural problem. I think that it's easy to go, right, we'll do this spot, this spot, this spot. We'll do this when we go to commercial break. This is going to be the finish. You fill in the bits in between, you know, Irish whip, clothesline, kipper into a drop kick, take to the corner, you know, whatever it might be. So I feel like they structure their matches that way. And then those matches just sort of get performed to varying different degrees. And I just think structurally that's not giving us great matches. I don't think they're trying to necessarily give us great matches. I think they're trying to give us moments in matches that then can take us comfortably to a commercial break. And they can make sure they capture them on camera so that there's social media clips for them and blah, blah, blah. I think the way that these things are being put together right now is counterproductive. So otherwise you'd see a lot more consistent, you know, bangers in the ring. I don't think everyone has just suddenly become a bad wrestler. I do think there might be something into the lack of reps. I do agree with that. But I don't think that the quality of the matches being as poor as what they are can really be just put down to that. I think there's a lot of issues that are compounding to make the shows what they are. So I do think that creative can take the lion's share of the blame. I also think they're not trying to deliver the kind of things that we want to see at the moment. I mean, I don't know who was asking for the gingerbread man stuff, for example. They delivered that. But when it comes to like a big story that's really engaging, using like several people, you know, we're struggling with that on SmackDown. We're doing a little summit between Cody and Sami. That's obviously, you know, got a little bit heated yesterday. I mean, that was really the saving grace of yesterday's show. But yeah, you know, there's issues. We know there's issues. There's issues. There's problems. WWE are going to keep doing what they think is the right thing to do. But the truth is that the right thing for them might not be the best thing for you. And I think a lot of people have kind of come to that realization in 2026. Do we think that when a wrestler gets too much screen time from week to week, it can be overwhelming, said Andreas. MFTs, for example, get about 5 appearances every week. Well, mixed, to be honest. I think that you've touched on something, but I can give you a counterpoint to it. So when you ask a question like that, which I think is a great question, my brain goes to MFTs, as you said, and it does feel very repetitive. It does feel like you're spinning your wheels. It does feel like we're not really making much progress, like we'll tease something, nothing will come of it. Or, you know, we'll just do some backstage segments that aren't very interesting. Or we'll do some matches that aren't very interesting. There's a lot of stuff that's just not very interesting. And I'm going to say that that's the bigger problem than the amount of time they get. Because if the segments that we got out of them were more engaging and compelling and felt like, you know, that it was worth watching, then we might feel different. Because if we go back to the Bloodline and think about how much TV time the Bloodline had, you know, they would open up a show. We would then see them several points throughout the show, and then they'd normally be involved in the main event. And it was brilliant. But the reason why it was brilliant was because the performers were more engaging. You know, you had Sami, who was bringing some real comedy to the Bloodline. You had his relationship with Jimmy. You had his relationship with Jay. You obviously had the aura of Roman Reigns. There was the mic skills, the talking ability, the wrestling brain that is Paul Heyman. I mean, we're talking about some of the best in class. We're talking about, like, you know, Usos, arguably the best tag team in WWE history, if not certainly top 5. If they're going to have a tag match, it's going to be good. Sami Zayn, I don't think anyone would debate he's one of the best wrestlers. People might say that he doesn't have charisma or he doesn't have a good look, but when the bell rings, he normally delivers. We saw this yesterday with what I thought was a good match with Cody. And obviously we've seen it before with him and Kevin, him and Gunther, when he did his open challenge. You know, he restarted that open challenge for the United States Championship, and it was going really well. Really well. People were really enjoying it. So Sami is someone that you can put in a match and he'll deliver. Usos, someone you can put in a match and they will deliver. Roman Reigns, full of aura, the biggest star in the company. Paul Heyman, one of the absolute best talkers we've ever seen. If you're going to give a lot of TV time to some people, they better be highly skilled people. They better be people that are really bringing, like, the best in class. And I think that's what Bloodline was. You know, you can look at promos, comedy, wrestling, just the interactions between them, the character work, like it was best in class. MFTs is a long way off that. You know, Talatonga is, what's Talatonga bringing? I mean, Talatonga, I like Talatonga. I'm not down on him. But, you know, is he as engaging as any of the Bloodline members? I would say no. I'd say he's an interesting prospect because of his size. But, I mean, he's clearly not a great wrestler. He's clearly not a great promo. He's fine in a ring, like it's passable. It's not like he's going to stink the place out. I think he's a very interesting future prospect that honestly should probably be in NXT. That's how I feel about him. He's not someone that I would be giving multiple chunks of TV time to. And Solo, I mean, how does Solo compare to Roman Reigns? Solo's the leader of the MFTs. Roman Reigns was the leader of the Bloodline. It's night and day, isn't it? It's absolutely night and day. The aura of Roman is just not present with Solo and hasn't been for a long time. Solo's tried to kind of carve out his own sort of groove, and that's fine. But it ain't Roman. And then you've got Tama, who I think was probably the most interesting because I think his in-ring was not bad. There was a little bit of character work there. I think he was probably the bright spot in the group for me, Tama Tonga. And, you know, he's the one we've kind of leaned on. Because is he going to leave Solo? Is he going to join with Shinsuke? There was that moment where he stopped Solo from delivering that Samoan spike yesterday, which was quite interesting. So for me, has been the bright spot. But if you're going to compare the amount of TV time we gave to Bloodline to the amount of TV time we give to MFTs, and then wonder why it doesn't hit the same, well, I think we can come up with a list of reasons quite comfortably. So I love the question about, do we give too much TV time to people? I think for me the answer is probably going to be, it's good to invest in characters and it's good to set a story up and then go back to them. I always like doing that. I always like a moment in the ring and then we check in with them backstage to kind of further that narrative. So maybe they get a touch too much time, but I think it's more they're not the right people to be getting all of this time. It's as if they've tried to recreate the Bloodline, but with characters that are just nowhere near as engaging, or dare I say, nowhere near as skilled. I just don't know that anyone's tuning in on a SmackDown to see what's next for the MFTs. I just don't think that's happening. I don't know how many people are doing that, if anyone. But people were doing that for Bloodline. So I think it's interesting, this kind of debate around like how much TV time should we give to people. And I'm a big fan of investing and giving time. I don't know if they get too much time, but I think it might be more they're just not the right people to be getting that time. So I like it. I like it. Hogan Curtis said they spent 2 years putting Solo's Samoan spike over as the most devastating finisher in WWE. And then they killed Solo by having him lose flat to Roman on Netflix night one. That was a wrap for Solo. I agree. And do you know that match was rumored to be going down at WrestleMania, but they seemingly brought it forwards. And I think the truth is the internal perception of Solo had drastically changed. From the moment Roman loses the belt at 40 to the moment we get to the Netflix premiere in early 2025, you know, we do a lot with Solo. Solo kind of breaks away, doesn't he, after 40, and obviously goes after Cody and at SummerSlam, and that's where Roman comes back and goes after Solo. So we do a lot of work with Solo between like April and December, and I think he gets given a lot of opportunity, and I think they sort of figured out he's not ready, he's not got it, this is not working. And so I think they killed it. I think it's as simple as that. I think they killed it. I think that they had a choice of, do we keep going with Solo, go to Mania having beat Roman, and, you know, I suppose in a way what we're seeing from Jacob now. You know, I think Jacob performs that role a lot better. We basically tried to do with Solo what we're doing with Jacob now. I think Jacob does it better. But, yeah, I think they saw enough in 2024 to go, no, this is not working. And I think you're right. I think they killed it. And I think the death of it was that Netflix premiere. Now, obviously, there's other things that kind of they do after with him. I'm not saying that's the end of his career, but I think that was the end of him being kind of pushed as a major star. I think that was the end of that. So, and then of course, you know, for most recently, he's been feuding with the Wyatt Six, struggling to even get TV time and stuff like that. I mean, where the MFTs are now is pretty far down the pecking order, it feels like. So, I don't know what the future's going to look like. The fact he didn't get cut when we saw obviously Tonga Loa going and JC going. The fact that he didn't go says that they still see some use there. They still see something there. And I think that's right. There's definitely a way of using Solo. But I don't know. The amount of TV time that the MFTs get doesn't make a great deal of sense. I don't know what numbers they're seeing that say that the MFTs deserve all this TV time. What numbers are they looking at that says the MFTs equal ratings? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know about you, but I don't tune into SmackDown for the MFTs, yet they get so much TV time. And again, you'll hear people frustrated at the fact Julia hardly gets any. I don't know that Julia equals ratings, if I'm going to be brutally honest, but what I can say is that we've hardly tried. So it'd be worth having a look, you know? But I think if they felt that she did, then you would see her a lot more. I think she's someone that they probably still feel needs building, which I don't think is unfair. I think a lot of us still feel that same way, like they haven't done a good job of building her. So we probably still need to do that. Although what's happening there, I've got no idea, because it looked like she made it back up with Kiana, didn't it, in the background? So that's all confusing. So, yeah, it is obviously very frustrating. But as we said earlier to Big Time, I think there's maybe an argument that actually WWE aren't even trying to fix some of the things that we view as frustrations. I think that the fact that they've made changes to Raw and made that a bit better, but yet seemingly have chosen not to, you know, address some of the frustrations on SmackDown is interesting. I don't quite get it myself, but well, if our frustrations show in the ratings, then they'll soon get the message. Daze, would we like to see Blake Monroe answer Tiffany's United States Championship next week? No. Just because someone's going to have to win and someone's going to lose, and I don't see Blake winning in like the second week of coming up. I know we've got people to titles very quickly in the past, but I would say it has not really worked. If you look at Julia being a 2-time United States champion, I already, like, what have those title reigns done for her? I would say nothing. And Stephanie having a bit of an underwhelming run as world champion, to be honest. I'm not sure that reign was great for her. It kind of felt like the big test was going to be Liv, and obviously she fell short with that. Before that, she was fighting Raquel, and she was fighting Nikki Bella. And yeah, I don't know. For me, like, we just have not really treated these women properly. So again, where's the fire? Where's the rush? If you have Blake go after Tiffany, I'm not convinced they would have her win. So you could maybe get out of it by having, say, Chelsea come down and get involved, and maybe some outside interference that way, right? So you could get out of it that way, but it would have to be something like that. You'd have to book it that way, because I don't think they'd put the belt on Blake, and even if they did, I'm not convinced it's the right move. And I definitely don't want to be seeing Blake losing to Tiffany Stratton so early. So it does make me question what's the point, unless you're going to put her in the match and then have Chelsea interfere, you know, and then, you know, you kind of maybe go into a Blake Chelsea feud, maybe. So yeah, I think I'd like Blake to sort of get her feet under the table. I'd like Blake to have a bit of a story, a good story with someone, maybe a Jordan Grace, someone that we just need to get on TV, and then that way Tiffany can keep doing her open challenges for a bit. And then maybe eventually Blake can answer it when, you know, she's a bit further down the road. Although by the time we're further down the road, the open challenges might have concluded. But yeah, I'm next week answering an open challenge. Not unless there's going to be shenanigans, and I'm just so done with shenanigans. I don't need any more shenanigans for the rest of my life, I don't think. This just all the time is constant, all the time, every flipping match. That's something I'd love to see get addressed. Just, you could fix that so quickly by saying no one's allowed at ringside apart from a manager. And then you'd get the odd wrestler coming down claiming to have a manager's license, of course, and maybe even having one. But, you know, you could get rid of the majority of people around the ringside area that way. WWE don't want to do it, though, because obviously it gets them out of sticky situations like what we just spoke about with Blake and Tiffany if we did that. Angel Imperius, hello, buds, said, theory, 2-week absence of Roman in June will be the moment that we refer to as a time for reflection for Roman after losing the Ula Fala. I don't know, to be honest, because isn't he around the first week, then it's a week off, then he's back, then it's a week off, and then he's back. I haven't looked at the schedule in a while, but I think it's like 2 weeks that he's missing, but I don't think they're 2 weeks together. I think it's here, gone, here, gone, here. So, don't know. I'm not expecting Roman to lose personally, but it's not impossible. There is a chance that Roman loses. I'm not expecting him to, because that would be such a big shift for WWE. It'd be a big thing for them to do. And I just don't have confidence that they're going to do it. I just don't have confidence in it. I think that Roman is the golden goose. And I just don't really have confidence that they're going to put the belt and put the Ula Fala onto Jacob next weekend. I'd like them to, because I think it's a big story. I think it's more interesting, but I don't think they will. I think they'll go with Roman. I haven't seen the odds. That'll be interesting when we get the odds. But when the odds come through, I'm expecting Roman to be pretty firm favourite. So could be right though, Angel Imperius. It could be that he loses, goes away, and they say he's kind of taking stock. But I need to have a look at that schedule again, because I'm not sure that it's like 2 weeks together. In my mind, it's like week in, week off, week in, week off. Hank, hello, buds. I hope Daze will make a return for UFC watch-alongs, even if it's only for Connor's return. It will be a cultural event, said Hank. Hank, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I haven't really looked forward to like plan anything. I am interested in obviously UFC still. The problem that we've had this year is I think there's only been one weekend where I could have done UFC this year, because every weekend it's been either wrestling or there's been like no UFC. It's been like a week off or something. And there was one weekend I remember where I could have done it. But I needed to get like ready for WrestleMania. I didn't have any graphics done. I didn't have any streams set up. I didn't have anything sorted. And that was the only weekend I could really do all of that. So there's just not been a weekend where I've been able to sit down and do it. So I think someone said that when Conor fights, there is no wrestling that's on. There is no big SummerSlam to build for. It's, you know, or anything like this. Like, I should be able to do it, but I haven't gone far enough into the future to look. But yeah, I will. I am gonna try. But yeah, TKO, they just keep putting wrestling and UFC on at the same time or the same weekends. Sean said, I think the problem with Solo is they buried Solo because he had a winning streak. After he lost to Cody before WrestleMania 39, he had a massive losing streak. Losses after that, he became tribal chief. So the problem is they buried him. He had a winning streak, and after he lost to Cody before 39, had a massive losing streak. I don't know. I mean, for me, he was positioned to take over from Roman after 40. I think he was, if he had had the skills, I think he would have been fine. I think he needed to be, it's ironic, isn't it? Because they had him as this kind of like silent killer. And then they went from changing him from that to being the leader of a group. So it's sort of like, we need you to be, you know, Roman's insurance. We need you to be someone that stands in the background, looks threatening. We need you to be like, if Solo's... Do you remember when Heyman used to be like, calm down, everyone, we don't want to upset Solo. You know, Heyman would present Solo that way, like Solo was about to go off. We got no one make any sudden movements, right? Let's all just keep it calm. He'd be talking in the ring. And really getting it over, like, don't upset Solo. And for me, like, I don't think that there was any issue with Solo until after WrestleMania 40. Because for me, at that point, that's where we take this killer and we try to make him the leader of his own group. He then stops following Roman. Roman has lost, it's over. And so Solo, breaks away, goes off on his own. I think if he was a big enough character where everything was like turned up to 11, if he was like what Jacob is now, I think it could have worked. But I think he's not like big enough in his mannerisms. And I don't think that he's a very good talker on the microphone. I think that he's someone that's got limitations, and I think those limitations came to the forefront. To be honest, I wasn't feeling like Solo was a dead end before 40. I didn't feel like this is done, it's over. I kind of felt like he was going to break out, and he did, but it just fell short. That SummerSlam with Cody in 2024, it's just, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people forget that was even the match, because the whole thing was just very forgettable. It's funny, actually, because when people talk about how WWE declined in 2025, I think you can see signs in 2024 of, where we've ended up. I think that really after WrestleMania 40, where we're pushing Solo, it's hard to kind of say that was a great moment in WWE. I think that, that's a hell of a drop down from where we were. So, like, I think we were running on fumes by the end of 2024 that were getting us to 2025, and then 2025 is the realization that the boom period is definitely over. And now here we are in 2026, still looking for green shoots. And there's been some, night 2 of WrestleMania was good. Backlash was good. The odd Raw has been good. SmackDown consistently has been a struggle. I haven't actually seen any cage match scores or any reviews from yesterday, so I don't know what the streets are saying. I only saw what you lot said, and it was very mixed. Very, very mixed. I think the average was around about a 6.5 for yesterday's show, which I think is generous, personally. I think that the ending is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But, hopefully Saturday night's main event is going to be a thumbs up. There's some interesting looking matches here. Lots of titles being defended. And it's undeniable that next weekend looks great. Everyone you talk to says that next weekend Clash in Italy looks like it's going to be a really fun show. So there are definitely green shoots around, but I don't know that there's enough of them, or I don't know that they are big enough at the moment to kind of really, bring back anyone that's decided to take a break. Because there's been quite a few people in our community that are like, I need to step away. And not just our community, I see it online as well. I saw there was a video doing the rounds today. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's basically a video that someone's made about how people are struggling with WWE in 2026. But it's an AI video, and the AI voice goes mental during the video. I wonder if I could show it you, actually, because it is pretty funny. I think it is. Where did I see it? It was just funny that the topic was that it's not a very good time at the moment here. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this. This is horrifying, said Corey. Right. So this was posted like 10 hours ago. So an AI WWE news channel goes insane. The AI voice goes insane.
Millions of fans are making right now. Can you afford it? Maybe. But do you feel like you have to be there? That's the question. And for a lot of people, the answer this year seems to be not quite. The show will happen. The stadium will likely fill up one way or another.
WWE is so bad in 2026, AI is literally breaking down. AI voices cannot truly convey how bad this product is at the moment. The all-powerful AI, that's going to take over humanity, It's turning into Donald Duck when it's trying to do voiceovers to try and convey just how bad things are right now. So that's been viewed 7.2 million times. 7.2 million times that's been viewed. So crazy, absolutely crazy. That's a pretty fun clip that's doing the rounds. 7.2 million views. I'm sure many of you have seen that already today, but I must admit that did make me smile earlier. Right, Jono said people are saying what I said last week. Clash in Italy is like a European WrestleMania. It's gonna be better, said Jono. It is stacked. It is like if WrestleMania was just one day and we were doing it now. It is, isn't it? I mean, you've got Rhea Jade, which was at WrestleMania. Ober Brock, which was at WrestleMania. Cody Gunther, which was rumored, to be a match that was considered. And so we're getting that. And then we've got Roman Jacob, which there was no rumors we were ever going to be getting that, but tribal combat. That's a pretty big match, isn't it? So, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely stacked. I think those are the only 4 matches. There'll be probably one more that gets announced. But at the moment, yeah, it's incredible. David said, last year I watched a lot of old pay-per-views leading up to the upcoming ones. If you name a pay-per-view from last year, I watched all the previous ones before them. This year, WWE is so bad, I couldn't do that from Mania now, said David. Daze, are we expecting CM Punk to return for SummerSlam? Because we haven't seen him yet since he lost to Roman, said Connor. There was word earlier that apparently he's just waiting for creative. That's it. So I don't believe there to be any problems. They're just creatively trying to figure out what's going to be next for him. Obviously, it's hard to plug people straight back when they're free because you spend your time building towards the next shows. So I would say let's get Clash out the way. And then, we can focus on bringing him back into the creative. But I wouldn't be expecting him this side of Clash. Just because next week are going to be the go-homes. So get them done. And then maybe we can bring him back as we work our way towards Night of Champions. Which I'm sure WWE superstars are very excited about. Benito said, Daze, here's what's on my menu tonight. I've got some Haribo Star Mix. Nice. I've got some filet mignon with a Wrestling Days logo grilled on top in honor of my hero. Not my words. That's the word Benito chose. And pasta primavera with sauteed mushrooms on the side. So just a quiet one today then, buds. Just a few little snacks that you've picked up, yeah? Very nice, very nice. I just had a chicken sandwich. Big Time said, Daze, the Raw preview has got Roman Jacob contract signing on Monday. We had the exact same contract signing with Raw Jacob on the Backlash Go Home. Chats GPT AI going into effect. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. They are repeating themselves a lot with this. I think it was you that said that they feels like they're sort of making it up as they go along. I don't know if they're doing that, but I can see why it feels that way, because this doesn't feel like a story where it's like well crafted and we go down these twists and turns and we do all this stuff. Instead, it's just like, let's do another contract signing, let's do another beatdown, let's do another week where Jacob stands over Roman. There is a lot of repetition that's in there, a lot of just spinning the wheels. I think for me though, I'm into the story. I'm into the, you've convinced me that Jacob doesn't like Roman and he wants better for his family. So you've got me on that. I'm in. I get it. I don't love how we got to it, and I've still got questions about it, but okay, I get it, right? And obviously we've been wondering if the Usos were going to side with Jacob. Well, he's murked them. I mean, they may side with him if he wins Tribal Combat, but, as of next weekend, they're going to be firmly with Roman unless Jacob wins. And if Jacob wins, then they may switch allegiance. But they've been an interesting, wrinkle in the story. Obviously, Jade just wants to rip Jacob's head off, but Jimmy seems to want to reach out. And that's kind of nice in a way. It's a good callback to the Bloodline, because it was the exact same thing with the Bloodline. I wonder if that's just like a bit of a personality trait that Jacob and Jimmy have got. Jimmy is always very giving people a chance, very open. He did that with Sami. He's doing it with Jacob. Whereas Jay is more, no, you're dead to me. I don't want you around. He did that with Sami. He's doing it with Jacob. It's a nice... I'm going to say callback. I don't know that they intend for it to be a callback, but there is a nice callback there to the Bloodline story where Jimmy and Jay are both acting the same with Jacob, the way they acted with Sami. So I kind of, there's bits in this story that I do like. There are things that I really do want to see that match. If the build to a match is really just to get you excited for the match, it's to explain why we're doing it, what's at stake, all of that stuff. Well, they've done a good job in that regard, because I really do want to know what happens. I really do want to see the match to see what happens. So in that regard, you've got to say that there's a tick in the box. But there's other boxes that are not ticked. I do still think there's lots of the story that could be better explained. And there is a lot of repetition. There are a lot of weeks where I think, well, you didn't really need to do that. I've seen that before. So, but you are going to get that, aren't you, with feuds? I mean, it's not like every other feud in the history of WWE has been completely different every week with completely different segments. And, repetition was a massive thing we saw when Vince was in charge. We would see, like, week after week, the same matches, and we would see, lots of very similar segments. And I suppose in a way we are touching on a bit of a problem with just wrestling in general, where there's so much TV time, and we kind of book these feuds out in like months long chunks, that you're gonna have segments where we do spin our wheels. Now, whether we've done too much of that, considering this feud only started straight after WrestleMania, which was just over a month ago, yes, there is a chance that we have done too much of it already. But I don't know. To say or suggest there's not been repetition in wrestling before would be disingenuous. We've seen a lot of repetition before. I suppose the bigger picture is do you want to see the match? Is it helping you get excited for Clash in Italy? For me, I'm going to say yes. I do want to see the match. I am excited for it. So it's got to be achieving something there. Proud Guna said, UK Paige back, who mentioned drug addict alcohol situation. Liv Morgan on YouTube for a DUI with weed a few years ago. These people are role models for kids. Totally wrong, says Proud Guna. Well, I mean, I think WWE is just people, isn't it? I mean, like, it's like actors and people like this. WWE isn't just for kids, it's family entertainment, so it's like a soap opera, really. So, you do see actors, people in films, people in Marvel films, people in TV shows. They obviously get arrested for various different things. And the thing with wrestling as well is it's such a big cast of characters. I mean, we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wrestlers and employees, and it never stops. People are coming and going all the time. If you look at the history of WWE, I couldn't even tell you how many thousands of wrestlers there's been. So, in humanity-wise, you're going to have, people that do drugs. Plus, also, like, marijuana is legal in a lot of states. I think the reason Liv got pulled over was because she was in possession of a vape pen of marijuana, which was not legal at the time, but was not hers. I don't think marijuana was legal in the state she was pulled over, but I don't know. I don't see that as the biggest misdemeanor. I don't think other people do either. Certainly not compared to what wrestlers have done in the past. I mean, you got to remember, this is pro wrestling. Pro wrestling has got quite the seedy backstory to it. Someone getting pulled over because they got some marijuana in a vape pen. Doesn't even flipping register when you've got Jimmy Superfly Snuka alleged to have killed his partner. Obviously, Chris Benoit and what went down there. A bit of marijuana in a vape pen. I think it's okay. So, there are people that have like DUIs, but then there's people that make mistakes in life, isn't there? I'm not even like talking about like the vape pen or anything. I think when people look at the Usos or Jeff Hardy, they see like some flawed characters that, you know, make mistakes and are not perfect. And I think that that's actually kind of relatable. So, yeah, it's not something that they would say to kids, hey, go off and do this because I'm doing it. That's them having struggles in their personal life. For me, you know, we all have struggles in our personal life. All of us are flawed. None of us are perfect. So to me, like, I don't see it as any sort of issue. WWE has to just deal with these things when they arise. And if WWE feel like the right punishment is a fine, or, you know, they've released people due to stuff. They've got a HR department that kind of go, okay, what's the precedent for this? Has this happened before? And if it has, what did we do? So, yeah, to me, no issue there. The HR department deal with it just like every other HR department in the business world. RTX said, what's one match type that we would like to see come back? I don't know. I mean, I think people want to hear of crazy matches that we've done in the past that we don't do anymore. And there is a small list. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a long list. I actually think wrestling could get a lot more innovative than where it is right now. I think wrestling doesn't seem to want to try too many new things. And I don't really understand why. Because I think there's probably like hundreds of different match types that we could do that could be quite interesting. But we just don't seem to, you know, want to give anything a go. If you think back to the 90s where you had I forget what it's called now, but is it the Tower of Doom or whatever? It was a cage on top of a cage on top of a cage. Do you remember Hogan, Macho, going against the Dungeon of Doom? And they went into the top level. They entered the top level of the cage, fought, and then you dropped down and you went into this middle section. And it was still a cage. And then you dropped down and then you was in the ring. So you actually entered the match at the top and worked your way down and had to beat everyone in there. It was like a flipping platform game where side scroller, where you had to like beat people up, finish the level, then go to the next level. I'm not saying they should bring that back because, you know, it didn't really work, to be honest. There was a lot of people having to just wait for Hogan and Macho to get to them. So there was a lot of standing around for a lot of people. And also, like, if you've been beaten up on the top level, surely you're absolutely knackered by the time you get to the ring. And you've got someone fresh waiting for you. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it was not a perfect concept. But, well, I mean, it's a match I still think about. It's a match that still pushes the boundaries. And you've got the dog kennel from Hell, haven't you? Where we had dogs. So it was Hell in a Cell, but in between the ring and the cage was these dogs that were meant to be savage, going to rip your arm off and everything. But they were so tame. They just did not care in the slightest. A lot of them were just weeing and pooing around the ringside area. So, I mean, we tried that and that didn't work as well. So, you know, we've obviously had Buried Alive matches. We've had Inferno matches. Those aren't things that we see on a regular basis. To be honest, casket matches aren't something you see on a regular basis, nor a dumpster match. We did one of those the other year, which was good. I'd actually say that was one of the best received kind of TV matches that we've had over the past couple of years. Michin, Chelsea in a dumpster match. People seem to really enjoy that because it was such a fun concept. And Chelsea, you know, being all prim and proper, emerging from the dumpster with garbage all over her. Brilliant. I mean, tick the boxes, didn't it? But there's not like loads and loads of these sort of match types. You know, I always think like 3 stages of hell sounds a lot more exciting than it actually is. If you said to someone, do you want to see a 3 stages of hell match? You'd be like, oh my God, what's that? Well, it's just 3 different stipulations, really. Street fight, ambulance match, normal match. So I always think they sound more exciting than they actually are. Blindfold match we saw in NXT not long ago. It's pretty dull. Don't know, not really. I think that wrestling needs to get a bit more innovative. I'll tell you what I saw that I thought was quite interesting. And that was a gauntlet match in Evolve where they had two people start off and someone loses. And then whoever lost, the next person for their team comes in. So it wasn't a gauntlet match of just 5 people. When someone loses, the next one comes down. There was 5 people on Team A, 5 people on Team B, and 2 would wrestle. If this person loses, the next Team B person came in, and it was basically the last team standing won. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I was trying to remember if I'd ever seen that before, where we actually do teams for a gauntlet match, last team standing wins. And I was like, oh, that's quite good. I like that. That's different. Obviously, in NXT, we've seen the elimination match as well. It's a wacky match where 2 people start off. Every couple of minutes, another person comes down. If you get pinned, the person that pins you gets a point. If you get pinned, you go in the sin bin for I think it's a minute or so, 30 seconds, minute. You have to go in a sin bin. And basically, person with the most points at the end of 25 minutes wins. People love those matches. They've been really well received. I still think they're a bit OTT with the amount of stuff that goes on in them, but it's new, innovative. I applaud the fact that we're doing something and it's been well received. So, good. So yeah, I'd like to see some more, to be honest. But if I was to bring some from the past, I'd probably bring back something really wacky. I'd probably bring back that cage on a cage on a cage. It didn't work the one time we tried it, but maybe go again. Or a scaffold match. We haven't seen one of them in a long time, where you actually kind of fight more above the ring on scaffolding, and you could fall. The problem is, if you fall, you can really do damage. Jim Cornette fell during a scaffold match and completely blew out his knee. So I don't know if they'd have to be harnessed or something. And would that take away? Probably would take away. Perhaps you just don't go as high with the scaffold. Perhaps just go to the same height as the top of a ladder, rather than any higher than that. But there's lots of stuff that you could do with scaffolding and things along those lines. And we've seen flag matches, but they're pretty dull. It's just get your flag over to the flagpole. First person to do it wins. So that's things on a stick. We haven't seen something on a stick in a long time. One of the very first matches I ever saw was Nightstick on a pole. So, and obviously WCW was doing all sorts of flipping things on a pole. Do you remember that one match in WCW where they had boxes in each corner and the belt was in one of the boxes? So you would climb up to one of the corners, get the box, and see if you've won the belt. But inside would be other random stuff if not. I'm not saying bring that back, but I don't know. This question comes up quite a bit, and I wish I could say that there was this killer match that existed that we just haven't really. I don't think there is. I think there's a load of matches which Inferno don't really care about, to be honest. It's just pretty low flames around the edge of the ring, and I feel like I've seen the best version of that. I really enjoyed Bray Kane with their Inferno match. I don't know really what else you can do with it. Visually it looks good, but I'm not really clamoring to see it again, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know. I'd want to see something really this is going to be good. I think it would be good if there was a match type that we were really excited for. The first time they did Elimination Chamber, that was exciting. Or Hell in a Cell, when they introduced that all the way back in the 90s. Or even the ladder match. When we first saw the ladder match, it was mental. So I remember being very excited for that. But yeah, I think it was Mark Shapiro said, actually, we need to get more innovative. I think he knows as well. We need to move past the Vince events. We've got to start embracing some more innovation. So There's been no evidence of it. But, yeah, I can't really give you a good answer because I don't really think there is one. Not like a match type that I really miss or anything. I like the idea of people voting for the stipulations. That's like a Taboo Tuesday thing. Daze, did the horror movie shorts thing. My favourite was Snake D. William, thank you. Big Time said, Daze, do you remember before Saudi Rumble where Roman was on McAfee's show saying creative is not advancing? He said he made it an open field when we're having Roman as world champion. Yes, I do remember. Guna said, I want to talk about wrestlers on schedule as drug and alcohol checks are part of America under the Drug-Free Workplace Act. They cover it up and scam people due to her huge merchandise sales. That's with the company, isn't it? Like WWE are the ones that do wellness checks. They've got a whole wellness policy. If you think that WWE are not enacting that or following that, then you know that's on you. I mean, Liv, was not around at the time when she got pulled over because I think she was still off injured. So, and plus also, like, if you have a drink and you get done for DUI, then that is obviously in the moment. There's not really a check that WWE can do on that, is there? Because you could check someone on the Monday, they can get drunk Monday night. So, you know, WWE have got their wellness policies and all of that stuff. I mean, I would say if this is such a big issue for you, if you really feel that strongly that you think that WWE are, you know, just not following their own wellness policy and that this is something you believe in, something that bothers you, don't watch the program, don't watch the promotion. That's what I would say. But the examples that you've given there, I don't think are good examples because, as we said, Liv, I don't think had actually been consuming any marijuana. She was not found guilty of being under the influence whilst driving. It was just that she had them on her possession in the vehicle. So there was it wasn't in her system. And any DUI stuff, as you said, you know, I could go drinking now. I could pass the test right now and then go drinking. And of course, wrestlers go drinking of an evening. Like of course, they go to bars. They've always gone to bars. People go to bars and stuff after they've been at work. I can't say that I've heard of people drinking alcohol backstage at Raw or anything along those lines. So I don't know. I don't agree with your viewpoint. Cameron said, I've got money on Scream Mode and Team Jade tonight for $100. Hopefully tonight is a fun show. If Penta is the main event, then could we see a title change? Well, we could see a title change. I'm not expecting a title change. I think that we're just looking at what would be the match that people would probably most be interested in. I mean, Becky Soul not being for the belt probably means that's not main event worthy. I think Rhea having her big match next week and this just being a 6-person tag doesn't strike me as a main event worthy match, even though Rhea is such a big star. I don't think that makes it. I don't think it's going to be Scream Mode that you would put into that spot. So really you get down to the Vision against Street Profits tag title or the Intercontinental. And I mean, I would say Penta against Ethan probably just shades it over Vision versus Street Profits. I think if Bron Breakker and Seth and everyone was going to get involved, then they could go Vision Street Profits. But if they go with Penta Ethan instead, then yeah. I think, to be honest, the way I view it is it's just a way of building up Penta. Like, it's a way of saying this guy is really important. He's our Intercontinental Champion. He's now main eventing a Saturday night's main event. You know, he's, again, you've got to think of the relationship with AAA as well. Like, Penta having that Intercontinental Championship, a belt that he could defend in AAA, I sort of feel like that's another reason to keep the belt on him. We haven't done him against Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix was saying not long ago how he'd like to get an opportunity at that belt. It doesn't mean he has to, but I think it's a bit of a no-brainer that that's a match that we could absolutely do, and maybe even do in AAA with Penta taking on Rey Fenix, Intercontinental Championship on the line. With Ethan having only just arrived, I could really... I'm very, very heavily leaning towards a Penta retaining here. Very heavily leaning towards it because I just think that there's not many other options for the main event. And I think that we're looking at something where we could really make and present Penta as being this top star. So I think that's what we're doing, but that's just speculation. That would be me just doing a prediction. There's no word as to where we're going. So, yeah, there's a chance. There is a chance. And if you've got your money on Scream Mode, you say, and Team Jade for $100, well, I hope that comes through for you, buds. Chris said, do we feel sorry for Rey Fenix? They're pushing Penta and not him. Well, not really. I mean, I think that Penta is so cartoonish with his presentation. You know, he's got the face paint, he's got the mask. The gear looks amazing, the walk, the Zero Miedo. I mean, he's a full package. You know, if I look at what Penta brings, of course you push him. But if you look at what does Rey Fenix bring? I mean, I don't think that his appearance is as striking. I don't think his ring gear is as exciting. I don't think his entrance is as good. I don't know if he's got a catchphrase. I couldn't tell you what it is. I don't know if he uses Zero Miedo. I don't think he does. And he might do the hand gesture, but I don't think he does. I don't know what he's got, to be honest. I sort of feel like Penta has arrived with all this stuff. WWE ideally just want to present people. They don't want the hassle of having to like come up with stuff for them. They will, and obviously they do a lot of that in developmental, but ideally they just want to go, Danhausen, yeah, you curse, brilliant, let's go. And then what they do is they rake the money in, yeah. So Danhausen comes fully formed with his gear, with the name, with the face paints, absolutely wonderful, cursing people. They can sell masks, they can sell shirts, they can have him go out there firing t-shirt cannons, they can have him cursing people. Oh my god, so easy. It's just we're making money for really just putting this guy on our show, and that's it. So we just rake it in. And with Penta, exactly the same. You know, oh, you've got face paint and a sick looking entrance and all this stuff, you know, and the walk and a catchphrase and hand gesture and all this stuff. Brilliant. Thanks, mate. There's the Intercontinental belt. We'll be raking this in right now. If you're Rey Fenix, what you bringing? I mean, you're really good in ring. We've got quite a few that are really good in ring, but WWE, certainly with where their creative is right now, I mean, all we do is bash WWE creative. Honestly, I wouldn't trust them to be able to come up with much. I think if you are coming in from another company, you really do need to have things worked out. And I think that Rey Fenix is a really good wrestler, but I don't know, man, that side of it, that presentation side, that doesn't feel like his forte to me. That doesn't feel like a strength area for him. And I think as a result, he's kind of just struggling to get that sort of TV time. He's struggling to, you know, really find a way forwards. Someone else that's struggling has been Dragon Lee, which is a bit more of a surprise, because Dragon Lee, you would think there's something that you could get your teeth into there with the whole dragon vibe. I wonder if that's something he should just lean into a little bit more, you know, just something that he could... the little wings that he comes out with don't look very good. Does look like a baby dragon. At WrestleMania, he had much bigger wings. I get that you wouldn't want to wear those just every week, But I don't know. There's got to be something more in the presentation if Dragon Lee can like lean into. But so Dragon Lee might be able to find a bit of momentum. Rey Fenix, WWE are going to have to help him, aren't they? They're going to have to like give him the US belt and have him do open challenges or, you know, something along those lines. Because he is a great in-ring talent, but I don't think he stands out other ways. And actually, you've got Johnny Gargano that you could say is in that boat, and Dragon Lee that's in that boat. There's quite a few that are in that boat, actually, that are really good in-ring talents, but maybe don't quite stand out in other ways. So, do I feel sorry for Rey Fenix? Yes and no, because I can see there's a very good wrestler that's there. But I do think that there has to be some responsibility that the wrestler takes in order to, you know, connect with the audience. And I think Penta does that, not just with his wrestling, but with the whole presentation. And I think this is where Rey Fenix falls short. And I would think he would know that, to be honest. I would think he would know that. WWE only helps guys that they want to be top guys, like Rollins. Rollins doesn't have a personality. He's great in ring like Phoenix, but there's no shield for Phoenix to turn on like Seth says Hogan Cutter. Christopher said Royal Rumble. Christopher, shout out to you. Shining Wizard said, do you remember when Hacksaw and the Sheik got caught smoking a spliff in the same car? The big story was that it was two guys that were supposed to be hating each other. That is true. That was in the 80s. They got pulled over, and it wasn't so much that they had substances on them. It was more to do with the fact that it was a heel and a babyface. Yes. Usyk is an Orthodox Ukrainian Christian dressed as a Roman emperor along with some Egyptian pyramids. Oh yeah, that's now, isn't it, that fight? That's going down now. Eric, shout out to you, buds. David said, I'm starting to think that Sami is sending Johnny back into that depressed state. I don't know, he seems to be coming out of it, doesn't he? He seems to be flickering out of it a little bit. So, I don't know where we're going with that. I'm quite interested to find out, actually. Daze, Saturday night's main event tonight. 3 titles on the line. Hope it's going to be good wrestling. One question, though. If we're doing AAA tonight, will it be the same stream or a new one? It'll be the same stream. Same stream. So, yeah, we'll be doing the same stream. We'll just go straight into it. To be honest, it was only this morning that I was like, yeah, God, I better do it. You know, because I want to watch it, but I don't want the wrong message going out, you know. On a Saturday, we do the PLE. AAA is not the focus. It's just the wrong day for us. Sometimes we can watch it, but there's going to be many, many weeks we can't. So my focus for this week was Saturday night's main event, then straight into the breakdown. But with the fact that they're announcing the new GM, it's the GM that's got me, to be honest. The fact they're announcing the new GM, I obviously want to find out who that is. The fact that it's live, not an hour after we finish or 2 hours, it's immediate. So as soon as Saturday night's main event ends, straight into AAA on YouTube. So, you know, timing wise, it works really well. There's a big reveal going down tonight on the show. So I was kind of like, yeah, I need to do it. So we are doing it this week. We'll just stay on this stream. But again, it's not something that we can commit to on a regular basis. I think Corporal Kirshner and Nikolai Volkov had a similar problem as the Sheik incident. I've not heard about that one, to be honest. I've not heard about that. Proud Gooner said, no drugs in WWE. No drugs. Sack them if they test positive. What problem with WWE? Yeah, but what drugs, Proud Gooner? Because if you're talking about marijuana is legal in many states in America and is not viewed as like if you are found to have possession of marijuana in, I think, Florida, where it's not legal, it's not classed as a felony. So even in the eyes of the law, it's not like a massive deal. So if you're referring to Liv Morgan, then, you know, she was nervous because more the vape pen, which was a felony charge, but, you know, it was not hers. And so she was able to prove that. And as a result, the only thing that, you know, was hers was not a felony charge. So it was not a big deal. You said about them not testing, but we've covered this. Again, you know, there was no marijuana in her system at that time. And there is a wellness check. People have failed the wellness policy. I think you're allowed to have 3 strikes and you're done. I think you can fail 3 times, can't you? So they've got a system that's already set up. And again, if that system is not to your liking, don't watch and support the company. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. I couldn't give a flip if all of them were smacked off their face on steroids. In fact, I'd probably respect them more. I would probably respect them more, Guna, if they were all off their face on steroids and then actually use some of their TV time to come out and go, hey kids, have you seen a needle before? Yeah. And actually advertise steroids to children. Could you imagine if that's where WWE is going? That's the company I hope to see. That's the company I want to support. Because to be honest, there's too many skinny kids. There's a lot of kids out there that do need bulking up, you know? So what you see as evil, I see as necessary. Because I do think there's a lot of skinny children that probably would benefit from having some steroids. So hopefully we've sorted it now, yeah? We're just looking at this in different ways, you and me. You're against it. I'm all for it. I think they need to go further with it. And I don't know. I might even launch a campaign. I might even start a petition to see if people will sign up with, like, trying to get WWE to push drugs on kids even more than they have so far. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the future's going to look like. I think you're going to struggle with the company, to be honest. If a little bit of marijuana is going to get you this upset. Plus, this happened a long time ago. This isn't breaking news, by the way. This happened a long time ago. So if you're going to get this upset over it, woof, I tell you, just pray I don't get my hands on WWE. I'd have all the kids smacked off their faces. Smurfy, shout out to you. You've got to put in the hard work with steroids. It's true, actually, Smurfy. A lot of people think you take steroids and it just muscles. But actually, you take steroids and you've still got to hit the gym quite hard to actually get the results. So actually, what example are people that use steroids setting? I'll tell you the example. Hard work. That's the example. They're basically saying, yeah, take this substance. You still got to do the work, right? And then you're going to look fabulous. Yeah? So I actually think it's a very positive message. Weed is legal in WWE. Oh, yes! Oh, brilliant! We're making progress! Okay, next up, cocaine. Yeah! Cocaine. Let's go. Steroids impact your mental health. Yay! Impact. Steroids is for cheats. Steroids are for heroes. Steroids are for hard workers. Connor said, Daze, would you like to see another rematch between Trick and Carmelo? Yeah, because that one got screwed up, didn't it? I want to see it at a PLE. I want to see it at a PLE where we actually can get stuck into, you know, no shenanigans, no ad interruptions, and just a proper banger, you know? Edward said, oh, what a rush. Steroid on a pole match. Yes. Let's go. Guna said the harder work is to do it clean. Yeah, but you might not be able to get there. There's a limitation as to what you can do clean. If you actually take steroids, you can get past that. You can get bigger than just... This is why you've got people like The Rock, who's like jacked and huge. I mean, to be honest, I think it'd be really interesting if they did a wellness check on Logan Paul. If you want to talk about someone that looks like they're on steroids, blooming Logan Paul has drastically got big. Unless he's just found this amazing workout regime, which I doubt, he is questionable to me. Like, I saw a picture of him when he first came in to what he looks like now. He's been hanging around with Theory and Bron Breakker, you know. I'm sure he's been picking up tips. I'm sure he has been picking up tips. Very sharp tips. So, I don't know. Right? I'm just saying. He seems to have got quite big, yeah, to me. So, if they're gonna... I'm gonna support you on this, Guna, actually. I might do a quick U-turn. I might actually be really against steroids. I think they should be banned. I think anyone that takes them should be kicked out the company, and I think we should absolutely start with Logan Paul. I think we need to check Logan Paul right now. Guna, you was on to... I'm back on side. You've won me back round. I think you're right. I think it is cheating, actually. And it is a concern that kids are kind of looking at this and being persuaded to go into drug taking. You're absolutely right. We need to start with Logan. We need to do a wellness check on Logan Paul. If he passes and it turns out he's not on steroids, they're okay again. It'll turn out they were actually fine. But if he is on them, then he needs to go, because that is bad for kids. That is bad. You probably bang on there. Big Time said, Daze, WWE is not going to do a draft to freshen up the rosters and storylines have hurt the product. Even after NXT call-ups, the rosters feel the same after a few years. We do need that draft. I don't think it's the magic solution to everything, but certainly feels like it would be useful and helpful. Angel says, leave Logan alone. Listen, me and my friend, we are concerned about the sheer amount of drugs in this company, and we've got to start somewhere. Yeah, if we're going to get drugs out of WWE, we've got to start somewhere. So I just think Logan, it's a good place to start. Yeah, it's the first name that comes to mind. And we'll just see, yeah? We'll just see. I'm sure it's all above boards. But we'll do a wellness check. One strike and you're out. And we'll just see how he gets on. I'm sure he'll be fine. We need drugs in a briefcase match, said RTX. Yes. And maybe then we could, like, sell drugs in a briefcase on WWE Shop for the kids to buy. Pushing Up Daisy said, the guy that pulls out a bag and throws it all in the face and does a coke slam is so innovative to me. Pushing Up Daisy, shout out to you. Ronald Reagan is to blame for making marijuana a bad thing. Been clean for 3 years now on methadone. I know what it's like, said Nick. Well, Nick, well done, buds. Well done. Heroin in the cell. Let's go. Matteo said, Daze, I heard Penta, Ethan, might start the show. Oh, that would be a surprise. I haven't actually, you know what? Normally I sit here keeping an eye on the news. I haven't actually been looking. So I don't know if any word's coming in as to what's opening the show tonight. I was under the impression that it was going to be them as the main event. There's a little clip here of Becky backstage at Saturday night's main event. Triple H tweeting out. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Triple H tweeting out final preparations with the man. So there's Becky backstage. I can't really play the footage because WWE are really cracking down on that kind of thing right now. Streets are saying new tag champs tonight, according to False Finish. Not according to the odds makers. There's Becky. Sol Ruca has arrived as well. That looks like the merch stand. Yeah, that Sol Ruca's arrived at. I wonder if we could get away with playing this. I just want to have a look at the merch, to be honest. That's what I wanted to look at. There's a Sol Ruca shirts. Don't think... No, okay. Really, they're just showing us her boobs. Which I'm not against. What have we got? Oh, I can see Lily. We got Lily in the background. There's a Yeet foam hands. Roman Reigns shirts. Yeets. Headbands. The huge. The huge. I always like to look at the merch stand. I always think it's really interesting. Certainly, if you was to go back like 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and have a look, see what people were like, you know, selling at the time. I can sort of vividly remember what the merch stand looked like in Birmingham in about 94 when they were doing house shows. I can picture like Bret Hart glasses, Bret Hart t-shirt, Razor Ramon shirt, Undertaker pendant, a little Undertaker casket, which had nothing in it. It's just this plastic box that you could put pens and pencils in. So they had that as well. There was a WWF scarf. And like, I don't think I've got a picture of it. I don't think I do. Although I do need, I've got, I'm sure you've got the same. I've got a whole bag of old photos, like the bags like this, just full of just old pictures that have been developed back in the day. And I really do need to go through that bag because in there will be some pictures from that show. They were awful pictures. I mean, it's like all black and then these tiny figures in the middle. But if you kind of zoom into them, you can make out King Kong Bundy, Alondra Blaze, whatever. And that's from like Birmingham, England, early 90s, mid 90s. I don't know if I've got a picture of the merch stand. I'd love it if I did. I have not seen it if I have. But this is why I always like to just have a little look. What they selling? What have they got at the merch stands? I always think it's kind of interesting to just have a little glance. So, oh, we've got ticket information as well. I didn't realise the time. We've been chatting an hour and a half. So, right, current setup 11,000. Available tickets just over 400, right? So, here's the setup. So, it's going to be okay. It's going to be a pretty decent crowd. We got over 10,000, 10,500 in attendance. So, let's go. Should be good. Should be fun. Daze, I want you to know the match card for the show. Can you let me know? I know the match card. I don't know the order. So we got Penta against Ethan for the IC belt. We got Vision against Street Profits for the tag belts. We got Rhea, Charlotte, Alexa versus Jade, Michin, B-Fab, just a 6-woman tag. We got Scream Mode, which is Paige and Brie against Irresistible Forces, which is Nia and Lash. Those are for the belts. And then non-title match, Becky against Sol Ruca. So 5 matches tonight. Should be done within like 2 hours. Should be done within 2 hours. And then we will be going over to AAA where they're going to announce the brand new general manager. There's lots of speculation as to who that is. But, yeah, could be. I'm thinking it's going to be a decent name. I'll be disappointed if it's like a smaller name, to be honest. Big Time said, Daze, did we get the chance to see the data I showed regarding year-on-year increases with kids and teenagers? Dynamite and NXT hasn't seen an increase. Maybe Raw on Netflix. Yeah, I'm not really interested, to be honest. The rating stuff is just irrelevant to me. We had this conversation, didn't we, the other day? I don't know how much we can really trust on ratings. You would have to really be benchmarking year on year, and you'd need to know that the systems are the same. So where these systems keep changing or being tweaked, I just lose complete confidence in the numbers. I mean, how are you meant to benchmark this month versus last month? How are you meant to benchmark, you know, your progress when they've changed the system? Certainly for SmackDown, like, you know, a few different times. We know that the rating was not favorable to wrestling, and I think that changed, I want to say, at the end of last year, and we ran with that for a little while, and then there seemed to be a change again where it suddenly became favorable to wrestling, and then all of a sudden the ratings got a lot better. It had nothing to do with the show or the quality of the show, but the ratings just improved, and it was because they were working it out a different way. And then I think there was another adjustment where it's gone back down again. I've lost track with it now. So now if I look at information on ratings, I mean, I would really need to be following it on a week-by-week basis where I'm making notes about, okay, this week we were using this system. This week we were using that system. I just don't know what information you can gain from it. I don't know what you can trust. And without having that knowledge, I'm just like, this is irrelevant, really. This is irrelevant. I mean, maybe you can get some from Raw, because I don't know that Netflix have changed the way they work their ratings out. I'm in the dark on that. So I don't know. I don't know if there's patterns being found. I'm not sure. Unless you're totally confident in the data and you know that it was the same system for the data that you're looking at, you know, and you've got confidence in it, then, okay, that's interesting. But seeing numbers compared to, do you know what I mean? Like how we're doing this year versus last year when potentially we're not using the same system, you kind of go, what's that meant to tell me? So ratings-wise, I must admit, I've just sort of pushed it all away. What we need is we need a period with one system of months and months and months of data where we can go, okay, we've been using this system since April. It's not changed. Let's have a look at the numbers. How did May look like compared to April? How did June look like compared to May? What's the demo looking like? You know, then we can sort of get into it and have confidence that the numbers work. But I couldn't tell you right now what system was what, and yeah, it's messy, really messy. Daze, how's the weekend going? Oh, it's only just started, but only just started. I will say that I was not feeling brilliant when I started the stream. I'm feeling a bit better now, but it was so hot today. I have to try and sleep in the day and be awake at night. So trying to sleep in this heat, it's actually really, I mean, I'm not wearing the jacket or anything because it's really warmed up over the past week here in the UK. It's really got quite warm. And it's got to the point now where, like, it was waking me up. It was so hot in my room, I was, like, waking up. And so I kept waking up a few times. And I was like, oh, I always struggle to, like, get back to sleep if I get woken up. So, you know, I was awake for about half an hour, then I'd go back, and then an hour later I'd wake back up again. So I've just had like a real disrupted sleep. So I think when I started the stream, I was like, okay, let's warm our way into this. I'm feeling okay now. I'm feeling quite good. But other than that, don't know. Haven't really done much. We did obviously SmackDown. We did the breakdown. We did the opinions video. Went to sleep, got up, had a look at the news, started streaming. We started streaming quite early, actually, because there isn't a countdown show, a pre-show or anything. So there's nothing to really get in our way. So it's just good to be able to go, right, let's talk. Where do we watch main event in the US? Is it on Peacock or ESPN? I think it's Peacock, isn't it? Is it Peacock? I think it's Peacock. I'm just wondering if there's oh, hang on. Is there a graphic? Does anyone have that info? For us here, it's YouTube, I believe. Yeah, it says Peacock on this graphic. There. So, Peacock in America. YouTube for us in the UK and Europe. So, yeah, it's there's only 4 of these a year. I think the last one might have been January of this. I think the next one's not too far away. I think there's one that comes up like July, maybe. And then there's another one like at the end of the year. And it looks okay tonight. I mean, the way to look at this really is that it's just a bonus Raw. That's how I would look at it. It's like a bonus Raw, that sort of level. No guarantee of title changes, but there might be something. I don't think you'll see loads of backstage segments. In fact, I'm not sure you'll see any. Normally what we do with these is it's pretty much match, entrance, match, commercial, entrance, match, commercial, maybe a video package if there's time to kind of bring you up to speed with the story. But it is very like 2 hours, 5 matches, plenty of time given to the matches, and obviously a lot of commercial breaks as well. This is Saturday night's main event, so, you know, it's not a PLE, so there will be commercial breaks. So, yeah, the way I would look at it is it's like an extra Raw or SmackDown. Next weekend's Clash in Italy, that is the PLE for this month. Big Time said, apparently the switch is because sports like NFL and NASCAR and MLB and big networks like Fox want consistent year-on-year increases. And when things are down, they'll request Nielsen to change things. That's mental. I mean, that's just completely mental. That's putting the horse after the cart. So Nielsen should have a system that just is one system and everyone just works off that. It shouldn't be that companies keep going and requesting like tweaks and changes. And I mean, Nielsen are just, you throw them out. There's no point. There's no point, is there? What's the point? How can you trust the ratings if they're going to keep doing that? What can you learn from the numbers if there's always going to be these tweaks and changes? Ridiculous. I mean, the old system was not perfect, but at least it was consistent. So you could benchmark stuff. Now, I have no idea what to take from the ratings. I'm not just saying that. I don't know. I don't know if the ratings are favourable to wrestling right now, if they're not favourable to wrestling. I don't know how they're working out cable compared to just terrestrial TV. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know when the changes have happened historically. To say it's a mess, I think, is an understatement. It's not even a world that I really operate in that much. But obviously, we have conversations about ratings because people want to know how are things going at the moment. I mean, WWE makes its money from the TV networks. That is a big money driver for WWE. USA Network, Netflix, ESPN. This is what keeps WWE afloat. Certainly ain't ticket sales. I know they are trying to increase ticket sales, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to the money generated from TV. And, you know, WWE is staring down the barrel of a gun because TV ratings are going down. Not because of it being a bad product, but just everything's going down because the next generation that's coming through, they're not engaged with TV. They are used to TikTok and YouTube. They're not thinking about the box in the corner of the room, which is mental to me. Because when I grew up, that box was everything. There was no internet. There was no smartphones. Like, TV was everything. TV was everything. Like, I used to play football over the park, and then I'd come back and you'd either watch TV or you'd put a videotape on. Or you'd play a video game. You know, I had a Mega Drive, a Genesis. I had a video player. I had a TV in my room. and obviously I had all my wrestling videos. So I could watch videos, I could play a video game, I could watch TV. That was it. Or read a book or listen to music. I mean, there was no internet, there was no social media, there was no streaming, there was no... I mean, there was none of that. There was no smartphones, no TikTok, no Instagram. So this generation now, they don't see the TV as being the be-all and end-all. In fact, a lot of them just don't engage with it. They're on their phones all the time. And as a result, we're seeing TV ratings going down and down and down. As more of that older generation pass away, the newer generation are not TV viewers. So I was shocked, actually. Colbert, I didn't realize he only drew about 2 million views a night, 2 point something a night. And he just got his biggest rating with his final show, which apparently was like 6.7 or something million, which he did the other day. And that was the biggest rate. That was because it was the last show, and that was his biggest rating ever. And he did like 6 point something odd million, which is not crazy numbers when you think there's 300 and something million people in America. 300 and something odd million. I don't know what the number is right now. 350 maybe. 2 million a night. And 6 million, the most you've ever done. It is crazy, isn't it? It is crazy. And then you look at wrestling, which is getting 1 point something million in America. I mean, that means that if there's 350 million people, that's 1 in every 350 people watch SmackDown. I mean, we are niche, to be honest. When it comes to TV ratings, we are niche. But it's also a pattern that we're seeing as well. See, everything's going down. I don't know anything other than maybe sport like NFL that has seen any sort of increase or is, delivering a good number. It seems like a lot of other stuff is going down. I'm sure your big Saturday night shows are doing well. I'm sure Dancing with the Stars brings in good numbers, or whatever talent show you've got, American Idol, if that's still going, might deliver something. Masked Singer might deliver something. But by and large, a lot of TV is really struggling. So, yeah, WWE, the reason why ratings are important is because when it's time to renegotiate, the ratings going to dictate how much money they can command. And if the ratings are low, well, the offers are going to be low. And if the offers are low, that's a real problem for WWE. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I feel like the next round of TV negotiations is going to be okay. But what about the round after that? So in 4 years, we'll do TV negotiations. That'll be okay. But what about the next period, 5 years after that? What about 5 years after that? Where will TV ratings be at that time? And will WWE just be a slave to streaming platforms? And what streaming platforms are like? They're ruthless. They can just cut you at any time if they don't think it's working. I mean, they've been showing TV shows that just we're done. That's it. We're not seeing the return. I don't know. I mean, if TV is no longer an option and the streaming platforms aren't really bothered by WWE, where would they go? Where would they end up? Would we see a network come back? It's obviously all pie in the sky at the moment, but it's obviously interesting. WWE doesn't feel like it's on strong ground, to be honest with you, because the numbers are really good, like what they're bringing in right now. But that's going to end when the TV deals end, and they end in, 4 years? Then you've got to renegotiate, and then, you'll have another period. But, at some point, ratings are going to go under 1 million. And at some point, the amount of money WWE gets is going to decrease. And so how are they going to counter that? So this is why looking at the ratings, seeing where the ratings are, seeing if there's any improvement in them. But to be honest with you, the whole thing is a bit thankless because
the ratings since, I don't know, 2014, maybe even the Attitude Era actually have done that. So they're probably going to keep doing that. It's just how quickly are they going to do that? They're going in one direction. It's just, are they going like this or are they going like that? So they're going down, and they have been for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. And they will continue to keep going down. But it's just how quickly. And can you get onto a network like Fox that just, you know, gives you a big lift out of nowhere? Because SmackDown went to Fox, started doing 2 million, which was really good. But Fox didn't feel like they were getting a good return on their investment and obviously got rid of WWE. So they went back to USA Network, where now they're doing, I don't know, 1.3, something like this, 1.1 to 1.3. Again, how much you can trust the ratings, we don't know. But this is why we have that conversation. Edith said maybe they go YouTube. Yeah, the only problem with that is you ain't going to make much money. You know, you don't make much off YouTube ad revenue. And certainly they ain't going to be making the sort of money that they're getting paid right now from the likes of Netflix or the likes of... because they could go to YouTube if they wanted to. Whenever. They could go, you know, of all the options that are on the table... They've got this much from USA Network, that much offer from Netflix, that much from CW. If they felt that YouTube was a viable option, they could have made that switch already. But yeah, you ain't making much if you're WWE from YouTube AdSense. So it's tricky, and that is the main money driver for the company. This isn't an inconsequential number. It's not a small number that's like, who cares? No, this is where the bulk of the money comes from. It isn't live shows. The whole thing could change. Perhaps then they'd have to go back on the road. You know, perhaps then they'd have to do more shows, and you know they'd have to generate money. I don't know. It's very interesting. The whole landscape of that is very interesting. Russell said you can only watch tonight on Peacock. I looked up in the USA. I can't afford another subscription, so I guess I'm not going to watch tonight, said Russell. I don't know if you've got a VPN. If you've got a VPN, then you could go to the UK and then hopefully YouTube would work, because it's on YouTube for us. But you just need UK YouTube. So, I mean, that if you've got a VPN already, that's an option. Pushing Up Daze said, what if CM Punk and Darby are saying they're straight edge this whole time, but they're actually crazy drug addicts? I wouldn't be surprised. It's absolutely rife, as we've spoken about earlier. They're probably big drug lords, but they're just covering up for their, keeping it secret by saying they're straight edge. It's clever, actually. Big Time said, Daze, it's interesting that ESPN is breathing down WWE's neck. USA didn't keep Raw. NXT PLEs were up in the air. WWE's library is scattered all over YouTube because Peacock saw no value in the library for a price. Yeah, it's true. There are signs of things not being, fantastic right now. The fact that no one wanted to buy the library is a real shame, really. That's gone to YouTube, and I think that'll do okay. The library will do okay, because I don't think the library was ever going to command a great number anyway. So the money they make from that off AdSense, there's so much of it that's probably okay. The business is not living or dying when it comes to the money made from the library. It's so inconsequential. You would think the library would be this big thing, but it's not really. There's so much content that WWE pumps out that really the library is of limited interest. We sort of found that out with the network, really. The fact that the library alone was not enough to get people to subscribe to the network we needed to be putting out new shows to kind of go alongside the library. And obviously you had to have the PLEs on there as well. I mean, it would have been very interesting if WWE had just kept the network for the library and saw, because I would subscribe. I'd happily pay $9.99 a month to have everything in one place. Not the current PLEs, but I don't know, after a month or so they go on there, you know. That would be great. I would have loved that, but financially it was more beneficial for them to move it over to Peacock. And now it's obviously more beneficial for it to go over to YouTube. So these are the big business decisions they're having to make. This is what TKO do. This is what Nick Khan does. This is not Triple H. This is the decisions they're making about, right, where is the product living? What's the best deals? And these are the headaches they're having to, try and work out. And yeah, I mean, it's not been smooth sailing. I don't think they would have wanted to have left Fox. I think Fox was a real good deal for them. I don't think they would have wanted to have left from there. I think they definitely would have wanted the library to have been sold somewhere. And as you said, ESPN seemingly not happy with some of the numbers for the PLEs. Whether that's true or not, debatable. But if you look at how strong the card is for Clash in Italy, you do kind of go, that's weird. That's very strong. That's very strong. That I could believe that ESPN are not thrilled with some of the numbers. And they're putting pressure on Triple H to book a more engaging show for Italy. Because we were hearing rumours of ESPN not being, blown away. And now, lo and behold, look at the card we've got for Italy. So, yeah, that side of the business, I think, is worth always just touching on, because I think there is some interesting conversations to be had. Daze, if we Googled the graphic for Saturday night's main event with Doink, Eugene and Kane against Umaga, Kevin Thorne and Viscera, it's like an alternative timeline. Bonkers. There have been some absolutely mental matches. There has been times, hasn't there, where like these people, I mean, like Mr. Perfect being back in that sort of period in the early 2000s, that was strange. I mean, hearing stories of him like wrestling with Brock Lesnar on the plane ride from hell is like so strange. And like Honky Tonk Man coming back with Billy Gunn and whatever. So there are these times, aren't there, where it's like just random, really random people that pop up and have I do like that, though. I am one for the legends, so it is always exciting when something like that happens. But, yeah, random. When dark times are through, I'll water the ground that you stand on. Growing older ain't something I planned, but I'll do it with you. Watching the sunflowers bloom, said Wes. Wes, that's lovely. Thank you, Wes. Bringing a bit of culture to the community. Nice. Big Time said, even with WWE, they have got quarterly calls and they have to meet expectations or the stock crashes. If UFC struggle, they will rely on WWE to carry more of the load. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm not so worried about that. The UFC WWE relationship, that's kind of out of WWE's hands, isn't it? They can't control how UFC perform. So it's, that's a TKO thing. I think all WWE can do is try and put on the best product possible, try and connect with as many people as possible, get as many people tuning in as possible. And, the way you do that is by putting on really good shows, telling really good stories, having really good characters. And listen, that's what WWE are trying to do. We don't agree with a lot of the decisions they've made, certainly in recent times. And, we're not alone with that. It is interesting when you look around the landscape and see so many people struggling, but it is worth remembering there are a lot of people that are also engaged with the current product. It's not like everyone that tunes in is rolling their eyes. there's a lot of people that are tuning in right now that are enjoying Oba and excited to see what's next for Sol Ruca, and are, you know, engaged with Jacob and Roman, and are we going to get a new tribal chief? I do think that it's very, very easy for us to kind of be talking so much about the frustrations with creative that we don't give the same balance, we don't give the same amount of time to some of the more positive aspects that's happening in wrestling at the moment. I think it's a never-ending spiral down. Like, you know, the more we get dragged back to the more negative aspects, because that's what people want to talk about. Because if you're watching the show and you're not feeling it, you want to talk about why, and I get that. But there are people that are feeling it out there, that are enjoying it. And so, you know, I think we need to try and find a way of getting their voices across as well. So I think that WWE have obviously got a battle on their hands in regards to ratings. They always have. That battle has always been there, and it's always, you know, been going down, and it will continue to do that as people move away from TV. So no shock that the ratings will go down next year, the year after. It's just what speed is it going to happen? WWE have got to, you know, be prepared for when they consistently get under 1 million. And, you know, hopefully at head office, they've got some sort of idea as to what the future could look like, where the money could be. I don't know if they're hoping Saudi might come in and just give them a load of money. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is for that, but that's a reality WWE might have to face in, say, 10 years. It'll be very, very interesting to see where WWE is in 10 years. I don't think they're going out of business or anything like that, but I do think that there is a day of reckoning that's coming, because the ratings are going down, and they've been going down ever since the Attitude Era. So where will those ratings be in 10 years? What kind of TV deals can they get? There's an iceberg that's coming that we can all see, that TKO can see. What's the solution to it? How do you avoid it? I don't have the answer to that. It's a very complex landscape that ever changes. So, but that's something they're going to need to work on. But that's one for the future, isn't it? Saturday night's Collision going down to tonight, says Freds. Jojo said SmackDown isn't even in the same discussion as Raw. It's glaringly worse, said Jojo. Can't stop, won't stop, said Daze. Hate on WWE so much now. AEW fans join the chat to talk ish. Well, I do think that it is a downward spiral. I mean, to be honest, our conversations are just a reflection of where the community is. So, you know, I don't really come on here with predetermined conversations. The kind of things that we talk about are the things people want to talk about. And so, you know, if Big Time wants to dig into the ratings a little bit, we can have that conversation. If people want to talk about why they're struggling with wrestling, and, you know, we kind of chuck around why is that, I think they're interesting conversations to have, because, you know, there's a lot of people that are feeling that way. I think what we're not getting much of from the community at the moment is that alternative, which is, you know, I've really been enjoying this. And that's why we never quite get to it, because it never really shows. I never really see it in the chat. I'm quite happy to talk about, you know, more positive aspects, but it's kind of hard to get to them whenever I look in the chat and it's another, you know, point made about I'm really struggling with this person, or I'm really struggling with that, or the ratings are down, or this, or this, or this. So I suppose in a way, what we talk about is just a reflection as to where the community is. And unfortunately, I get the message whenever I look in the chat, or whenever I look at the opinions. The kind of reflection I get is one of struggle. And we're not alone. We're really, really not alone. I see the exact same thing when I look just out on X, or I look out, like, you know, like in any area. If I go on Cage Match, you know, I know people are down on Cage Match, but I do think that if there's been a good show, then, you know, you tend to see a good score. and you tend to see positive comments, but week after week after week, we might have gone, I don't think that was a great show. You go on Cage Match, people that are not part of our community saying the exact same thing. And you look on, I try to follow some pretty positive accounts on X, and consistently all of them for a while now have been like, it's another skippable show. It's another show that I just didn't need to watch. And, I'm seeing videos being recommended from channels that I've never heard of, but it's like, there was some girl that I saw that was like, I'm done. This is the reason why I'm done with WWE. Which had got a good amount of views, actually. Some video from some influencer YouTuber I've not seen before, but it got recommended to me. I didn't watch it, but I saw that that's the sort of thing I'm seeing. So I'm not having a pop at the community. I'm not saying the community is wrong. I'm just saying that a lot of the conversations we have are just a reflection as to where a lot of people are right now. It would be nice to sort of sprinkle in some more positive chats, talk about who we're excited by, talk about, some dream matches we would like to see, and, kind of what would excite us, things like that. Like, those are conversations we can have. We never get to them. Instead, people, I think, more want to share the frustration, which I really do understand. You see, the thing is, we all love wrestling. Everyone here loves wrestling. You wouldn't be here otherwise. So everyone that's watching really enjoys wrestling. Like, we're all here on a Saturday night. Do you know what I mean? We could be off doing the drugs that we normally do. Do you know what I mean? I'm normally just pumping myself full of steroids. But we're not doing that. Instead, we're here tuning in for Saturday night's main event. It's not the strongest cards. I would not sit here and tell you it's the strongest cards. There's no match here that I would say is like absolutely unmissable. I think it looks fine. There's some title matches, and we're all hoping there's going to be some great matches, but there isn't a tribal combat. There isn't Gunther versus Cody. There isn't Brock Ober on this show tonight. It's all going down next week. So, this is a fun extra show, and we're all here on a Saturday night to watch it. And, we're all fans of it. But obviously we're tuning into SmackDown, especially Raw, moments where you're just like, why are they doing this? And I think that sort of frustration, the sort of disappointment as to where the product is at the moment, the negativity that you kind of encounter when you look online. I mean, I don't know about you, but I do like to go online and see people having a good time with it, because I love WWE and I want it to be around for a long time. And, I've always grown up being excited about the product. I mean, you don't watch something this much if you don't enjoy it. So it kind of stings a little bit. And I think that's probably true for many of you as well, that you know what I mean? You really want it to work. Like, you've got such good intentions and you really want it to be successful, and you want everyone to be enjoying it. You kind of want it to be popular. You kind of want, as wrestling fans, we don't like other people looking down on WWE. We like other people looking at it going, oh, yeah, I know that's cool. I caught a bit the other day. Yeah, it's good. We like that. We like it when people think that it's cool and acceptable and like they get it. We always get frustrated when people are like, oh, you watched that? I thought that was a kid's show, or isn't that fake? I mean, that's a quick way of winding up wrestling fans. So we always like when people are enjoying it and other people are getting it, and it's kind of, makes you feel like you made a good choice with your life, Other people can finally see what you see the value that you see in it as well. And of course, at the moment, if you're struggling with it and you're sort of like, I don't know, man, it doesn't feel like I need to be watching at the moment, you kind of want to vent and you want to share that frustration and you want to sort of get it off the chest of like, ugh, like, why are they doing this? And we've just been, we're caught in that. We're not alone. It's where the community is. It's where the wider fan base is. But I don't know. Perhaps there needs to be maybe a rule that we bring in where it's like, we'll talk about like the negative stuff, whatever, but the last half hour before the show, no negativity. When the show's on, well, we can't say no negativity because something really stupid might happen, but I don't know. Perhaps we could put a rule in like that. I could change the screen actually and have like balloons and clowns. Guys, it's the fun half an hour where we're just positive. Yeah, it's just good vibes. It's the good vibe 30-minute period. We just talk about things we like. Yeah, like drugs, like steroids. But I get it. I totally get it. Dean said, Daze, I've got a question or suggestion. Oh, let's go. You call us boomers. Cool, great. But since this is the Wrestling Daze channel, shouldn't it be Dazers, said Dean. Nah, I've never liked that, to be honest. Like, I'm not a mark for myself because I'm just a guy that watches wrestling and I used to work in retail. So for me, like, the community... You know, you lot, we're all just fans of WWE that come and talk about it. We don't need Dazers and stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'm not that needy. I don't need to put myself over or anything like this. So, yeah, no, I'm quite happy with, like, just talking to people like they're real people. And just chatting and just us, you know, talking about wrestling and just having a fun place to hang, really. There's other channels that can have weird community names. I really have never felt the need for it, so. But a nice thought all the same. It's something that's come up in the past, like, oh, what shall we call ourselves and all this? It's like, we're just people. We'll call ourselves WWE fans. Connor said, Daze, here's what I'm saying. Do we think that the 6 women's tag match, Alexa Bliss might make her decision to turn on her best friend Charlotte tonight? I'm not envisaging it. If we get it, brilliant, because that's the kind of OMG moment people would like. Normally, when you tune into a show like this, you want something that you go, that was worth tuning in for, right? What WWE is guilty of doing too much of is just giving you so-so matches that are just there. They're just very formulaic. They didn't really do much for you. And promos that just get you from A to B, you know, they do further the story. You know, like yesterday, Rhea Jade gets announced for Clash in Italy. But we did it in probably the least exciting way possible. It was just Rhea coming out going, you want to jump me? Well, how about I see you in Italy? So, you know, what we're looking for is something that makes you go, yeah, man, that's why I watched this. You know, great matches. Have these teams going off, you know? Make the matches fun. Let's get some really good action going. Let's get something that we can be like, that's 4 stars, 4.25 stars. I think anything that's 4 stars or above, 3.75 is okay. That was, you know, at 3.75 where we're having conversations about, was it that a 4-star match? I think that's acceptable. I would definitely take that tonight. If there was a couple of those type matches, I'd be like, okay, yeah, could have been better, but could have been worse. But I think anything that gets into the 4-star range, whenever we're scoring a match as great, I always think that's 4 stars above. 3.75 being the sort of kind of good 100 range, you know? It's high-end 90s, low-end great, 3.75. Anything great is in the 4s. For me, like 3.5, 3.25, solid. 3.5 is solid. 3.25, solid. Any 3 is like... Anything below that, nah. That was not it. 2.75, not bothered. 2.5 to, no. We're looking for really, you know, that kind of 4 stars above, but I'll take 3.75. So you know, what we're looking for is we're looking for matches of that kind of caliber. We're looking for promos that have some nice lines in them, make you go, oh, I like that. I like that. Could just be a cheeky line, whatever, you know? Just some of them make you go, oh, that was... You know, like when CM Punk mentioned Roman's dad's, I'm going to bury you next to your father. Was that too far? Some would say yes. Some would say no. But my reaction to it was, oh, that's cheeky. That's, oh, I'm interested to see how people react to that. That's things have got personal, you know? You felt like you'd just seen a moment, something that was worth watching, you know? So, you know, you want a bit of bite in your promos. You want a little something in the matches. And, you know, if we can get that tonight, great. Obviously, if there could be a turn or something, you know, Charlotte betrays Alexa, I'm not expecting that. But if we get it, yes. If we get a title change, yes. Because that means it was worth tuning in for. I suppose for me, the frustration with WWE is that it feels very safe. It feels very formulaic. It feels very, here's this match, and there's not really much to it. It'll have some little moments, little moves, maybe, but by and large, skippable. Maybe it was 3 stars. You know, it's not really setting the world on fire. It's not something that I felt I had to tune in for, and there's been a lot of that recently. So I suppose my concern going into tonight is it could be more of that, right? Where we get a load of matches that are like 3 stars, 3, 2, 5. Maybe they don't quite click. And, you know, champs retain. If we do get new champs, it might be irresistible forces. I don't know how much people will really care about that. I mean, the women's tag titles don't feel in a great place. But again, you know, some people might have a different opinion on that. But for me, I'm not really bothered if Brie and Paige are champions or not. Doesn't, do you know what I mean? I'm not really too bothered. So, I don't know. It would be nice to have something along those lines. I think what I would like actually is... I would take that, because that would be good. That would be worth tuning in for. That would take us down a different path if Charlotte turns on Alexa or Alexa turns on Charlotte. But I would quite like Penta to retain. And then I'd kind of like someone to come out and step up to Penta to let us know where we're going next. I don't really necessarily need that to be like Rusev. I'm wondering if like Rey Fenix... What if Phoenix came down and stepped up to Penta and actually, you know, held his arm up, but then, like, pushed him to go, I'm next. Or something like this, you know? I don't know. I'd like a little something where it's like, we know that, oh, we're going there next. That would be good. And for it to be a match we're really excited for. I'd kind of like that, I think. Certainly, if you're about to tease Penta Phoenix, that would be good. I would definitely take that. I think that's probably the Penta match I think I most want to see, actually. I don't care for Rusev. I really don't. If Rusev comes down and beats up Penta, it will be a bit of a, whatever. But if Phoenix was to come out because of their relationship, could be really good. So, yeah, I'd like to see something like that. I don't mind Charlotte, Alexa. I'm not expecting it. There's been no word or rumour about it. I wouldn't be expecting it. But, yeah, it could happen. It's not impossible. If you look back at the Attitude Era, it was a mess and filled with botches. But no one cared because IWC wasn't pointing everything out, said can't stop, won't stop. Well, I do think that the Attitude Era, it's really interesting because... there was actually quite a bit during the time I was not a fan of. Attitude Era is not... It's such a weird time for me because my love of wrestling was still very strong, but I was in a weird place in my life where I was no longer a kid. So, you know, I got into it in the early 90s and, you know, oh my God, I loved it all, right? So Yokozuna and all of the, I loved it all. Bam Bam, Doink, 1 2 3 Kid, Razor Ramon, Lex Luger, love it all, right? I mean, I loved WrestleMania 9, and loads of people say it's the worst WrestleMania, and I totally understand why. But the spectacle of it, and yeah, the matches suck. But as a kid, you're not looking at that. You're looking at like who's gonna win. It's not about, oh, I hope this is a great performance. It's about, can Undertaker get past Giant Gonzalez? And oh my God, what do you mean Hulk Hogan's gonna fight for the belt? Like to me as a kid, like this is mind blowing stuff. Whereas now it's viewed as like one of the worst WrestleManias because so many people now tune in to look at the match quality. Match quality has become such an important thing, but it just wasn't. It wasn't back then. It wasn't something that we as fans were focused on. You had a build, you had a feud, you did the match to figure out who would win. And that's how it sort of went. And the matches would be back and forth, and there'd be big power moves, and your guy would be down, you'd be cheering them on, they'd come back. You'd be like, please, come on. They'd go for the cover, blah, blah, blah. But you're not watching going, as you said, oh, that's a botch or that's a mistake. Oh, I wouldn't have done that there. That is how people view wrestling has drastically changed. But it was always going to when social media came along. It was always going to have an impact. And I think as kayfabe sort of, got exposed, as soon as like that went out the window, because for me in the 90s, it was still pretty protected, actually. Again, you got to remember, I'm a kid in the middle of England. I've got a few friends that watch wrestling. Who am I having conversations with about what's real and what's not real? I mean, it's me left to my own thoughts or what, relatives are saying. That's it. I mean, the circle of people that I would interact with on wrestling was so small. I am not getting the various perspectives that you can get now. Back then there's like, I don't know, 10 people max in my life that I talked to about wrestling. So the only thoughts on wrestling I was surrounded by were my own or the views of 10 other people. It's unfathomable now. I mean, like now everyone's got access to hundreds of opinions and thoughts, whether you want them or not. It's completely different. But like when I got to the Attitude Era, I'd been watching wrestling for a long time at that point, many years. And so when I got to the Attitude Era, I was excited by the product and I was engaged with it. But it is funny how a lot of the stuff that was like, what's this? What are we doing? A lot of the cringier stuff, like the Mae Young hand thing, was stupid at the time. But like now it's sort of, I don't know if it's fondly remembered. I'm not sure. It does get mentioned if ever we do something stupid. If we do something stupid like Gingerbread Man, people are like, have you forgot we did Mae Young's hand? It's like, yeah, it sucked. It sucked at the time. But like, I don't know. I think because people can reference back to it, but maybe they weren't there at the time, they've got maybe a different view of it. It's weird how things sort of change over time, the perception of them. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see how this period gets remembered because we're living in it now, but I can't tell you in 20 years' time how it'll be viewed. I mean, will people say Bloodline was amazing as we think it was? I think they will, because I think most people still consider it to have been an amazing period. So I think they will. And I think that this will be remembered as a dip, but obviously we don't know when we're going to come out of it. So, yeah, you never quite know when you're going through it. Triple H said that, Triple H said they didn't know how special the Attitude Era was whilst they were going through it, which was a surprise to me because the product felt like it had got very exciting compared to 95, 90, well, not 96. 96 was quite good, but certainly compared to 94, 95. You look at 97, 98, it's way more exciting. But Triple H has said as they were going through it, they sort of took it for granted. They didn't really appreciate like how special of a time it was. And I sort of, I don't know, I sort of feel that way actually. I sort of feel like as I was going through the Attitude Era, I kind of like, there was stuff I liked, there was stuff I didn't like. The whole thing now is just sort of romanticized. The whole thing is like, oh, the Attitude Era. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's amazing. But actually, there was loads of nonsense in there as well. It was a mixed bag. But I think as time goes by, like, everything just sort of gets condensed into like an easy to eat sort of, you know, morsel, really. If I was to say to you about like the 60s, tell me about the 60s. Truth is, a lot of people probably wouldn't know much about them for WWE and would probably say boring or something like this. And it's like, that's a whole decade of stuff, you know? It's a bit like, can you name one person from the 1400s? Again, you know, you got like 100 years there. Could you name one person from that decade? As we get further away from it, like, it all gets condensed down and, you know, like, forgotten about, really. I sort of think that, like, with the Attitude Era, I think it's, as 20 years has gone by, it's sort of been romanticized and condensed down into this one gloop of, like, romanticized magic. But actually going through it, and certainly at the time I did, it sort of felt like there was good, there was bads. There was really exciting stuff, of course, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird because there was no social media, so you're sort of left to your own thoughts, aren't you? And because of the age that I was at, and I was like going out at that time, nightclubs and all this kind of stuff, it was something I was consuming, but I don't know. I was not as crazy about it as I was the Golden Era. I think a lot of people get into wrestling during the Attitude Era and it hits different. It really does. The year that you get into wrestling is surely, I can't speak for everyone, but I think it's your favorite time. I think when you first get into wrestling, it's when a lot of people fall in love with it. And that is your favorite time. A lot of people discovered wrestling in the Attitude Era. As a result, it is their favorite time. But for me that fell in love with wrestling before, I love the Golden Era and I love the early 90s. And that is when I fell in love with wrestling. And, you know, like bra and panty stuff and, you know, Mae Young and all this kind of stuff. There was a lot of like over-the-top nonsense, car crash TV, shocking for the sake of being shocking. But, well, it flipping worked, you know? And there was a lot of good stuff in there as well. I would never say the Attitude Era was a bad era. Of course it was not. But it is funny how, like, you look back on it and it is so romanticized now. And people, you know, are like, I'd love to have the Attitude Era back. It wouldn't work in this day and age. And obviously with the rating and everything, you couldn't get away with doing it. But yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see how this period is looked back on. So Can't Stop, Won't Stop, shout out to you. I agree, it was full of botches and all that stuff. It's interesting to kind of look back on that period because it was not a perfect period, but it is so romanticized because of just the impact that it had. And I think, you know, the car crash TV, the need for ratings, the pulling no punches. I think people miss wrestling being that outrageous. And I can understand that. Comparison today, we are so safe. Everything is so business-like and safe and formulaic. You kind of go back to the Attitude Era when it was more outrageous and wacky and wild and bigger. It was like wrestling turned up to 11. You can really understand why people romanticize it. Certainly by today's 2025, 26 standards, you could see why people would look back and go, oh, I miss those days. I really did enjoy, though, where we were in 2023 with Bloodline. I did enjoy that. That was a really, really positive period for me. I think, it's been interesting. I am going to move on, but it's been interesting because I feel like we started doing watch-alongs in 2018, 2019, and I don't think that was an amazing period, but it was just exciting to sort of do live streams and be talking and all that stuff. So I feel like we got through that period quite comfortably, and we had the Firefly Funhouse in 2019, and so there was stuff to be like Brie and all this stuff, right? The Fiend. And there was many episodes we would watch and go, yeah, there wasn't really much there apart from the Funhouse. So, 2019, there was a lot of, wasn't really feeling that, but Funhouse was good, right? And that's where we were as a community at that point. And then, of course, you hit the pandemic. And I think we all just understood. We knew that actually, do you know what the alternative was? WWE could have gone away. So the fact that they were still going and putting on a product, and the fact we were all trapped at home, I really appreciate it. I mean, we were here doing those shows. I think we did a period of 100 days of streams in the pandemic where we would do Raw, we would do NXT, we would do NWA, we would do AEW, we would do a watch along, we would do SmackDown, like we would do UFC, we would do another watch along. Like we did 100 odd days in a row during that time period, and it was good, really good. But like the show itself wasn't, but it was okay because at least there was a show. As soon as we came out of that in 22, 23, that was a really great period because the Bloodline was booming and it was great to have fans back, and it sort of felt like we're back, It sort of felt like Triple H took over. There was all that going on at the end of 2022. It was quite exciting. It was different. There was an excitement in the air. Cody had come back at the end of 2023. Punk comes back. So, there's a lot of good stuff that goes on. 2022, 2023 into 2024. That period, that is the best period. Easily for me. That is the best period since we've been streaming. And, all that's happened really is we've gone back to really where we were in 2018, 2019. Hopefully we find our way back to where we were. You just got to get the right stories. Like, it is possible. But, it's been quite an interesting journey since we've been streaming. I wish we'd been streaming in the Attitude Era. It'd be brilliant to look back on all those shows, wouldn't it? Could have done it as well if technology was there at the time. We could have been doing it. I think many would have been doing it. But I wish we had all those. I wish we had all those reaction clips and all those episodes, and we could go back to all of that. That'd be brilliant. It's a shame that we started so late, really, but hey ho. Right, 25 minutes, and then we will be underway. Moose said a few more months until 2 years. Moose, shout out to you, my friends. Moose has been with us 20 months. A big thank you and a big shout out to the members. The members obviously play a massive part on the channel. I've really tried to do my best to repay them. Do 5 streams a week for the members. We do chats like this on a Monday. We do quizzes on a Tuesday. We've got a quiz where we bring people on a Wednesday. We do a watch along. We go back and watch a vintage match on a Thursday. And we've got a new championship game that we've launched the other week. We do that on a Friday. So, I mean, there's lots of stuff that we do, and we'll be, as we kind of get to your thoughts, I'm sure there'll be a lot of reaction to whatever goes down tonight. So, Moose, shout out to you, buds. Harry said Phoenix is on AAA if it is live tonight. Oh, yeah, good point. He is, you're right. He's taking on Laredo Kid, isn't he? I think it is live tonight because I think it's live. They're announcing the new GM, aren't they? So, okay. Well, if he's not going to be able to step up to Penta, I mean, it might end up being someone like Rusev or Javon. I mean, Javon would be okay. I would be down with seeing Javon against Penta in a high-profile match with no outside interference, I'm not against that. I don't really have confidence Javon's going to win it at this stage, though. I think he is an excellent talent. I don't know if I see him beating Penta to win the belt. I suppose he could. I'd be down for seeing it, you know? But I would like some talking point. I suppose the question is, and this is always the question, what's the thumbnail for the breakdown going to be? That's what I want. What is the thumb? If it's going to be Charlotte turning on Alexa or Alexa turning on Charlotte, which I don't think happens, great. If it's going to be new champs, even if it's Irresistible Forces, fine. I already know, though, that if my thumbnail is Irresistible Forces holding up belts, people ain't going to be that bothered. I already know that. So I suppose what we're looking for is we're looking for that thumbnail-worthy image. That's what I want. And that's what I need each show, really. Give me that thumbnail-worthy moment. Give me that breakdown title moment. That's what I need. That's what I'm looking for. And I'll be looking for that again tonight. So it could be a number of different things, of course. You know, Ethan could get the job done. If Ethan wins the IC belt, that's big. That's really big. So, I mean, that would be big. If Charlotte, Alexa, you know, come to blows, that would be big. I don't know if Irresistible Forces win, if that's big. If Soul beats Becky, I'm not sure that's that big. It's a talking point. I don't know that it's thumbnail worthy, though. Yeah. It'll be okay. Tonight's show will be okay. Shadow Knight said Sami should have gone heel with Cross. That would have been the best time, said Shadow Knight. Yeah, the whole Cross thing was crazy, wasn't it? I mean, there's... I would love to get an answer on that. I mean, I sort of convinced myself that the reason they didn't keep him around was because they had Alistair and Zelina, because it sort of felt like they were doing the same thing. And I think they did want to keep Cross. They certainly offered him a new contract. But I think that was a glimpse, actually, as to where we were going. Because I think, and I don't know if he's ever revealed it, I think that what they offered him was not a very high number. Because he has spoke about it on Ariel Hawani's show, where he's like, you know, they offered me money. I just wanted to know how they got to that figure. And that would suggest to me that it was not a high figure, that it was, you know, probably a low figure. Because he said that he wanted an answer as to how they'd got to that number. And he never got that answer. They basically said, look, it's a take it or leave it. And he ended up leaving it. And they didn't offer anything for Scarlett because, to be honest, I don't think they were interested in Scarlett unless Carrion signed. I don't think they had anything for Scarlett as a solo competitor. So I can sort of understand that. I think they wanted Cross first. And if they got Cross, then, okay, we'll sign Scarlett. So I think they wanted him, but only at a lower pay. And I think that was a sign of where we were going. Because look at what's happened now with people being asked to take pay cuts and all of that. I don't think they minded losing out on Cross because they had Alistair and Zelina, who basically served the exact same role. Alistair and Zelina have just basically done what I think Cross would have done with Scarlett. So it is crazy, though, because he was and is still very, very talented. I do have a lot of time for him as a performer. Anyone that, because I don't know about you, but I always look and think, like, if I was in their shoes, what would I do? It's a question I ask a lot, actually. Mentally, I ask it a lot. If I'm Triple H, what would I do? If I was Ari Emanuel, what would I do? If I was, you know, I don't know, Sami Zayn, what would I do? If I was Karrion Kross, what would I do? And obviously, there's a lot of stuff we don't see. But when it comes to Karrion, I don't know what more he could have done. I mean, he's someone that I think had a good look. I think the entrance looked great. The presentation looked great. He looked great with Scarlett. Apparently, everyone he was asking was saying, no, you're doing everything you can. Promo-wise, I always thought his promos were pretty good. He was using social media well. He'd built a connection with the fans. And he still ends up losing his job. Although, I have to stress, they did offer him a new contract, right? But it was at lower pay. So, and now obviously is outside WWE. I don't know what more he could have done to have, furthered his position. The only thing I can think is you sign the contract in hope that you get pushed and what comes next is a bigger contract. That's the, if you're gonna win at the game, you might have to stay in the game. But with that being said, Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes left the game and actually came back bigger stars. So there is an argument that leaving the game is also the right decision because Cody left WWE, came back bigger. Drew left WWE, came back bigger. And absolutely, Karrion could leave WWE and end up, coming back bigger. But it's a gamble. And I'm not sure if it's a gamble that's going to work for him, to be honest. I do feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him. Sean said, any way we can do a watch-along when Hogan was the third guy, because that was a great moment. Bobby the Brain was amazing. It was the start of the Monday Night Wars. Thanks for everything that you do. To go back to like Bash at the Beach? It can be done. The only thing with watch-alongs is I've been doing them a long time, and I've sort of found that they work better when WWE show them and we tune in. So if they do them on, like if we was to say, let's do Bash at the Beach tomorrow, you'd get so many people joining, right? But most people would forget, or a lot of people wouldn't really be that engaged in it. Like, I'll just come back Monday. And I get that because, older shows have only got so much appeal to people. So when it comes to stuff like that, there's limited appeal. But if WWE are like, join us tomorrow, we're showing Bash at the Beach, we can sort of piggyback on that. And that way it's like, yeah, WWE are showing it, so come and join us, we're going to be watching it, right? That way it's easier to stay in sync, because if you join us late and you click on the thing, you know automatically where we are with the presentation because it's live. And it always just seems to be kind of better engaged with doing it that way. So I would say not impossible. I don't have any plans, obviously, for it at the moment because tomorrow is the prediction video for next weekend. Next weekend, we've got AAA on the Saturday. We've got Clash in Italy on the Sunday. But there could be a window to do something over the summer, definitely, because I think June looks quite quiet. I think July looks quite quiet because May is very busy. But I think June and July actually are looking, whether WWE are going to stack them with shows, and we just haven't heard about them all yet, because there's still no word about King and Queen of the Ring. We know that SummerSlam is the first weekend of August. It's very early August. I wonder actually if WWE are just trying to get out of the way of the World Cup as well, because World Cup starts in June. So it could be that they're maybe trying to just get a lot of stuff kind of out the way and not try and compete with the World Cup, maybe. Don't know. It's interesting. I would say no plans at the moment, Sean, but not impossible. Yeah, certainly May is pretty stacked. Shining Wizard said, thanks for all you do. Shining Wizard, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Maybe Volt will show it soon, because it will be 30th anniversary this summer, said Death Metal Lads. Well, I don't mind, like, doing it. I don't mind. I mean, like, I'm always quite happy to do watch-alongs. I just know that they're always better when... I think WCW's got its own YouTube channel, actually. So, I mean, they might have even already done it. But I'm sure we can find a weekend over the summer where we could get to it. I mean, it is one of the most iconic moments. And, if there is a Sunday where we can probably fit it in, I think that'd be a pretty good one to go back to. Hogan being revealed to be that third man. So I think it's a really good shout. Right. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, before we leave the live stream, have 4 different thumbnail pics. Do a poll for the chat for the breakdown. I wouldn't be able to make them in time, buds. So no way. It takes about 5 minutes to do a thing. So if I was to make 4, it would be like 20 odd minutes. I just don't have the time to be doing that. Casey, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Hogan Cutter, shout out to you. Josh Maxias, is that how you say it? Macias said, do we see Rico Usyk? Way too early stoppage. Rico got robbed. I didn't see it, but no. I don't think anyone doubted Usyk was going to get the win there. It had very little interest to me. The only reason I knew it was happening today was because I saw a prediction article on the BBC website where they were just predicting who was going to win, and everyone said Usyk. So, bit of a waste of time, that, to be honest. Bit of a waste of time. So, yeah, hopefully we can move on to something a bit more challenging for Usyk. Don't know who that's going to be, though, because I think they said it could have been Wardley if Wardley had got past Daniel Dubois, but Dubois beat Wardley. So we've already done Dubois versus Usyk twice, and Usyk's won twice. There's not really a need to kind of go back and do it a third time. So I don't know, man. I mean, this is where Usyk's at. He's kind of cleaned out the division. So now he's like fighting kickboxers and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to be next for Usyk. Usyk was down at least 8 rounds, said Sean. He pulled a miracle. Daze, I don't know if you've heard or if we've answered, but who's the favourite tag team of all time? Tag teams. Well, I mean, for me, my personal favourite might be the Hardys. I really did enjoy the Hardys. I am a Jeff fan. I mean, Jeff was someone that was a big risk taker. I enjoyed when he sort of broke away from the Hardys, but the Hardys as a team, so likable. I mean, to me, Hardys are like one of the first names that come to mind. I do have a lot of respect for what the Usos have done. I have a lot of respect for what New Day did. I have a lot of respect for the Dudleys, of course. I have respect for Edge and Christian, although I do think Edge and Christian kind of went off and had these big solo careers, certainly Edge. And I don't know, but I feel like that sort of overshadows the tag work a little bit. So I sort of, when I think about tag teams, Hardys come to mind and Dudleys come to mind. When I think Edge and Christian, I think more about like Edge using that as the launching pad. And I mean, Christian's had a really good career as well. As a tag team, they were still really fun with the 5-second pose and everything. They were good comedy, actually. They were funny. So Edge and Christian, definitely. But I think Hardys was my favourite from that time period. But there was so many great teams from the Golden Era. I mean, the Golden Era was fantastic for tag wrestling. So for me, British Bulldogs, because of, me being from the UK. Heart Foundation, fantastic. Rockers, fantastic. Again, though, same problem really with a lot of these teams is that there's someone that broke out that went on to achieve arguably bigger things. So these teams are sort of seen as the starting point for something that came after that was bigger. And that would be, obviously Davey Boy, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. I suppose you could make an argument like Jeff and even Matt to a degree, but I don't know. I think with Jeff, I see unfulfilled potential. Jeff, in my mind, is an amazing wrestler, who should have been bigger, but his personal demons prevented it. Even though he got to great heights, the personal demons prevented it. And I think Matt actually helps Jeff kind of stay on track. And, you know, I mean, their matches as a tag team, absolutely incredible. So, yeah, I personally, I love the Hardys. I could go back to the Golden Era. I love the Jumping Bomb Angels as well. Got to give them flowers because as like a forgotten tag team, they were really fun. I've only ever seen like a handful of their matches, but because they weren't shown on TV a great deal. But yeah, they were like a women's tag team from WWE in the late 80s. And their match, certainly at the Royal Rumble against the Glamour Girls, is really good. It's a really, really good match. So, as like an early women's tag team, I'd definitely point to them. It's funny, actually, because I was listening to Jimmy Hart, because I watched his whole interview with Cody last night, and he was talking about how he put the Glamour Girls together because they needed opponents for the Jumping Bomb Angels. And he was kind of talking a little bit about that time period. And he was like, we had an amazing feud with them for like 7-8 months. He was like, it was amazing. So, and I've got to tell you as well, if you are struggling with WWE, if you're going through a bit of a period right now where you are struggling and you are just, I don't know, I just don't feel the magic as much. Oh, watch that interview with Jimmy Hart. He is the nicest, most popular person, most like excited, enthusiastic. I mean, he was brilliant. I was watching him and he was like, I just love the product, man. I still watch it today. I'm always watching Raw, NXT, SmackDown. I'm loving Sol Ruca. I'm loving Ethan Page. I'm so excited about Javon and all this. And he's just so enthusiastic. I mean, I get that, you know, he's employed by WWE, is on a Legends deal. So he's hardly going to come on and have the same gripes that we do. But it seemed genuine. I think Jimmy Hart has always been that sort of really bubbly, you know, let's go, can do kind of attitude guy. And it's a great interview. It's a really great interview. I was watching it and I had a little smile on my face. I was like, yes, this world needs more Jimmy Hart. This world needs more of that. It got me thinking a lot, actually, about the streams and about how we can really get dragged into the negativity, hence why we were just touching on it earlier. Because I was watching Jimmy Hart in his interview last night, and he was so positive. He was so like, yeah, let's go. I was like, yeah, let's go. Jimmy Hart, if Jimmy Hart was like leading us to war, I'd be right behind him. He's the kind of person I'd be like, I'm doing it for you, Jimmy. Let's go. Let's kill them all. Yeah, he was so bubbly, so like into the product. It was good. I recommend it. Even if you just get like a little taste of it, a few minutes of it, it'll recharge the battery a little bit. That's what I love. That's the era I fly the flag for, yeah? I fly the flag for the era that Jimmy Hart was in. That's the era I love. Jimmy Hart is the best of us. So, it was good. It was a good interview. Daze, are we still getting Brock Gunther at SummerSlam or not? There's no rumours. I mean, we know that was the direction that was being rumoured, but then we had the whole retirement thing, didn't we? So there's no word at the moment as to what the future holds. I mean, I had genuinely thought Brock had walked away. I thought there was some good reasons to believe it because, as I said, there is a court case coming up with Janelle Grant and Vince in the summer, and I could totally believe Brock going, yeah, I'm getting out before this kicks off. I'm going to step away before this really does, do you know what I mean? Like drag me down. Because he's going to get mentioned in that court case. Because he's mentioned in all of the filings. So he's going to be mentioned in the court case. And it ain't going to be comfortable. It ain't going to be good. So I think, like, to me, it made sense for him to choose to walk away at WrestleMania. I could understand it. I knew that there was rumors that he was going to be sticking around till SummerSlam, but I could understand why he chose now. I'm gonna go. But yeah, of course he came back, so it wasn't that. So I don't know. We're obviously going down a path we were not expecting to go down. Whether that has now changed things or not, we're going to have to wait and see. There's no rumours or anything as to what the future holds. The only thing we can say is John Cena revealed last year in an interview he'd heard that Brock was stepping away in his hometown. And everyone said, well, SummerSlam... I think I've picked up a cold. SummerSlam is going to be in his hometown, and so everyone was like, SummerSlam is where he's going to walk away. So that's where those rumours came from. And then, of course, there was rumours that Gunther was going to be the opponent. Chris said, Daze from the UK, hello. Don't know why my eyes just started watering. Let me just get some water. I think it's the emotion. It's the emotion at the thought of Brock Lesnar retiring again. I hadn't got over it the last time, you know. All of a sudden, my eyes just like, I'll be okay. It'll be okay. We've just got to say goodbye to him one more time. It's funny, actually, because I had a couple of community members on the channel the other day on the members' sides. And both of them like, just not really feeling the Brock thing, which I can really understand. I can understand. I don't really understand why he's come back, because it sort of felt like we did say goodbye. It kind of feels like we've brought him back just so that he can go again. So it feels like a ratings thing. But yeah, it's interesting. There's a fair few out there that are like, not really bothered, to be honest. Okay, Saturday night's main event's going to be starting soon. Corey said tonight's going to be boring. Well, I hope not, but I hope not. Glove said, how's Mama Day? Oh, yeah, she's all right. Thank you. She's okay. Hot. That's how she is. It's been very warm today. We've managed to break the fans out from the storage cupboard. So, yeah, she's a bit... she's feeling the weather at the moment. Okay. I just want a really fun show. I don't expect there to be anything seismic. I don't expect there to be anything earth-shattering. I just really am hoping that we get a show that's like, yeah, man. I'm so pleased that we got that. That's just what I needed, actually. Just a fun show. That's all. Not going to put too much expectation onto it. I've heard the 6-man tag is main eventing, said Matteo. Don't know. Haven't heard any words as to what main eventing. We've been live for 3 hours, so we've not been keeping up with any kind of breaking news or anything. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're in Fort Wayne. Over 10, I think there's over 10,500 actually. Okay, yeah, we're seeing inside the arena, and there's a good amount of people in there. It's a good vibe. We're just looking back at the history. Icons, legends, champions. Saturdays are for main events. Okay. So we just got the open at the moment. Saturday night's main event. Let's go. Said it's Kaz. It's Kaz. Hope you're doing well. Penta, Ethan is going to be opening, says Connor. Well, it's probably not good news for Ethan then. I wouldn't say that was good news for Ethan. Okay. Little bit of a different setup for Saturday night's main event. We got a pretty big entranceway, like, seems quite tall. Unless it's just being a bit deceptive. Yeah, it looks a little different. Nothing crazy. They've done well to shift all these tickets. Okay, so we've done the cold open. We're seeing inside the arena, and it's Rhea that's coming out first. So, I don't know where all these rumors have been coming from. I'm not sure what of the match order, but Rhea is making her way out. So, it looks like we're starting with the 6 women's tag match. Let's get rid of that. Let's do this. Okay, Rhea is making her way down. She's got the championship in her hand. This is obviously better news for Ethan fans, because I think if Ethan was opening up the show, there ain't no way he was winning the belts. I still don't think he wins the belts, but it does become more likely if he's in the main event, in my opinion. Let's get the poll up, see who you lot think's going to be victorious. So, who wins? Who do you think's going to get the win here? Rhea, Charlotte, Alexa, or do you think it's going to be Jade, Michin, and B-Fab? Let's get some polls going. Get some votes in. See what you lot are thinking. As Mommy makes her way down to the ring. Big cheer for Rhea. Obviously one of the most popular superstars. Okay, Wade Barrett, Michael Cole, they are on commentary. We're doing Saturday night's main event. As soon as this show's done, which I think will be in like the next 2 hours, we will go straight over to AAA. They are announcing their new general manager, and it could be someone that we know. We've seen the likes of JBL making it clear he would be interested in that position. I think it is going to be someone that we know. I think it is going to be like someone from WWE. A couple of really good matches on that card as well. So we're going to do that. That'll be an hour. And then we'll do the breakdown. So we will do a breakdown of Saturday night's main event. It's just going to be an hour delayed. Charlotte making her way down. Michael said, all bow down and pay homage to the Queen, Charlotte. You peasants. You talking to me? Show some proper... I mean, I am a peasant, to be honest. Know your role. Charlotte coming down with a robe. Bow down to the Queen. Here comes Alexa. They gave Charlotte quite a bit of an entrance there. Okay, Alexa is coming out. She's got her hands behind her back. Is Lily back there? No, it's not. I didn't know if she was hiding something then. She had her hands behind her back, but no. Okay, Charlotte and Alexa making their way down. They give a heart sign.
Okay, so Charlotte has come down and Alexa has come down. Both women are heading in the ring. I don't really care for this match, but it's nice to see Rhea in action, said Dr. Luch Lala. Well, to be honest, I think what we're going to get here is hopefully just like a big chaotic mess. I'm thinking this is just going to be star power, and it's just going to be fun, chaotic, loads of women getting involved. Rhea kind of coming over and interrupting Charlotte and Alexa's entrance. Rhea came over and just kind of did a bit of that in the background. Okay, well, we've gone big with the entrances. They've had plenty of time for the entrances. Charlotte's kind of got her hair in, like, pigtails, are they? Slightly different hairstyle for Charlotte tonight. With some curls. We've got some curls on the go. So there we go. She looks very nice. Oh, hello, we got some hats. Oh my God, this is the biggest thing that's happened this year. B-Fab and Michin are wearing hats. Jesus Christ, guys. Breaking news. A smooth criminal. Bum 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 dum bum 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 bum. I'm getting Michael Jackson vibe, smooth criminal. Oh! Did he just mention Michael Jackson? What's this match got to do with Michael Jackson? Guys, are they going to start doing the lean? Bum, 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 bum. I can't do it. I can't do it and stay on camera. Hang on. Bum, 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 bum. I'm worried I'm going to fall and smack my head in a sec. It's pretty sick, isn't it? You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Bum, 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 bum. That's as far as I'm willing to go. I've got no idea what's going on, to be honest. All I know is they came down, they reminded me of that, and then I heard Michael Jackson's name get mentioned. Okay. If they really wanted to pay tribute to Michael Jackson, shouldn't there be a lot of kids like crying and running away from them? Oh, a little pat on the backside there by Michin. Yeah, did anyone catch this? Did anyone catch why? We need you in a fedora now, said Dr. Luchalala. Why are we paying attention to what's going on? Is it his birthday or something? Is this where he lived? What's the situation? Michael is from Indiana. Ah. Are we going to pay respect to all the paedophiles? Is that their gimmick? Everywhere they go, they just dress up as the local paedophiles. Allegedly. In fact, he can't sue me. He's dead, so I don't give a flip. Okay. Justice for Macaulay Culkin. That's what I say. Yeah. Justice for Macaulay Culkin. Okay. Tag being made. Alexa comes in. As B-Fab gets slammed down. Alexa takes over B-Fab. Tag being made. In comes Michin. Michin getting inside the ring. Slowly. Few boos there as Michin charges over. I don't think the ring gear is a tribute though, is it? I mean, I'm not getting Michael vibes from the ring gear. Bang. Down goes Michin.
I think he's innocent. Just took advantage of since he was famous, said Dr. Luchalala. I don't know. I don't know the truth. But considering he's not here to defend himself, it means I can get away with saying whatever I want, really. So, he probably did it. Charging him. Still love his music, though. You'll still find me rocking out to Dirty Diana. Okay, Charlotte doing this. Has it got a name? Where she flips these girls over. Kip up there by Charlotte. I do think these pigtail things, they work well for Charlotte. She looks cute. She's back to having fun, says Wade. Yeah, no, I don't like that. I flipping hate that move. That's cartwheel over. Then she has to find her balance. And then she goes into a clothesline. Crossbody there by Alexa. Jade grabs Alexa, grabs her to the outside. Super kick there by Jade. Alexa goes down. It's quite a nice little sell there by Alexa. Charlotte in the ring. Rhea just checking on Alexa. Jade getting in. Jade Jackson. Michael Cargill. Okay, these two in the middle of the ring right now. Charlotte looking at Jade. We've got a big Saturday Night's Main Event logo in the middle of the ring. I'm guessing they couldn't find a sponsor. To the outside goes Jade. Okay, Michin jumps in. Throwing down some shots. Michin with a little bit of mocking. Little bit of mocking. Over in the corner goes Rhea, tag being mates. In comes Michin. B-Fab. Grabbing Charlotte. Charlotte against the ropes. Didn't look as good there. Okay, Charlotte's down, still selling. Okay, they're definitely saving Jade and Charlotte wrestling for a big singles match, said Matthew. Charlotte looks like the worst arts and crafts project ever, says Rob. 1, 2, kick out. I think the hair works well for her. Shot coming in. Over in the corner goes Charlotte. B-Fab, kick to the midsection. I don't know what the chant is. Is that a Let's Go Charlotte chant? Let's go Charlotte. Back elbow there by Charlotte. Hello, John. Hope you're doing well, buds. King Yeti. Hello, bud. Said, B-Fab is good. I've got nothing. Robbie said, tonight's Saturday Night's Main Event is sponsored by ARW Pro. Let's go. Carmen will thank you for mentioning ARW Pro on the stream there, Robbie. Steve Aloberts said that front walkover clothesline would work if she didn't stop before she landed it. It has no momentum when she stops. Good point. Really good point. It is the pause, isn't it? If she just went straight into it and it kind of coming out of it slingshotted her in straight into the clothesline, but it is the it is the hang on, let me find my balance. Okay, clothesline that you do go. Okay, headlock being applied, front face lock here by Michin. Fans are chanting away at the moment. You could hear Alexa say, come on, Charlotte. Charlotte down. Don't forget, next weekend, my friends, we are back with a massive weekend. This is just the flipping... This is the mint that you have at the very start just to cleanse the palate, get ready. This isn't even the starter. Next week, we've got AAA, Mask versus Mask. Bailey's on that AAA show next Saturday. And then on the Sunday, flipping WrestleMania by the looks of it. Clash in Italy. Michin, 1, 2, shoulder up there by Charlotte. Guys, I think Charlotte's wearing a thong. I think I just saw a bit of a thong. That might be breaking news. That might be breaking news. Radiated Zombie said, Daze, what match are we most excited for? It is a thong. What match am I most excited for? Roman Ober is the match I'm most excited for. Here we go. We got B-Fab trying to grab the leg, dragging Charlotte back over. Forearm shot coming in. Charlotte trying to make the tag. Another forearm shot coming in. Tabasco goes, there's the thumbnail. Guys, we got our first OMG moment. Oh, big boot there by both women as Charlotte goes down and B-Fab. Let's go. You're absolutely right. Have you noticed how the Morgan and Morgan logo on the right is slightly skewed? It's not perfectly straight. I don't know if that's just the ring apron is not being pulled taut enough or if it's been printed wrong. The one on the left is perfectly straight. The one on the right has got a kink in it. It's a big distraction. Another distraction is the fact that Rhea's been tagged in. So Rhea's in. Clothesline. Down goes Michin. Another clothesline. Michin goes down. Duck underneath. Spins around. Grabs Michin. Kick to the midsection. Grabs her. Picks her up. Bang! Face first. Michin goes down. Rhea against the ropes. Drop kick. Yeah, lovely hot tag. Pop, 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 pop. Crowd providing some energy tonight as well. Right now, Rhea going over. Into the corner goes Michin. Charlotte. Rhea goes up over to the outside. Forearm shot. Michin goes down. Bang, down we go. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Yep, no joy. Missile drop kick. Okay. Wonder how much it costs to have a logo in the ring, said Snow Clouds. Probably not cheap. I think you're talking thousands and thousands and thousands, of course. Probably tens of thousands. Although, no one's got their logo in there, so I wonder if you could have got a last-minute discount. Could have slapped Wrestling Days in the middle of the... I would never want to do that. I hate all these flipping logos in the ring. Michin trying to get Rhea over. 20 minutes in already. They've given this some time here, haven't they? Michin is up on the shoulders. Oh, Poison Rana. That should do it. I'm flipping, don't you dare. Dude, if you get took backwards and spiked onto your head like this in a poison... Look at it! Dude, a DDT used to put people away. Now we've got Michin driving Rhea back, spiking her on it, and it doesn't finish the match. Mental. What the hell is Michin got to do to put someone away? He's going to have to chop off limbs. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out. Okay, tag being made. Oh, it looks like Alexa is going for Sister Abigail. Doesn't get it. Kick to the midsection. It's been a fun match, this, though. To be honest, I've enjoyed it. 1, 2, kick out. B-Fab is shocking a lot of people with her abilities tonight.
She's been okay. She's been fine. She hasn't stood out as being bad. Right now, Charlotte on the outside of the ring. She wants that hot tag. Hot tag maids. Hot tag maids. Charlotte going up. Crossbody. Down goes B-Fab. Down goes Michin. Crowd are really responding to this, you know. Crowd are lapping this up like kittens with milk. Kip up there by Charlotte. Woos from the crowd. This crowd's here for a good time. It's like a crowd full of Jimmy Harts. Looking for the figure eight. Ooh, Charlotte almost gets knocked into Rhea. Michin knocks into Rhea. Against the ropes. Charlotte upside down gets caught. Styles clash! Styles clash! Styles clash! Oh my God, well that should do it! Styles clash! Don't you dare kick out. 1, 2. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Rhea Ripley breaks it up. Charlotte was not going to kick out. Headbutt there by Rhea. A Styles clash by Michin. Great. And I do appreciate the fact. Shot coming in there by Alexa. Jade's tries to respond. I do appreciate the fact that Charlotte was not kicking out of that. Big boot there by Charlotte. It's craziness in this match, you know. Craziness. Right now we got Alexa and we've got Charlotte. We need to finish this match, girls. Yeah, that probably was not the wisest idea. I mean, you did sort of allow your opponents back in there, so. Okay, everyone's down right now. Rather than put their opponents away, we had to do the love heart thing. Oh, I love that Styles clash moment. I'm really pleased that Charlotte didn't kick out of that. Charlotte is giving a tribute to Rikishi, says Wrestle with Andy. Going over, tag being made. Daze ready to jump out of the screen if Charlotte had kicked out. Well, I've already seen people kick out of Poison Ranas. If we're going to no-sell a Styles clash. Oh, tags made. Here we go. This is the part of the match we've been waiting for. We've got Rhea and Jade. They're going down. This match going down next week. This is a taste of next week. Rhea and Jade. These two faced off at WrestleMania. It was okay, actually. It was okay. Shots coming in there by Rhea. Throwing in some shots. Jade going back, going for a big kick. Headbutt there by Rhea. Looking for the Riptides. Getting her up, driving her down. 1, 2, Michin makes the save. Okay, Charlotte's in. Oh, kick there by Michin. Yeah, I don't think that Rhea can get the win this week. I think we've got to have Jade standing tall because we got that match next week. Big kick coming in there by Charlotte. I don't know how much of that she got. Right now we got Charlotte, we got Rhea. Guys, there's a match going on. Try and beat your opponents. There's a match. There's a match. Okay, well, I mean, if you could do both at the same time, respect. If you've got time to shake hands and also beat up your opponents, then okay, fair enough. Here we go. Right now, we've got Michin, B-Fab, fall away slams. Fall away slams. Okay, guys, can they coexist? It turns out they're the best of friends. Turns out they really like each other. Alexa joins in as well. There's still a match going on, guys. There's still a match. Yeah, you forgot, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you do deserve this. You do deserve this. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would say there's lessons to be learnt there, isn't there? I would say there's lessons to be learnt. If I was a journalist backstage, I would go up to them and I would be like, any regrets? Any regrets from that? If you was to do that match again, would you do it differently? Yeah, imagine being in a match and just forgetting that you're in a match. It is pretty crazy, isn't it? I am done with this Charlotte and Rhea. Beep, said Jack. Well, hopefully that's it now. Can they coexist? It turns out the answer is yes. Turns out they absolutely love each other. They only realised during this match. But it ended up costing them, and now they're all super sad. It is a star-studded night. Coming up tonight, we have got Paige and Brie. We've got Scream Mode taking on Irresistible Forces. So Ruca is going to be in action. She's going to be taking on Becky. Also, we got Vision taking on Street Profits. There is Penta. We've got... that's half an hour gone. We've still got to get 4 matches in, and we've got an hour and a half. They gave that opening match so much time. I think we're going to have to quite quickly get through some of these matches, you know. The ladies are cooking tonight, said Aunt B. Boredom. Jay said that definitely exceeded my expectations. That was a fun match. I'm not a big fan of the finish personally, but it was the bulk of it was pretty fun. Okay, we got Ethan Page backstage. Ethan Page backstage. The spotlight is on the IC Championship tonight, says Ethan. Okay, so they're giving Ethan a chance to speak backstage in an interview. Okay, Soul, is that next? Oh yeah, Becky Soul next. Becky Soul next. Okay, so backstage interview with Ethan. I don't think we've been seeing backstage interviews on Saturday night's main event, so I'm not down on that. And a video package. A video package for Sol Ruca. I bet the nerves are real, aren't they, for Sol Ruca? This is a big, big spotlight for her. She's wrestling Becky at Saturday night's main event. There's been a few slips on the Soul Snatcher, so everyone's going to be looking to see how that Soul Snatcher goes in this match. I hope it goes well. I am a Sol Ruca fan. Not been a big fan of how she's been used in recent times, but I am a fan of her in general. So I hope this goes well. I think she is a great talent. What's up, Daze? Hope you're doing well. And you, Chris. Shout out to you. We've not had any ads yet, said Dr. Lucha. Oh, yeah, that's true. I wonder if it'll be after this. Yeah, that's true, actually. Half an hour in already. You would have expected there to have been something.
Okay, so we're just seeing the video package. As we build towards this match, Soul. Becky, get your thoughts in for the first match. We're backstage with Soul. Do you feel ready? I think the real question is Becky ready? I think Becky's ready, so. She's main evented WrestleMania. I think she's ready. We're here to snatch it, says Sol. Okay, here we go then. Sol Ruca making her entrance. Now we're complaining about not having ads, said Shining Wizards. Oh, I don't think anyone's complaining about not having ads. I think it's a good point that we've not had ads. I hadn't noticed, to be honest. I'd be surprised if there was any complaining about not having ads. Sol Ruca in the ring. Becky doesn't need the title anymore, said Dr. Luchalala. It'd be nice to put Sol over as long as it's a banger, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, it'd be a big, big win for Sol. And it would make sense for Sol to win so that she then earns herself a title match, whether she would win the title. We'd have to wait and see, but to be honest with you, I don't mind Sol falling a little bit short against someone of the caliber of Becky. Again, Becky is like a mountaintop. Okay, we've got Becky coming out of her changing room. Okay, she climbs up some steps. Where's Gorilla? Does she go into Gorilla there? No. Where's Gorilla? We just sort of followed her from her dressing room. There was a platform. She went up some steps and then she seemed to go straight to the stage. So where's Gorilla? Perhaps it's on the other side? I thought she was going to walk through Gorilla. We'd see Triple H and everyone at the screens and everything, but must be on the other side. Becky making her way down to the ring. Let's have a look, shall we? See how what they've got for us here. Becky versus Sol. Okay, Becky holding up that Intercontinental Championship. This is a results business, and the results have not been there. For Sol Ruca, says Wades. Win or go home. Wade's like, oh! He's really exasperated, isn't he? Oh, Becky throws the belt at Sol. We're underway. She throws a shot at Sol, and yeah, this match already getting under. I don't think Jessica's rung the bell though. We know what fast count car is all about. Okay, you lot feeling that first match, scoring it great, 67. So, giving us a strong open. Sol knocks Becky down. Now the bell is sounded. Okay, Sol in control then, picking up Becky. Spinning around and planting her down. Grabbing the leg. Becky in the middle of the ring. Trying to kick out at Soul. Soul going. Springboard. Crossbody. Okay. Lands it. Takes the legs away from Becky. She flips over. Nice kick coming in. Becky over in the corner. Soul Ruca charging in. Soul goes to the outsides. Nice kick coming in there by Soul. Soul springboarding. Just landed a little short, didn't she? Just landed a little bit short. Becky was just I don't know if Becky was a touch behind or if Soul was just a little bit short, but yeah, nice. Kick coming in there by Soul. So, I mean, she's going for big moves, isn't she? I mean, they've really stacked this thing with a lot of big moves, a lot of springboard stuff. Moonsault to the outsides. Becky down. It's all one-way traffic at the moment. Crowd are lapping it up as well because the crowd have been really good tonight. So, going middle rope up. Becky grabs the legs. No, a couple of back elbows. Manhandle slam. No joy. Arm drag there by Soul as Becky goes into the corner. Soul coming over. Grabbing Becky. Shots coming in. Forearm shots coming in there by Soul. Unloading on Becky. Jess is telling Soul to take a step back. Big boot there by Becky as Becky's trying to find a way back into this match. Going for a clothesline. No joy. Kick to the midsection there by Soul. Soul going up middle rope. Oh! Was it a Soul snatch again? I mean, I don't think she got all of it, because if that was a Soul snatcher, I'd... Okay. We've had some shenanigans here. They're not outside... I think if the execution had been a bit better, I could have bought it. But it just looks scrappy. Soul hits the Soul Snatcher on the ref after Beck moves the ref in the way. You can see how in conversation it's like interesting. I mean, I'm grateful it's not outside interference. So, you know, I'm grateful for that. Becky comes back and nails Soul with the championship. Manhandle slam. Soul goes down. Okay, she's going for another manhandle slam. Shots coming in there by Becky. Let's get match scores, shall we? I think Becky was supposed to pull Jess in front of Soul, but it was a mess, said Sally. Yeah, that was what she was doing. I think Soul was going for the Soul Snatcher. But the thing is, if Soul hits the Soul Snatcher on the ref should be out. I mean, that's a move that puts wrestlers away, so... It does make the move look a bit messier that Jess is just on the ground going, oh. It's like she should be dead. She should be out. Michael Cole said he thinks that Becky is running scared. Do you know, I don't remember there being that many problems with the Soul Snatcher. I don't remember it being an issue in NXT. It was just a great looking move. But... every time we see it on the main roster at the moment, just seems off. This was a difficult one, though. You got to say, this was not an easy one for Soul. You know, she was having to do a Soul Snatcher with her target moving. Do you know what I mean? She was having to, like, go for it and try it. It was a tricky one to execute, so...
You know, I'm certainly not being too harsh on her on this, but yeah, I wonder if that first match just had too much time, because this match just felt like it was way too short. Radiated Zombie said, I really wanted to see the match. The ending is bad. DP said, Ruca has botched her move every single time she's tried it. It was the ref that buried the finish, said Hogan Cutter. She botched the finish on Raw. This is the only chance Soul has got to get over, said Hogan Cutter. The ending sucks, said Big Time. It wasn't even 8 minutes, said JoJo. Jennifer said it was doing good until the end. Yeah, I thought the way they'd built the match was a lot of, you know, let's just show Soul. It's all Soul. She's bouncing, springboarding, moonsaulting. We got loads of stuff going on. So it was all like Soul. And I thought, like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of into the way they're... But we said, didn't we? I mean, we did say even before the match, she's been slipping up on the Soul Snatcher. It's going to be very interesting. Everyone's going to watch when it gets to that moment. It's just such a shame that I can't really blame... I don't blame Soul so much for it, because I think that to do a Soul Snatcher when you've got a moving target, like you're trying to get it on Becky, but Becky moves the ref in the way, and there's so many moving parts there. I mean, it did look messy. But... oof. I don't know. It's not the finish I would have gone for personally. But yeah, I think it's interesting though. I think it's interesting because I do agree with people having obstacles put in their way. I mean, what you could do now is you could have Becky saying, no, I'm not defending the belt against you. You haven't earned it. Soul then has to pick up some wins. You know, she'll get a win against Maxine. She'll get a win against Ivy Nile. She'll pick up some wins. Then she can go back to Becky, and Becky's like, no, you haven't beaten anyone that I deem worthy, you know? So then Soul has a big match against, I don't know, whoever, a bigger name. And she gets the win in that. And, you know, then you've got Becky about to say no again. Adam Pearce is like, Becky, Soul has jumped through every hoop that's been put in front of her. You're defending that belt. And then we actually get to a proper... And, you know, if you go that way, it will feel like Soul has earned it. And it will feel like she's worked it out now. And it will feel like those early losses was her just maybe, you know, nerves. She can even say that as well. If Soul Ruca comes out on Monday and goes, I think the nerves have really been getting to me, but I was really feeling it on Saturday. There's a commercial break. That's our first commercial break. So if she comes out and goes, look, it's a big adjustment coming up from NXT, and I think like my nerves at times have got the better of me, but Kathy, Saturday felt different. I was flowing. I felt so good. Like, if we use that as a turning point, I can really get it. I can get into that story. I don't need it to be a case that Soul just wins every match. Like, for me, it's a lot more satisfying if there is a story that we're telling and, you know, we're kind of going down a certain path. But I suppose my concern is that the beatdown... So this was messy. The beatdown after, that might just be that Adam Pearce goes... You know, I'm gonna give you... I saw the match. I saw what Becky did. I saw what she did after. I'm going to give you a title match. And that will feel a little bit undeserved to me if we do that. I'd like for Soul to, you know, get a string of wins together. So, I don't know. We'll see where we go next. I think the reaction to that is going to be pretty poor. I do feel a bit sorry for Soul because I agree with Jennifer. I thought some of the action before we got to that finish was looking pretty good, actually. Triple H said that we're going to do commercials during breaks and not during matches anymore, said Tyler. Well, very good. What time was it? I think it was like 45 minutes in. First break. I'm actually going to write that down for the breakdown because it definitely feels like a talking point. So I need to make notes because obviously as soon as we're done with Saturday night's main event, we're going to go into AAA. So we will do the breakdown, but it is going to be a bit delayed. So I'm going to just make a few notes so I don't forget anything. Okay, apparently up next is Penta and Ethan. So what's main eventing? Are they going the tag match, do you reckon? We did say beforehand if Penta and Ethan don't main event, it would probably make sense to go Vision and Street Profits, because you could have Seth and Braun getting involved. And so you could have the tag titles, the men's tag titles. Plus also, you know, there is a chance of the Street Profits getting the win. Although the bookies did have the Vision as the biggest favourites on the card. So I don't think anyone is necessarily expecting a new champ. But if they're the main event, it increases the chances. So apparently up next, Penta, Ethan Page. That's what the graphics said just before we went to commercial break. Okay, if the women's tag match main events, Nikki is definitely returning, says Matthew. I'm not expecting the women's tag match to main event. I'd be surprised if it's that. It's not impossible. WWE surprises me on a regular basis, so certainly not impossible, but I would be surprised. I feel like Sol should have got DQ'd. I know that Ref Jess doesn't like Becky, but Sol was the one that hit Ref Jess, said Matteo. Yeah, I'm not against the DQ. I mean, I'm not against it. Although, would Ref Jess have felt herself being pulled over, you know? There's an argument to be made there. You could probably do an interview with Ref Jess, which would be interesting. You know, why did you disqualify Sol Ruca? Did you not feel yourself being pulled over by Becky? But if she didn't, if for some reason she didn't feel that it all happened so quickly, then, you know, maybe in her mind she was standing there. Next thing she knows, Sol Ruca's just, you know, planted her, soul snatched her. Oh, they're going to show a replay. So there does... Oh, God, it is botchy, innit? I want to have a look at this replay again. I've actually gone back to the replay again. It looks like she slips on the rope as she goes up, bounces up. Yeah, there does look to be a little bit of a slip there. It doesn't stop her from actually launching into the Soul Snatcher. Oh, she doesn't even rotate. She doesn't. So she actually jumps up, slips. That means she has to jump. And so she's jumping like this. She's meant to have rotated. I don't think she actually ever rotates. Wow. Yeah, no, that could be actually... That could be a real botch by Soul. I need to have a look at it again. I wish I could show you the replay. Okay, she jumps up. So I've got a replay of her jumping up, Soul in the corner, right? So she jumps up. She puts her feet on the middle rope, but the right foot slips off the rope. So what she does is she uses her upper body strength to sort of kick out, right? Now, what she's meant to do in this moment is rotate, but I don't think she does. She actually is like that off the ropes. She has not rotated, right? So she's just kind of got her hands on the rope and she's sort of doing that off the ropes. She has not rotated. She then starts falling down. I'm just looking to see if she ever rotates at any point. She sort of just... It's hard because Becky's in the way, so you can't quite see. No. It looks like she kind of does that and then just sort of crashes to the side. I think what she tries to do is she tries to at least grab a hold of Jess so that as she's coming down, she has not rotated. She hasn't done the rotation.
She's basically just sort of like sprung off the corner, and then she's tried to grab Jess as she kind of goes down. She's messed it up again. She's messed it up. She's not done the Soul Snatcher move. She slipped before she was able to execute it. She's ended up then just sort of coming down. She's tried to maybe save it by grabbing Ref Jess. Ref Jess has sort of had to bundle herself over. And it's another Soul Snatcher that's messed up. And the problem is because it was messed up, and because Ref Jess, like, because she didn't get all of it, I don't think Ref Jess had the confidence then to sort of act hurt, you know? I don't think she had the confidence to sort of be like down, and so then it looks like she hit a Soul Snatcher that didn't really have the desired effect. Yeah, that's... So the other thing as well is we have an announcement that Becky is going to defend the belt. It's what we thought. Nick Aldis has just said you're going to defend the belt in Italy. I don't know, man. It's there was a little glitch on screen as well, momentarily. So it's all been happening. Do you think it could be nerves, said Radiated Zombie? I think it could be nerves, but to be honest, like, she slips. It's her right foot on the rope. So the way the Soul Snatcher works is you go to the corner and then you sort of jump off and rotate. You kind of go under yourself. And then as you're coming back around, you grab and go down. That slip meant that she had to use her upper body to launch herself off. There was maybe still a moment where she could have tucked herself over, but I think the momentum's all wrong, and it just went wrong. Is it nerves? I don't know. It could just be a simple slip this time. I wonder if there is a real stigma being built about that move, because she's tried it a few times and not hit it. But I don't remember there being these issues when she was in NXT. Do you know, I do feel sorry for her, because I think we just need her to hit the Soul Snatcher clean. Do you know what I mean? Let's just have a match. Let's give her the time. So, you know, if Becky is dazed, give Soul the time to just find her feet and hit the move. This was like a really bad time to ask her to do something like this, because I think there is like maybe a few nerves that have built up around the move now, because she's done it like wrong before on the main roster. I think what she needs is she just needs to hit the move correctly a few times during the shows. I think this nonsense of getting Becky to move the ref in the way and all of that, like, I really don't think this was the show to have done that. That's something we can do much further down the roads. I think what Soul needs right now is to just let her find her feet. Let her just get comfortable with hitting the move a few times on the main roster in front of crowds of this size. I don't know what her reaction's going to be like backstage. Don't know. I mean, she's going to know that she didn't hit the move properly. I'm sure everyone's going to be like, "Don't worry about it," all this kind of stuff. And absolutely, they should be. I mean, you know, it's not a massive deal. She will find her feet, but oh, here we go. It's just, if we're going to pull the trigger and put the belt on her, it just doesn't, I don't know, it's hard to get behind it. Okay, we've got the old Madison Square Garden microphones. Lillian Garcia is in there. No entrance thing, no panel with Stephanie, you know. We've seen that where we've had like a couple of, normally it was like Jesse the Body, you know. We didn't need any of that. I've not missed that. I've enjoyed the presentation of tonight, actually, with some backstage segments as well. So it's not just matches. Penta has made his way down anyway. We need to flip in.
Penta versus Ethan. If you believe history, this is the 17th time that it's being defended. And there's only ever been one title change. Let's go, Penta. Loud chants. Okay, we're an hour into the show. It is Ethan versus Penta. And honestly, this match could be really, really good. I think this match is being brought to us by AEW. I think this is a Tony Khan presentation. Right now we got Penta around the back of Ethan. Back elbow there by Penta. Again, back elbow. Penta going over against the ropes. And again. Oh, kick to the midsection by Penta. That was good. That was good. David said it's always the right foot. Is it maybe an injury? I don't know. I've not heard of an injury. I mean, I'm not aware of her wrestling whilst being injured. So, I'm not aware of an injury. I really do understand like how difficult it is to move up from NXT, because I think it's just chalk and cheese. NXT, you're in the same building all the time, in front of the same people. You just get so comfortable. But like, you know, in WWE, you go into all these different towns in front of all these different people. You're desperate to impress, you know. And with her as well, she's got such a high risk, high reward style that, you know, the moves that she's doing are not easy moves. She makes them look easy because she's so good, but, you know, it's not like she's going in there just wrestling normal matches. It's high risk, high rewards, and if there is even just a little bit of hesitation or a little bit of nerves, or even if she's got over that and it was just a slip today, she just needs that period of just have some matches and show what you can do. And, you know, we'll have you do soul snatchers on an opponent that's a bit more dazed, so you can just find your foot in, feel set, and do the move, you know? Rather than having to quickly try and do it because we're trying to move a ref in the way, and like this, it was just not. Do you know what I mean? Like, help her out a little bit. You can see that she's had her struggles. This was not the time for this finish. But hey ho, it is what it is. They can always give her a bit more breathing room next week in Italy if it's just going to be a normal, proper match, you know. Super kick there by Penta. Penta charging over, gets dropped onto the commentary table. Declan, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate everyone that's joining us as we are underway with what could be a real sleeper here tonight. This could be a really, really great match. Okay, right now, on the outside goes Ethan. Penta is down. He went hard into that ring post, didn't he? He went really hard. Flippity-doo-dah. Okay. Into the ring post goes Penta. Ethan Paige in control. Fans are making plenty of noise, which is fantastic. He's really popular, is Penta. I could have seen the logic in having Penta main event close the show. The only thing I would say is that if you're going to do that, it would be nice to have like someone come out, stand in the entranceway and, you know, make it clear what's next. But as like putting the spotlight on Penta, this could have been good for him to like stand tall, hold up the belt, pyro going off, and closing the show with, you know, Penta standing tall. Headlock there by Ethan. They're definitely going to want to get out in 58 minutes because that AAA show is starting and WWE are not going to want to step on that. So they are definitely going to want to make sure that they are out within the next hour. So even though there's not really a need to cut off, there's no schedule or anything, they're not on TV, they're on Peacock, they're on YouTube, there's nothing that's following them, they are going to want to get out in an hour. Ethan throwing in a kick there. We're back in the ring. Ethan in control. 2. Shoulder up. The crowd have had to put up with Carmen running around town, shilling for ARW Pro for years. It's nice to have some real wrestling there, said Shining Wizards. It's true. This is the Hammond, Indiana Civic Center, I believe. Is that where we are? This is where they do regular ARW Pro shows. I think they get about 10,000 each week. Forearm shot coming in. Billy said Ethan has got all the tools to be at the top of the main roster as the next Miz, said Billy. Kick coming in there by Penta. I like Ethan. It took me a little bit of time to warm to him because when he first came in, I was not a fan of how they booked him, but yeah, I've grown like really warm to him the more that I've seen him in NXT. It's the same struggle I've got with Soul at the moment. I really like Soul, but I don't like the booking at the moment. I can't say I'm going to be rooting for her next week. She's lost every match, but yet she still gets a title opportunity, and it's like, I don't know. I'd like to have seen her get some wins and get some momentum. Penta goes over the top and lands on Ethan. Okay, so Ethan down, Penta down. To be honest, Soul's trying to do more intricate things and more eye-catching things than even Penta's been doing so far. Referee counting as both are on the outsides. In the ring goes Ethan, Penta. Climbing up. Penta up in the corner. Looking for a big crossbody. Wow. He did get it, but he kind of landed on Ethan's head. It was that high. He's charging. Yeah. Big boot there by Ethan. No. Penta stumbles back. Still got 2 matches to go. Oh, big chop coming in there by Penta. I don't think the women's tag will have loads of time. I think the main event will. Shot coming in there by Penta, and again, shot coming back to the midsection by Ethan. Penta to the outside. Chop coming in there by Penta. Coming in. Oh, he got it. Just. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. 1, 2, shoulder up. Penta springboard into a DDT. Look good. Doc said, this is actually the first one-on-one between Ethan and Penta. Is it really? That's interesting. My knowledge of, like, if they've competed in AEW against each other is obviously very limited. So I'm not sure. So it's worth knowing. Loud Penta chants. I think the crowd have been good. Back elbow. Back elbow again there by Ethan. Ethan in the corner. Penta charging in. Big boot there by Ethan. Kick coming in there by Ethan. Ethan scoops up. Drives down Penta. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. I'm going to heat up some leftovers. I've got some glazed chicken and herb potatoes. Oh, Jennifer, lovely. Matteo said, I feel bad for Soul. Week after week, she'll botch something. Whether it's a promo or a move, it's sad to see. She'll be okay. She'll be okay. She's just going through a bit of a rough period. This is where she just needs that ring time. She just needs to be able to hit these moves and feel comfortable and get comfortable, and like that's what she needs. I don't know if putting her onto the Italy card next week is going to be the right move, to be honest. But if if they're going to do that match, I would really hope that they just let her breathe, you know? Don't need to rush her. If she's going to do a soul snatcher, no shenanigans. Let her hit the move. Let her find her feet. Have Becky dazed in the ring. Like, make sure Becky's beaten down. Have Becky standing, but just really out of it. Let Soul find her footing. Hit the soul snatcher. Like, just make everything, just give it the time it needs. And just, you know, it'll be a good match. They were doing well, actually, until we got to that finish. I just think they're asking a little bit too much of Soul for where she is right now. Kick coming back there by Penta, so she'll be okay. She'll be okay. Ethan with a super kick. Super kick coming back there by Penta. Forearm shot there by Ethan. Both kicking out at the same time. And again, they both go down. That was an interesting spot. Both kicking out at each other, both going down at the same time. Crowd have been good. There's a slight "this is awesome" chant. It's there. It's there. You can definitely hear it. Penta in one corner. Ethan getting up to his feet. Ethan coming over. Super kick coming in there by Penta. Oh, Ethan goes down. 1, 2, shoulder up. Okay. Right now, Ethan grabbing Penta. Confidence breaker. I'd want to see what actually didn't look that impactful to me. He only got 2 out of it. Didn't feel like he was going to win with that. Oh, Penta driver. 1, 2... Kick out by Ethan. Yeah, fair play to Ethan kicking out of that, though. Penta driver. Look good. Yeah, he has... looks like Ethan's still got a bit of life in him. Kids in the front row clearly supporting Penta. Going through it there. They were like, ah. Right now, Penta backing over to the corner. Calling for that Mexican destroyer. Penta has got it. Ethan's got it scouted. Knee to the midsection. Penta goes back. Crowd have been really, really good. They're right with the action, you know. Shot coming in there by Penta. It's been a fun watch. It's been an easy watch. Shot coming in there by Penta. And again... Penta has got Ethan in the corner. Ethan just reaching out, trying to grab a hold of the mask. He's pulling at that mask. 1, 2, Penta kicks out. Do you know, you don't see that, actually. Avalanche slams, where you've just, like, got them on your shoulder and you drive them down off the corner. Yeah, not a move that we tend to get. I'd like to see that move putting some people away, actually. It looks pretty good. Off the corner, avalanche slam. Bang. That could be a really good signature move. Right now, he's going over. He's trying to get that turnbuckle pad off. Top turnbuckle is now exposed. Ethan chucks the turnbuckle pad away. He's exposing the other one as well now. Chucks that one away. Penta goes into the corner. Why is the referee faffing around? 1, 2. Penta kicks out. Referee faffing around with the turnbuckle pads. Right now, Penta trying to... it's Ethan that goes into that exposed turnbuckle. Middle rope into the Destroyer. Penta gets it. That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. Penta retains. Yeah, do you know, the crowd were really good there. Crowd were really into that. I think it's a pretty fun match, to be honest, and few shenanigans with exposed turnbuckles. Really nice finishing sequence with Penta hitting that Destroyer. It was good. It was good. That was good. I like that avalanche slam. I'd like to see that putting some people away for Ethan in the future. That was good. And yeah, turnbuckles being exposed. Lots of shenanigans. Bang, straight in, but still. Referee faffing around. But it is a win. Let's get the poll in, shall we? See what you lot thought. Sweet match, but Ethan should have won, said LS Dub. Hello, LS Dub. Hope you're doing well, buds. Penta. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, we're going backstage. We got Kathy K. The women's tag match is supposed to follow that. Yeah. This is where Brie and Paige are going to shine. Well, I think it's this one next. This was never supposed to happen, says Paige. But here we are. So Paige said this was never meant to happen. Yeah. So women's tag titles next. Okay, well, what does that mean for the top titles, for the tag titles, the men's ones? I mean, it does increase the chances of Street Profits winning those if they're closing the show with them. But I think Bron Breakker, Seth Rollins coming down, getting involved is probably what I'm expecting. Shenanigans, champs retain. Bit of drama between Montez and Seth. Something along those lines. Vision in the main event. I'm so glad I stuck around. Not, said Robbie. Brie and Paige lose. Nikki returns. And the Bellas beat up Paige, said Denham. Okay, we've gone back to commercial break. Okay, we're at commercial break. I think this is just our second commercial break. There hasn't been many, has there? Fair play. Heel Page, I want it now, says the one. Connor said, do we expect Becky will more than likely retain? Well, I think there's a chance that Sol Ruca wins. It seems like what we're doing is we're presenting Sol as being a hard worker. You know, she's not had things quite going her way, but she's managed to get into this title match. She was looking good in the title match. Looked like she was, I don't want to say on track to win it, but she was certainly looking the better. And then, of course, you know, Becky pulls the ref in the way. That results in a DQ. As a result, now it means Sol gets a title opportunity. And I don't know. I think she's got a chance of winning it. It's not the story I would have told. It's not the direction I would have gone. But I think she's got a chance. I think she's got a chance. I'm going to be back when AAA is on, said Robbie, because I don't care about the rest of the show after Ethan lost. Billy said, Daze, what time are we starting the stream next weekend? Oh, I don't know, but I normally like to have a look at like when the kickoff shows are and all that sort of stuff, and haven't done any of that at this point. So, yeah, at the moment, I'm not sure. I think whenever the countdown show starts, I always like to try and go at least an hour or two before that. So, yeah, it'll probably be quite early. I mean, it's in Italy as well, so again, what does that do to the times? Because we're in a completely different country, so yeah, I haven't even begun to look at that yet. Oh, apparently it's 2 p.m. Eastern that Clash in Italy starts, so that will be 7 p.m. UK time. There's probably an hour, 2-hour countdown show. So that means that we'll be starting maybe 5 p.m. Then I always like to start a couple of hours before. God, it's going to be early, mate. It's going to be early. We could be starting around about 10 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday next week, depending on how long the countdown show is. I always like to start a few hours before because I always like to just have a chat and, you know, kind of chuck a few thoughts and theories around. And obviously the countdown show kind of gets in the way a little bit. People obviously want to keep an eye on that in case something big goes down. Very rarely does anything of note actually happen, but yeah, I always like to start a few hours before. Do we think WWE has given up on Lyra? She used to be in Soul Spot. No, I don't think they've given up on Lyra. I just think that with so much new talent that's kind of been brought in, we just had to move Lyra out the way momentarily. I don't think they've given up on her. But I think they did need space for Julia, for Stephanie. You know, Roxanne obviously came up around that same time. We've obviously brought up Fatal Influence recently. We're trying to invest in Jade Cargill as well. Like, we've really pulled the trigger on Jade. So I just think there's women that they have identified that they do want to sort of highlight. And Lyra's just not in that mix right now. But it doesn't mean that they've given up on her and that's it. You know, it just means that as of right now, there are other women that we're just trying to do some work with. She'll come back into the folds. They'll find a way of bringing her back. It might be in the tag division at first. But then, you know, once they're happy that they've done everything with Bayley and Lyra as a team, then obviously it'll be time to start like a single story. And so on, so on, so on. Like, she's going to be a player in the division. She will be someone that they can use, and she's very good, she's very reliable. There's lots of interesting matches for her as well to have. But yeah, I think like the landscape just meant they needed her to just move out the way momentarily. I wouldn't really read anything more into it than that. If they didn't like her, they could have cut her, couldn't they? They just released a load of people. So if there was any kind of problem, they could have released her, but obviously they were not going to do that because I think they do value her. I think they do like her, and I don't think we've really even started with her yet. Paige is 33. Thank goodness for this nostalgia tour. These girls are busting their asses week after week. No time, no end. They are here. And they are not here for a tour, but to do what they love and be great at it. Enough with the age and nostalgia tour BS. It's old. Let's go, Brie and Paige. Show them how it's done. That is a message from Nikki Online. Nikki Online not loving this nostalgia tour stuff. So there we go. I guess I'm so good at winning that I win for other people now. Sucker Soul Ruca couldn't beat me. She hit an official referee. We must stop this corruption. A message from Becky Lynch online as well. Right, we've got Irresistible Forces making their way down to the ring. We will be doing we will be doing a breakdown for Saturday night's main event. We're going to do it, though, after AAA. As soon as this show ends, which should be in about 30-odd minutes. As soon as Saturday night's main event ends, we're going to be sticking around doing AAA. That'll be on for an hour, and then we'll get to the breakdown. So, a couple of comments online by Becky and Nikki. Get your thoughts in for that last match, because we need to get the scores. Here comes Brie. Irresistible forces already in the ring as we go into match number 4. And here's Paige. Primo! Bum, 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 bum. They're not calling them Scream mode. It doesn't say that on their nameplate. It just says Paige and Brie. Doesn't say it on the graphics either. In fact, all the graphics as they come down are Paige's graphics. It doesn't give me confidence that this team are going to be together for a long time. Because the way they do the entrances is we do Brie's when she comes out, and then we do switch to Paige's. But it means that as they make their way down to the ring, it's all Paige graphics. I think they should embrace the Scream mode name because I like it. I think let's go with that. Let's go with that with graphics and everything. Thought they would come to the ring in old lady scooters, said Edith. Oh, don't say that to Nikki. She'll be very upset. Okay, I'm going to call them Scream modes versus Lash and Nia. I'm no good at spelling irresistible. Okay. We've got Lillian. Lillian's looking lovely, by the way. She's got a big smile on her face. She loves being part of this. And she's got a good voice for announcing as well. It's so effortless. But she's still got it. I bet it's so exciting for her when it's time for Saturday night's main event. It's the only show we tend to use her on these days. Okay, here we go then. The Tag Champs getting their intro. Let's end this poll. Okay, you lot said that last match was great, so we got back on track. You said it was, wow, you really enjoyed it. You said it was great, 73. Okay, it makes it the best match of the night, Ethan against Penta. Our opening match was great, 67. Becky Soul, good 64. Becky Soul not quite delivering. Okay, I do like this show, though. I do like the fact we've had plenty of backstage moments. We've had much less commercial interruptions. I think it's been... There's been some really fun action as well. I think, you know, we've seen some struggles out of Paige and Brie because I think ring rust. And obviously, they're not used to teaming together as well. So I think it would be wise to keep this on the shorter side. Tag being made. Lash is in. Lash trying to charge over to Brie. Shots coming in there by Brie. She gets pushed back. Comes over, lands on her feet. Goes for a big boot, no joy. Tag being made, in comes Paige. Lash has got Paige, she's got Brie. Right now, maybe going, getting planted. Paige screams out, "This is my house." Going for the cover, kick out, not even a 1 count there. Went for the cover on Lash. No joy. Big kick coming in there by Lash as Paige is down. Lash throwing in some big shots. 1, 2 count. It has been a pretty solid show so far, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, right now we got Lash. Shoulder tackle there by Lash. Paige gets back up again. She's keeping a hold of the arm. Down goes Paige again. Against the ropes goes Lash. Looking for a big splash. It's a splash from Lash. As Paige manages to kick out. The moves are a bit clunky, said Rob. This is already boring, said Connor. Paige is definitely rusty, said Radiated Zombie. I feel like they've put her in this team to get her reps before a singles run, said Radiated Zombie. Rambling Stoner said Sol and Becky didn't want to give away too much this week. If the finish was cleaner, the match would have been rated better. Next week in Italy, they're going to have a great match, said Rambling Stoner. Over against the ropes. Chop coming in. Becky goes down. Daze, imagine if Fatal Influence interfere, says Connor. Well, it's always nice to see Fatal Influence, but I don't need shenanigans, honestly. I'll take a clean finish. I'll take Irresistible Forces winning. I'm not bothered. I'll take a clean finish over outside interference. So I reached my zenith with that yesterday. Right now we got Nia in control against Paige. Right now Paige in the corner, tag being made. In comes Lash. Big shot coming in there by Lash. Paige in the middle of the ring. Goes over into the corner. Lash coming over, grabbing Paige. It's one-way traffic at the moment. Big clothesline. Paige goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Paige. I don't like you. Lash just said to the ref, I don't like you. It's meant to be 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I don't like you. We need more of that. We need more heels telling referees they don't like them and then doing that hand gesture. Full Nelson is in. Paige trying to find a way of getting back up to her feet. Shots coming into the midsection. This has been a great crowd tonight, said Wrestle Rants. We'll get all the outside interference you can handle in the main event, said Jeremy. You're probably right, buds. It's going to be outside interference overload. Okay, Paige is over against the rope. She's in the wrong part of town. This match would still be terrible if it was 2K26, said the nerd upstairs. Well, it's pretty simple booking so far, isn't it? The heels just absolutely dominant. Paige and Brie struggling with the size of Nia and Lash. It does feel like there's going to be a moment where they're going to start coming back into it, though. But, yeah, at the moment, there's not loads to get excited about. It's just the heels very much in control as Lash is in the ring. Charging over. Here we go. As top rope is pulled down there by Paige. Lash goes to the outsides. Paige trying to get over and make the tag. Lash on the outsides. Brie reaching out. Lash grabbing the leg. She's making the tag. In comes Nia. Kicks coming in there by Lash. Nia is in. Paige in the corner. Oh, shoulder first. Paige trying to get over to make the tag. Here comes Brie. Brie with a missile drop kick. Down goes Nia. Brie is coming over. Bang! Kick coming in. And again, throwing in the yes kicks. So the tag made. Brie in. Crowd are joining in. Chanting away as those yes kicks land. Against the ropes. Big knee. Nia down. Hot tag in. Baby faces in control as Nia kicks out. To be honest with you, I haven't seen loads that's been off in the match. Headbutt there by Nia. We have had some matches out of Paige and Brie where it's really been clunky and there's maybe a few bits at the start, but by and large, it's just been one-way traffic, really. It's been all the heels. Big splash there by Lash. I mean, really, if Lash is going to jump off that middle rope and land on someone the size of Brie, yeah, I agree with Michael there. She should have gone for the pin. She's trying to ragdoll Brie. Leg drop coming in. Boom, gets it. 1, 2. Okay. Paige with a drop kick. Lash goes into Nia. It was a little bit convoluted, but it did end up breaking up the pin. Okay, right now we got Brie trying to get over. I will say there's a lot of work being put into this. Brie just sort of stumbled over with her hand out there. She didn't even like jump and dive like you would normally see. She just sort of like stumbled over to make the tag. Okay, Paige manages to get the pin and get the win. So, champs retain. It was okay. I didn't find myself on my edge of my seat, absolutely loving it. It was okay. It's not the... It's one of the better matches, actually, that I've seen from Paige and Brie, that. Let's get your thoughts, though. Probably still seen as a bit of a sleeper. Well, I don't know. Let's see. From the chat, I'm not sensing people were losing their minds. So a little bit of cheating in there as well, with Brie just sort of helping to get the pin. So I'm not against that. I'm not against shenanigans. Paige and Brie. Moving on. We got 25 minutes. One more match to go. Thanks for joining us, says Michael. Well, thanks for having us, Michael. We're off to Europe for a few weeks. Let's go. Yeah, it is early. Don't forget that. Clash in Italy, 2 p.m. Eastern. It's early next Sunday. Don't go rocking up later thinking that you're going to be able to watch it at a normal time. We're in Italy. Tribal combat. The loser must acknowledge the tribal chief. Motor City Machine Guns are no longer in WWE, but we've got Nia Jax representing the tag division. That tells us everything we need to know, said Rav Stars. We upgraded. We upgraded. We don't have DIY. We don't have Motor City Machine Guns, but we do have Brie and Paige. And we do have Nia Jax. What the hell is this music? I feel like I'm at a rave. Bebop. Yeah. go. I don't know if this is a wrestling show or a rave night that's going down next week. Let's go. It's pumping me up, though. I'm ready to go. It's very good for doing, like, aerobics. It's probably the most workout I've done this year. Okay, main event then. Not the main event that many of us were expecting. It is going to be Vision against Street Profits. Oh, no, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Whew. Dudley's, Heart Foundation, Money Incorporated, Rockers, Hardys, Usos, Natural Disasters, Harlem Heat, Bushwhackers! Bushwhackers getting a show in. Oh my God. Let's go. Demolition. Some lovely video footage here from back in the day. They're making this out to be a big deal, aren't they? This video package talking about tag team championships. It didn't feel like that big of a deal in the build. Screen Mode versus Irresistible Forces. Okay, we're backstage with the Vision. Jose said, you got to be kidding me, trying to hype up a division that WWE hasn't cared about in 10 years. Yeah, but that's it. We're back. We're back now. That was it. We are so back. People are excited about Oba Brock being made official. I don't think there was any... I didn't really have any doubt about it, but there's lots of excitement online as people are like, it's official! Breaking news! Sort of thought, yeah, I sort of presumed it was happening. Brie mode activated. Yes. Brie modes. There we go. The women standing tall. Everyone's talking about it. It's not just me talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. We got Vision. Just saying a few words. I think we're about to go maybe to one more commercial. One more advert. If the Profits lose, I think we see Montez leave for a singles run. Pushing Up Daisies said they've put Theory in another main event. They're never going to learn. It's main event Theory. It's main event Theory. That's where he lives now. He lives in the main events. I'm super happy with the commercials for this event. Yeah, that's a big dub. That is a big, big dub. The way they've done the commercials, and it feels like there's less of them as well. That is a big dub. They deserve a lot of praise for that. Seriously, though, with 20 minutes left, said Jennifer. Jennifer! That's the wrong attitudes. We're praising them, yeah? They've waited in between matches. We've had uninterrupted matches. We've had some backstage stuff. I think they've got the balance right. Yeah? Don't come around here with your negativity. Yeah? You're meant to go. Fair play. Respect. Dr. Luchadala said, I don't understand what Triple H sees in constantly pushing the Vision in the main event. To be honest, I think it's just going to be a case that we're going to have Braun, Seth. I would imagine they're getting involved. So having them in the main event is just a way of kind of bringing them into the main event as well, you know? It was that, or you just have Penta win and stand tall. So I think he's probably looked at it and gone, let's have the Vision in the main event with the Street Profits. I mean, look, if the Vision just retain and we don't get any outside interference, I will also be a bit confused. But I am wondering if this means we get Seth and we get Bron Breakker and we get all of that stuff. Seth interference is going to cost the Profits. And then we're going to run the same story we did on Raw for the last 3 weeks, said Jose. Might have nailed it there, bud. Might have nailed it there. Flame Fist said, yes, Daze, let's keep it positive. Yeah, guys, you need to be more like me. You need to be more like me. Captain Positivity. I was going to say Positivo, and I was like, oh, does that sound bad? But no, it's okay. But I'll go Captain Positivity. That's me. That's my new identity. Broccoli said, if we add them all getting involved, we're definitely getting Vision retain. I think so. Yeah. Hogan Cutter said, the Vision being in the main event alone means they should not have a problem beating the Profits without interference. Welcome to WWE. This must be the first time that you're watching a match without outside interference. To be honest, the last match didn't have outside interference, but there was shenanigans. Yeah, we still had to have Brie helping to cheat. Penta Ethan, we had to have the turnbuckles exposed. Becky Soul, we needed to move the referee in the way. Six Women's Tag, there was no shenanigans apart from the fact that the women just forgot they were in a match and they all started hugging each other mid-match, right? Why can't we just have a match where there's no shenanigans and it's just the better person won? Do you know what? Maybe we're going to get that now. Perhaps that's what we're going to get. Perhaps the better team are just going to win. Sure. Sure thing. Sure thing, Boomer. The Beach Kevin said, Daze, don't forget, Raw after Clash in Italy is also an early start. Where is it? Where's it going to be? Where is Raw after Clash in Italy? Because that's on the Sunday, isn't it? Are we still in Italy for that? I'm going to look. So, we are in London in June. Oh, lovely. Clash in Italy. Is in Italy. Turin. Yeah, so Raw is in Italy. Where's SmackDown? SmackDown's in Italy? Oh. So, SmackDown is in Barcelona, next SmackDown. Then we go to Italy on Sunday. We're in Italy again for Raw, and we're still in Italy for the SmackDown. Follow him. Then we're in France for Raw. Yeah, we're in Europe till the 8th of June. So we're sticking in Europe for a little bit. We're going to have a few Raws and SmackDowns. That's going to really mess up times, isn't it? That's going to really mess up times. Well, there we go. And actually, in late June, we go back to the UK. We've got a Raw and a SmackDown at the O2 in London at the end of June. So, and then at the end of June, we're in Saudi Arabia for the, lols. Although there are rumours tonight that we are very, very, very close to an agreement. I don't know if you've seen that, but Trump says that a deal is pretty much done, largely negotiated. So there could be some good news coming. Trump says Iran deal largely negotiated, including reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Had a very good call. An agreement largely. There's probably just like a major stumbling block though, isn't there? Oh well, I hope that gets sorted. I'm sure the wrestlers hope that gets sorted. Street Profits have made their way down. Street Profits versus Vision. Daze, when do we think the new NXT faces will start catching fire and clicking? We're in a situation where NXT for the foreseeable future, PLEs and road episodes are postponed. I think that NXT is fine. I think NXT is going through a bit of a refresh. It happens a lot. This is a bit bigger than what we would normally see. But I think it's fine. I really don't have any concerns with NXT. Vision coming out. With Paul Heyman. I want them to be safe over there, said Christine. Yeah, definitely. Iran will break the deal, said Spawny Boy. Well, fingers crossed. I hope that it works out. Okay, Logan coming down. Theory coming down. There's Logan Paul suck signs. Fire Logan Paul signs. There's a lot of Fire Logan Paul signs. They're all in the front row. I feel like, has WWE handed those out? Why would all those first few rows all have those signs? Reminds me of when we had like a Cesaro section. All these rows have got these signs. I suppose someone could have printed them and brought them themselves. Okay, main event then coming up. We need to end the poll. The SmackDown at the O2 is the Tuesday one, said Max. Oh yeah, that's strange. I've heard that they're just going to show that normally. I don't know if that's going to air live on Netflix. I'm still a bit confused about that. Okay, you lot said that was good 83 for Scream Mode against Irresistible Forces. It has been a mixed bag tonight. We've had 2 great matches and 2 good matches. One of the good matches being very, very low. Becky Soul, good 64. We know the reasons why for that. Okie dokie. Here we go then. Main event time. Okay, loud boos. I feel like people are playing into WWE's hands and they don't even realize it. I feel like people are being worked here and they don't even see that they're being worked. You know, if you really don't like Logan Paul, the best thing you can do is just not react. If you're going to be taking these signs and kind of doing this whole Fire Logan Paul thing, like, that is exactly what WWE want. They want that heat. They want that noise. They want Logan to get this big reaction whenever he comes out, you know? So all that song and the reaction to the song and the Fire Logan Paul stuff and everything, it's exactly playing into WWE's hands. It's exactly what they want. I do wonder if WWE printed those signs and left them on the seats so that people would hold them up when Logan came out. If so, you can really see that they're farming those reactions, you know? And now look at what we've got now. Now we've got the fans chanting Fire Logan Paul, which again, they're going to be lapping it up. Okay, we're starting with Montez and Theory. We've got Logan sucks chants. Theory is covering the ears of Logan. Ellis Dub said WWE have successfully kayfabed that Logan go away heat. Any go away heat now will be internally just written off as being true heat. It is true. And they're having fun with it as well, aren't they? I mean, the fans aren't just booing Logan now because they hate him. They're booing and he's like reacting to it. They're saying like, you suck, fire you, and all this. You got Logan holding over his ears, and you know, you can see the kids probably having some fun with that, and they are, as you said, turning that heat, which is like, get him off my screen, I'm not interested, into banter, into a bit of fun, into part of a show that you can join in with. So, I mean, like, for me, if kids are going and they're having fun with it, that's just good to see. You know, I think you'd have to be pretty bitter to see kids going to wrestling, having a good time and being down on it. You know, I mean, I don't feel that. If the kids are going and chanting and having fun, great. That's what it's all about. So, great. But the point still has to be made that if you genuinely don't like Logan, joining in with these chants is not really the thing that you should be doing. If he was coming out to crickets and silence, that's the much better, more effective way to send the message. But he isn't. He's coming out to noise. As the tag's made, Logan comes in and the crowd boo. Steve said those signs are handed out by WWE. Casuals in the crowd won't see the difference between go away heat or good heat, so they just boo regardless. Yep. It is interesting to watch the presentation of Logan, someone that does generate that go away heat. It is interesting to see how they are using that and working with that. You can see Theory sort of mocking the crowd as they continue to boo Logan with a shoulder tackle. Kip up there by Montez. Montez goes into the corner. Logan charges in. Montez with some gymnastics. Okay. Arm drag. And again, a couple of arm drags by Montez. It's good to see Montez, isn't it? It's good to see Montez. Big cheer by the crowd as Montez gets the better of Logan. Logan comes in. Drop kick there by Montez. Another drop kick by Montez. Theory goes down. Tag being made. In comes Dawkins. Logan against the ropes. Logan goes down. Right now we got Theory. He gets smashed into Logan. Wow, I've only just noticed the time. We've only got 5 minutes. I didn't realise we had such little time left. Clothesline. Shot coming in. I think some of the Logan hate is forced, said Geordie, and unnecessary. For as much as he could be arrogant and has done some bad things, it wouldn't be dislike some wrestlers who are still liked. It wouldn't be dislike some wrestlers who are still liked. Don't know, you have to flesh that last bit out for me. Okay, they're walking. Vision have decided to walk away. Right now, we got shots coming in. Jabs coming in there by Dawkins. Fighting on the outside. Logan goes in the ring. Right now, Dawkins throwing Logan over into the corner. Dawkins collides him. Who won the women's tag? It was Champs retained. 1, Dawkins, 2, shoulder up.
Okay, Dawkins is in with Logan, so they went and grabbed them, stopped them from walking away. We're into the final stages of the match and of the show. Big boot coming in there by Dawkins. Shot coming in as Theory goes down. Uppercut there by Logan. Shot coming in as Logan takes down Montez as well. The titanium loaded right fist. So Logan is all over Montez right now. Logan sucks chance. Heyman is sat slumped against the commentary table, just looking out at the crowds as Logan flashes the guns. Metal Mama said this match has been fun. I think the comment meant unlike some wrestlers, says Ian. As in, there are plenty of other wrestlers who have been known to be bad people or done things, but are still liked and appreciated by fans. Logan with a big splash. Double underhooks. Down goes Dawkins. Theory, 1, 2. No joy. Shining Wizard said, why does everyone want the show to end? AAA. AAA starts in a couple of minutes. I really don't think they're going to want to step on that. Okay, butterfly suplex. Dawkins down. Stomped there by Theory. Shot coming in again. There were years when it was hard to watch WWE, and at the stage, we're at that stage again. The crazy part is that when they were bad in 94, 95, they had bad talent. How are they bad now with great talent? Well, I think they just, they, for various different reasons, struggle to let the talent just put on great matches during the shows. Seems like, in a way, they sort of handcuff them. It's more important that they get some spots in and go to a commercial break. Do you know what I mean? And, what they worry about that sort of stuff, more so than let's just go out there and have a PLE-type banger. And that's what you just want, really. I mean, so much outside interference. And, I think the action has actually been a lot better on this show than it has on a Raw or a SmackDown. It seems like we've allowed it to breathe a bit more. It doesn't feel like it's been as formulaic, like we've had to worry about throwing to a commercial break. So, the opening match got a really good score. Middle match got a really good score. I'd imagine this match is going to get a decent score. Shots coming in there by Theory. So I think, they are their own worst enemy, to be honest. WWE, the way they structure the shows. And I think a night like tonight knows that they are capable of better, because I think overall it's been a pretty fun show. Back elbow there by Theory. AAA has got Dom dancing naked. AAA is starting now. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. You'd think that they would have got out. Big boot coming in. Are you doing an opinions video? Yeah, we'll do one. Logan comes in. Goes through the ropes to the outsides. AAA has started. Connor said, are we not getting Seth? Well, we're not getting anything at the moment, but they're still going with this match. I wonder if time-wise they've run over. Okay, Theory dragging Dawkins over. The crowd have been very good tonight. Crowd have been making plenty of noise. Shots coming in there by Logan. Dawkins goes down. Dawkins goes over into the corner. Tag mates. In comes Theory.
Logan goes into the corner as Dawkins moves out the way. They love this spot. I've seen that on a regular basis now where, like, someone goes for a net breaker and he, like, DDTs his own own partner. Tag being made there by Dawkins. Montez going up. Montez with a big back elbow. Throws in a shot. Logan goes down. Clothesline. Reversed over the other side. Duck underneath. Clothesline. Down goes Theory. Okay. It's okay to openly advocate for a wrestler to be fired, said Glock Ness. Bang, down he goes. Montez, 1, 2, no joy. Okay, this match, I can't believe this match is going on, man. It's pretty crazy to me that you haven't, like, worked harder to sort of get out. Okay. Logan comes in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on AAA. Logan sucks chance. They're just taking their time. They've got a load of people in the ring in AAA. Montez in the corner. Logan goes to the outside, trying to roll up Theory. 1, 2. Kick out by Theory. Back elbow there by Montez. Montez lands on his feet. Theory. They sort of got something from it, as Michael said. Not pretty. Suicide dive. Right now, we've got Montez going up. Down goes Theory, looking for a cover. 1, 2, and Logan makes the save. Okay, come on. Honestly, the AAA GM is probably JBL. Spawny Boy said it's because the first match went over. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Okay, forearm shot there by Logan. Kick coming in there by Montez. Dawkins going for a clothesline. VA5 said this match is definitely delivering. Montez going over into the corner, over the top to the outside. Lands on Logan, lands on Theory. Here's Bron Breakker. Okay, here's the new general manager. Okay, I think they're going to announce the new GM on AAA. I'm keeping an eye on both at the moment. Okay, I think Heyman just getting involved in this main event match. I don't think they want to make this announcement until people are tuned in, until Saturday night's made. They're really stretching it out. Shot there by Logan. Montez goes down. Bron ate that table. Dawkins goes over, lands on Logan. Okay, Theory gets it. Good. Theory gets it. End of the match. Yeah, I really don't. I wonder if they've stalled. I wonder if AAA have stalled. I'm keeping an eye on. So Vision have retained. Okay, they're just showing a replay of the end of Saturday night's main event, of the main event of that. Okay, here we go. They're about to reveal who the new general manager is. Oh, is it Ray? I think it's Ray. Okay, Rey Mysterio is coming out. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a big name. I knew it was going to be something that was going to make some real waves. Rey Mysterio has come walking out on AAA as the new general manager. I don't think JBL is happy at the fact he's not going to be the general manager, but... yeah, there we go. I wonder what this means for Ray. Oh, it's big news, man. It's big news. So, Rey Mysterio comes walking out on AAA, makes his way down to the ring. Dominic is not happy about it backstage. This is a bigger mistake than the gobbledygooker. Okay, Bron Breakker lays out the Street Profits. Saturday night's main event is still going. This is crazy, isn't it? Crazy that they can't flip and work this out. You can't even work out how to end one show in time for one of your other shows. Yeah, look, it's got general manager on the thing. It's happening. Rey Mysterio is the new GM. Bron doing Bron things. Is he going to retire right now? I don't think so. That would be crazy. Okay, we're just listening to what Ray has got to say right now. Today, I return as a general manager. It's a shame because Ray normally does the translations for us, doesn't he? Ray in the ring right now, talking to the fans. This is live on YouTube. Rey Mysterio chants breaking out. What is Ray going to say, though? I mean, like, we're... It's hard to watch it this way because obviously Ray talks, then the guy talks. So you're having to listen to the translation and then Ray talks. So it okay, he just introduced Ray Phoenix. That was it. So he introduced it. That's a bit of a flat thing. I was waiting to see what he was going to say, like about, you know, the future of AAA and everything. Yeah, honestly, I like the reveal. I like the GM, but it felt a bit flat. I was waiting for him to, like, really make a statement. He doesn't. He just sort of talks about how he's now the GM. And how we're going to go over to this match, which is going to be a great match, by the way. So, AAA has begun. You can get your thoughts in for the main event of Saturday night's main event. But pretty chaotic start. That was crazy. That was crazy how WWE couldn't get out the one show before the other show started. Right. Rey Mysterio as GM said pushing up Daze's. Steve said they need to get timings back-to-back tighter. They cried about the timings on Raw during Unreal when it didn't even matter. Yeah, I agree. Very frustrating, but to be honest, I didn't really care about that main event of Saturday night's main event. It was a fine tag match, and champs retained. So the bigger news to me was what's going down in AAA. So, yeah, it's a shame, honestly. I mean, if they'd have got the timings a bit better, then we could have given our absolute full attention to Saturday night's main event just to, like, wrap it up. But the way they were teasing it and teasing it and teasing it and stretching it out, it really felt like they had one eye on Saturday night's main event to try and... see what was happening on that show. I really don't think they wanted to make the announcement until they were kind of done with Saturday night's main event, because they really did a lot of bells and whistles as we were like building up to it. Right, we've gone to commercial break momentarily. Get your thoughts in. Jojo said, I thought that main event was boring. I think people seemed in the chat to be enjoying it. I think people were, like, enjoying it. The crowd was certainly enjoying it, but the crowd were flipping enjoying everything tonight. The crowd was so good for Saturday night's main event, but yeah, I don't know. It wasn't really grabbing me. The bit I was waiting for was Seth going to get involved, and kind of felt like Bron was getting involved. It felt like Seth was going to get involved. I can't say that was a great surprise. And it was just when's it going to happen? So, you know, they do get involved. I thought the match was good. I do not think that was a bad main event, but I think, like, for me, I just knew that there was going to be that outside interference. I suppose the big surprise was that Seth didn't get involved, actually. That was the big surprise. That was the thing that surprised me the most, that we actually didn't have involvement from Seth. But, yeah, a win for the Vision. They retained. Match was solid. Good. Had moments. I don't know, though. I think the best match was still Ethan Penta for me. But, well, we'll see. We'll see how you lot scored it. Perhaps you felt a bit different. Okay. I'm going to give Saturday night's main event an 8. Very entertaining, said Shining Wizards. I do wonder if Becky was supposed to end like that. I think it was meant to end with Becky. I think the finish was meant to be crisper. I think it was meant to be a case that, yeah, she hits the Soul Snatcher on the referee and there's a DQ. Whether it was going to have a bit longer and perhaps that first match just took a bit too much time, not sure. But to be honest, we had plenty of time to kind of, you know, get it back on track. You know, Penta, Ethan could have had a few moments shaved off it. The women's tag match could have had a few moments shaved off it. We could have dropped a couple of backstage angles if we were really struggling for time. I don't know. I'm very surprised that they allowed it to overrun as it did. Okay. Right now, we got Laredo Kid coming down. You can still get your thoughts in for that main event match. This is going to be a really, really good match in AAA. Rey Fenix versus Laredo Kid. If you're not watching it, it's on the YouTube channel. We saw these two competing not that long ago, and it was really, really good. This could be a really great match. Laredo in one corner. We got Rey Fenix in the other. Kind of said, I'm going to rate this Saturday night's main event at like a 5.5. I think Penta Ethan was match of the night. What is going on with Soul and those Soul Snatches? She keeps slipping. She does keep slipping. I do think that they asked a bit too much of her tonight. I think to do a Soul Snatcher just normally is very impressive. To have to now do it with a moving target, you know, you've got to try and get Jess, but Jess going to be moving as you're midair. Like, it is a lot to ask. And certainly if you've been struggling with the move a little bit recently as well, like, I think she would just want to land it during the match. I mean, if I was her and I was in her shoes, I would just want to hit a Soul Snatcher during a match, hit it clean, just, you know what I mean? Goods. I would strongly recommend that they give her room to breathe in Italy on that show. Don't overbook it with all these shenanigans. Just let her hit her moves, give her room to breathe. And it could bang, honestly. I mean, the match could be good. We know that Sol Ruca's a really good talent. We know what Becky can do in a ring. And we saw shades of, you know, a good match there. It was just short. And obviously the finish got botched. Right now, we are underway, though. Saturday night's main event. If it feels like we've very quickly rushed to the other show, it's because that's exactly what we've done. We have got... we've had the big announcement that it is Rey Mysterio that is the new general manager. This is Rey Fenix versus... don't know how you spell Laredo Kid. I think it's something like that, is it? Okay, so we've got this. I'm not going to bother changing thumbnails and all of that stuff. We're going to change the graphic at the top. Change that over to AAA. We will do a breakdown as well. I don't really know what the thumbnail is for Saturday night's main event. I think that's a little bit of a thinker. All the champs retains. Laredo going up. What happened to Dragunov? I think Dragunov's fine. I just don't think he's in storyline at the moment. 1, 2, kick out. Rey Fenix going for the cover. These guys know each other so well. Okay, Rey Fenix back on his feet. Laredo Kid down. Shot coming in. This is a hot crowd as well. I mean, they're really making some noise here. Net breaker. Laredo grabbing Rey Fenix. Oh, lovely driver. Lovely driver. That was nice. Right now, Rey Fenix. is down. It's Laredo kids. That's close enough. Tyler, thank you. The ref count's so slow, said Jeremy. TJF said Daze no legends on Saturday night's main event. It was crazy stuff. They did change it up, didn't they? There was no like podium at the start. Obviously there was a change with the commercials, as you said. No legends around. It definitely had a different feel to Saturday night's main events that we've seen. I think it was better for it, actually. I would not have minded some legends being in the front row. That's always fun. I don't think it really gets in the way. But I thought the structure of it was pretty good. Just question marks around the length of the show and then overrunning into AAA. Kick out there by Laredo. Do we think WWE is wasting Saturday night's main event? It's honestly so bad, said Mr. Dell Jr. Just a week before a pay-per-view. It's a disgrace that this is why pay-per-views are not as good. Do I think they're wasting them? I think it's hard because ideally you would want it away, wouldn't you, from the PLE? But the PLE schedule's quite stacked at the moment, so it's kind of hard to avoid PLEs. But yeah, I mean, doing it like the week before a big show is, I wouldn't think, ideal. But I suppose you are able to feature matches that didn't quite make it. These are championship matches that haven't quite made it. But I don't know, did we need Becky Soul in a non-title match just a week before they have a title match? Did we need a 6-woman tag match just a week before Rhea Jade have a title match? You could argue, no, we didn't. But, you know, I don't think we're getting the tag title match next weekend, so they did it this week instead. I don't think we're getting an IC match next weekend, so they did it this week instead. So there's a couple of matches that I think had merit. Could have definitely benefited from being in a different space, though. That was lovely. A DDT destroyer. So he grabbed the head, rotated round, and kind of went that way, didn't he? And drove him down. That was nice. That was nice. Shot coming in there by Phoenix. If Triple H wasn't live, would we have waited for Saturday Night's Live to finish before it started? If Triple H wasn't live, would it have waited? That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure. Because I don't know if this is not just the same feed that goes on to Fox. Oh! Oh my god, he just no-sold that reverse Rana. Jesus. He got dumped on his... Oh, God. He got dumped on his head. He immediately popped up, did a German. Crowd enjoy it. So look at this. He gets, like, poison Rana. Dumped on his head, no cells, does a German. Ray Phoenix, just running on instinct is the story they're telling us. Okay, Laredo Kid in one corner, Ray Phoenix over the other side. Laredo charging in, connects with Ray Phoenix. Laredo going up. Today's show is live, said Victor. Coming up, nice kick. That's great. That's great. I love the DDT Destroyer. I love that kick there as well by Phoenix. Muscle Buster now. He's got him up on his shoulders. Spinning him round. Oh, reversed. 1, 2. 2 count. That was nice. Crowd are right into it, man. There's so much noise and energy. Going up. Running across the rope. Big kick. Laredo stumbles over against the ropes. Goes down. Ray Phoenix. Maybe sensing the beginning of the end. He's looking to charge it. We need to end this poll, don't we? Because otherwise people are going to get all kinds of confused. Okay, right now. Down. Oh, Laredo in big trouble. Referee is just checking on Laredo. Phoenix is like, no. Let's make sure it's all good. What's happening? Is Laredo going to cheat here? Low blow? Low blow by Laredo. Laredo with a low blow? I don't know. Was Laredo an honourable man? Not anymore. I don't know if he was an honourable man. He certainly isn't now. Big splash there by Laredo. 1, 2, 3. Laredo retains. Okay, low blow there by Laredo. He gets to win over Rey Fenix. There's some really great moves in there. I love that DDT. I'd like to see a replay. Oh, we might do, actually. Yeah, running on the ropes, booting Laredo in the side of the heads. Ah, this is going to be the low blow. Yeah, I'd like to see that DDT again. And whilst the ref was distracted, boom. Right in the Penta. Let's get the poll up, shall we? Let's get match score for this AAA match. Tonight belongs to Laredo. Honestly, apart from the Laredo Kid Rey Fenix thing and announcing a new GM, I'm not sure what else they've got lined up. There should be a summit for half an hour now. He's just playing it off like nothing happened, said Alex. That's my kind of heel, man. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. He's still probably got dong juice all over his arm. Yeah, look, Rey Fenix is still down. And like... Rey Fenix is still feeling it. Yeah, I think I might be a Laredo Kid stan. Next week. Yeah, so next week we got a big show on Saturday. AAA. It's going to be Bailey, Lola Vice, La Catalina taking on La Toxicus. Also, the War Raiders take on Pagano and Psycho Clown. Tag titles on the line. Laxo said WWE have fumbled Otis, Akira, Maxine, Natalia, Phoenix, Mysterio, Sikoa, Dragunov, Shinsuke, Berto, Angel, Julia, Kiana, Damian, R-Truth. The list goes on and on. Los Americanos, Hermanos, taking on Los Americanos. Oh, I didn't know we had that tonight. There we go. Ryo and Bravo taking on Julio and Bruto. Will Ludwig be at AAA as the real El Grande? Well, he can do, because he did an event yesterday in Mexico. He is being allowed to travel. They probably have started the fumble of Ethan Page tonight, said Brian. Hogan said Shinsuke literally won a Royal Rumble and has had a run that's lasted over a decade. Laredo Kid's amazing, said Tyler. I love that bit where he hit the guy in the balls. That was great. Dance Luchalala said, I think he is traveling status got cleared. Kaiser is cleared. After that low blow, Phoenix ain't getting the pole up for a while, said Rob M. Right, so I feel like it's bonkers, isn't it? Absolutely bonkers. So we've kind of gone from Saturday night's main event into AAA. We've had the shock of the GM being announced. Do we like Rey Mysterio being the announcement? I mean, I think it's, you know, it's a big name to announce. Big name. It makes sense. It's the sort of name we were talking about, you know, a Rey Mysterio, a JBL, Chavo Guerrero getting a mention. Like, these are the sort of names we were thinking. This is why I didn't want to miss it, because it did feel like it was going to be a moment. I kind of like it. I will miss him on commentary, though. I don't think this means he's going to be sitting on commentary anymore. Is this actually going to be better for us? Because before he was on commentary and he would do the translations. Now I don't think he will be. Now he's going to be obviously part of the actual product. It's a good name though, isn't it? I like it, said James. Ray's the GM, said Dynasty is the general manager of AAA. I was just glad it wasn't Dorian, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Tyler said, yeah, Ray as GM. Some people thought it was going to be Undertaker, said Mayor Pete. Imagine that. That would have been bonkers. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that, but he is there, isn't he? Yeah, I think this one makes a bit more sense. Ray can't stay healthy as a wrestler, so it does make sense, said Brian. Do you know, I can't remember, was it Laxo or someone that mentioned about how it might be, could he be about to announce a retirement? I didn't think he would, because it wouldn't feel like the right place for him to make such an announcement. But I really wanted to hear what he had to say. In the end, he didn't actually say that much, Ray. He didn't really say too much. He just sort of really threw over to this, you know, first match. Well, lots going on this Saturday night in the world of WWE. How are they going to book Dom in matches? Yeah, that'll be interesting, actually. The dynamic of him. They cut to Dom, and Dom was not impressed. So that will be interesting. Okay, we're back from commercial break, and we're backstage with Laredo. Here's the GM. Okay, the GM doesn't seem impressed. Okay, but we don't have anyone translating. I don't know what's being said. Oh, the way you win. Laredo said, a win is a win. We do have a translator now. Next week. Okay, so we're doing the rematch next week. Okay, I think we're doing the rematch next week. There we go. So we're still promoting Mass versus Mass. They did this event for El Grande. Oh, you know, this will have meant a lot to him, wouldn't it? After what he's been through over the past couple of days. Is that a pinata? Yeah, there's a little pinata. There we go. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? Seeing El Grande at that event. Oh, main event time. Oh, this is our main event. Okay, so look at them coming down in their American robes. Look like flipping the Lucha version of Lex Luger when he was working his way towards facing Yokozuna at SummerSlam, the Lex Express. Coming down with American flags. Okay, JBL's giving us the full backstory here of Julio and Bruto. These guys are legends, says JBL. Okay. Okay. Let's go. JBL is fun, isn't he? I do enjoy him being on commentary, actually. He does really add to the show. Okay, Los Americanos versus Los Americanos Hermanos. How the hell am I meant to fit all this on screen? There we go. This is our main event as Ryo and Bravo are here. What are you going to tell me next? That Ryo and Bravo are actually Englishmen. Not only that, they're from the Midlands. Isn't it crazy to think that if we needed a third person to join this group, it would have to be Trent Seveno, wouldn't it? It would have to be Trent Seveno. I wonder what his name would be, actually, because we've got Ryo, Bravo, which is red, blue. We'd have to have Orange-O. What would that be? Yellow-O? 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 That doesn't make sense. Here's Ryo, Bravo. I miss Trent Seven in WWE, said Alex. I want to look at colours in Spanish. Let's have a look, shall we? See what we're dealing with. What would orange be? Oh. Thank you. Hang on, am I doing this the wrong way around? I think I need English this side, don't I? Don't I need English this side? English, yeah. To Spanish, that's better. Orange. There we go. Naranjaro. That ain't working. You can't go Naranjaro. What about yellow? Amarillo. Amarillo! Ah! Ryo, Bravo, and Amarillo. Oh, it would be Amarillo. Oh, we need a third person. Ah, Amarillo, show me the way to Amarillo. Sweet Marie will wait for me. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Sweet Marie will wait for me. Yeah, show me the way to Amarillo. That's it. That's the winner. That's the flipping winner. If we need a third member, it's Amarillo. Ryo, Bravo, and Amarillo. I love it. What a missed opportunity. Trent Seven, where are you? We've got your name sorted and the colour and everything. Ah, let's go. Right now we've got Bruto, I believe it is, being taken over by Bravo. Bravo throwing in some shots. Here we go, look. A little bit of this. Little bit of this. Dancing away as he goes over against the ropes. Oh, Julio's in there. They're going to give this match some time. This definitely makes me think that we're getting both of the Americanos, of course. They're both going to be coming down, aren't they? They're going to give this match 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to get a big kind of, I'll see you next week. It's obviously a big match next week. Mask versus mask. Loser has to take their mask off. We're going to get the identity of one of the Americanos revealed next Saturday. There's Bravo to the outside. Big crossbody. Down goes Bruto. Big crossbody. David said thanks. Now that song's stuck in my head. Na 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 na. Isn't that what Saturday night's all about? And just think there's people out there having sex. I'd much rather be here singing Show Me the Way to Amarillo with you guys. Bruto! A Bruto ball! A Bruto ball to the outsides! Yes, a Bruto ball. He's got the glide path of a sofa, said JBL. The Hindenburg was more graceful. JBL's so good on commentary. I miss him. That stuff said you're not translating the names correctly. You're just an Amarillo hater. Sweet Marie will wait for me. Right now, we've got lots going on as Bravo goes into the ring post. The Italian, 2 words for blue, blue and azzurro. Red is rosso, said Robbie. Why are we looking at Italian? They're Mexican. That means we need to look at Spanish. Right now, we get in chairs. Is this anything goes? Ryo gets chucked in the ring. I don't even know what this match is. Is it just, can we use chairs? Is the ref going to say anything? Ref ain't saying nothing, mate. Okay, yeah, no. Anything goes. Do what we want. Chair shot. Oh, lovely work there by Bravo. Moves Ryo out the way. Chairs to the midsection. Pop. Side of the heads. Let's go. There we go. Again, jabbing into the midsection. Down goes. Down goes Ryo. Kicks coming in. Pop, 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 pop. Bruto on a chair. Julio in the corner. Ant said, let them fight. Robbie said, Italian actually helps me understand Spanish because they are phonetically related. Oh. Here we go. On a chair. Over the other side. Chair set up in the ring. Face first into the chair. The chair goes flying all over the place. Yeah, that was kind of nice. Okay, charging over. Grabbing Julio. Oh, he's going for a ride. Why did he cover it and then uncover it? If I found myself in that... Ah! Julio! Getting his little Chad Gable smashed against the ring posts. Okay, right now we got Bravo going under the ring, grabbing a pinata. It's a Grande Americano pinata. That's a hell of a weapon. This might be the greatest weapon. Put it right in front of the face. Oh, double knees! Double knees into the pinata. Bang! Smacks him in the face. We're using the pinata as a weapon. Let's go. Let's flipping go. I hope Mattel are watching. I need a Ryo Bravo 2-pack with a little Americano pinata. That'd be sick. Double knee. Look at that. Oh, I tell you what, it broke in a very satisfying manner. Very satisfying. Okay. Right now we're getting a table. They've grabbed the table. They're taking it over to the barricades. Just over 50,000 watching live. Oh, off the top. Julio. Shots coming in. Still got this table set up by the barricade right now. Referee jumping to the outside. Bang! Into the edge of the ring. Okay, yeah, we have got crazy action right now on the outsides. Right now, back in the ring. Goes Ryo and Bravo. They're in control at the moment. What do we think was the big talking point from Saturday night's main event? I need to start thinking about a flipping thumbnail. I don't know what it is. Ryo is down. Julio, Bravo are in control. Ryo can play the piano, said Rob. Uji said Saturday night's main event is an 8. Over against the ropes. Clothesline. Ooh, go down he goes. 19,000 are watching on the AAA channel and 50,000 on WWE. So they're at 69,000 live. Laxo says 7.5 for Saturday night's main event. Tabasco said it's not a Slim Jim table, so it's weaker. Right now we got a chair on the back of Ryo. Is going to get slammed down. That's nice. That's nice. He slammed him down there with that chair just over his back. We need an Amarillo thumbnail, said Flame Fist. Well, I'm not sure that'll make much sense for Saturday night's main event. I feel like the big talking point tonight is Rey Mysterio being revealed, but I can't really get away with that for Saturday night's main event. Right now, Ryo planted onto a chair. The heels are very much in control. Is it? It feels a bit harsh to have the Sol Ruca botch be the talking point, but was that the big talking point? Feels harsh. Daze, Penta standing tall, or Rhea, Charlotte, Alexa all hugging for the breakdown, said Matty O. I think Penta, because it's retaining a championship, is bigger. I might do a poll. Do we do Sol Ruca botch? Or do we do Penta retains? Might leave it in the community's hands. That way, if anyone moans, it's not my fault. Oh, it's one-way traffic here, you know. Julio and Bruto are in control. Bravo getting back in. Daze, you can get away with it if you sneak in some AAA news. Yeah, I don't think so, though, because the title will all be Saturday night's main event. I can sneak in the Ray news at the end, but I don't think it'd make much sense. Penta, Soul, or Vision at the end, said Matty O. Let's end that first match. Let's do a quick poll. How evil are we feeling? If we're feeling evil, we go Soul Botch. If we're not feeling evil, we go Penta retains. Over to the outside goes Bravo. We got 9 minutes. Bravo going to the outsides. Picking up Bruto. Airplane spin. Airplane spin. Airplane spin. Keeps going. Bravo. We're going the other way. Reversing course. Bam. Bruto. That's respect. For him to be able to pick up Bruto and do that. He's a big, strong boy, is Bravo. Big, strong boy. Big, strong boy. Oh. Diving headbutts. 1, 2. Oh, Bruto kicks out. Bruto kicks out. Robbie said, in all honesty, the big talking point was that there was no big talking points. That's true. Well, you lot are feeling very kind at the moment. Do we want to protect Soul? Yeah. Not give her a hard time. If so, we go Penta. And that's fine. That'd be fine. That'd be a fine thumbnail. Retains. Or do we go Soul Botches and go that way? Dunno, you lot are split at the moment. As soon as the match ends, we'll end the poll. Steve said you could just do a black screen and say Seth did not get involved. Yeah. Just a black thing that says no Seth. I do like that, but I don't think anyone would click on it. That's the only problem. Just a black screen with no Seth in tiny writing. Belly to belly. Oh. Bang. Right now we've got Julio, Bruto. Super Collider. 1, 2. Look at the ref. The ref was counting with 2 hands. Yeah, they're both kicked out. Referee was counting both because both were down. Super Collider there by Los Americanos Hermanos. It's a good match, this. I mean, this is Creeds against Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. Should be a banger. Fans in AAA are enjoying it. Right now, we got Julio going over to the corner. Ryo, top rope Insiguri. Top rope Insiguri. Both are climbing up, charging in. Whoa! Look at that. Lovely work. Double suplex by Julio. Oh, Bruto! Moonsault out of nowhere. Didn't even see him up there. Julio trying to find his foot in. Oh, big splash. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Bravo. Yeah, some lovely work there. Look at that double superplex. 450. He did well there. That's not a move. It's not a move I remember seeing Julius Creed hit before a 450. Oh, he might have, actually. He might have. It's not a move I associate with him. Okay, Bruto looking to go underneath the ring. We got 5 minutes left. To be honest, we have ended these streams a touch early, though. The crowd were chanting, "Yes, we can." Wasn't that Obama's, like, slogan? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. That's what they were chanting, really? Bang, we got a kendo stick. Ryo's in with a kendo. Kendo. That could be the name of the third one. Ryo, Bravo, and Kendo. Oh, imagine that. Imagine if you had a wrestler, Kendo, and he just constantly with kendos. That'd be sick, actually. Let's go. Put him in. Trent Seven, where are you? We need you to be Kendo Amarillo. Right now, we got Bravo going up. On the table right now. Oh, he's perched. Bravo's perched. To the outside. Whoa! Through the table. Nailed it. Yeah, cross. Nice. Bruto is out. Bravo is down. It is a battle. It is a war. The fans are lapping it up like a little kitten with milk. Absolutely lapping it up. Why am I loving this, said Isaac? It's good graps, isn't it? It's good graps. Right now, we got a kendo in there with Ryo. Is in there with Julio Bravo, desperately trying to get up. What is Bravo? Oh, he's loading the mask, isn't he? He's getting the metal plate. Is loading the mask. Bravo! Headbutt! That'll do it. With a metal plate. One. Ah! OG. OG Americano. Belly to belly on the outsides. Shot coming in. Yeah, it's all legal. Ryo into the commentary table. Thank you. Okay, where's the other one that beats up old men? Where's that one? Where's the other one that's wildly inappropriate and has sex with women in elevators? Here he is! Here he is! Yeah! Let's go! Convict, 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 convict. The outlaw. Let's go. Look at him beating down that guy with the check. That's what he did outside the elevator. That's what I heard. Right now, taking the jacket off, chucking away. Here we go. Oh, he can't touch him, can he? They're not allowed to touch. You can't touch him before next week. Didn't stop him the other day, did it? He just took his frustrations out on that old man instead. Yeah, look at this. Chad walking away. Yeah, look at El Grande. Look at Ludwig all in black. I'd love it if it's like F you, OG Americano, and F that guy in Orlando as well. You got my girlfriend fired. You set an old man on me as well in Orlando. Is there no depth that you will sink to? You'll never understand the wrestling from Mexico. You're only ever going to be a shorty. Okay, well, he comes back. Oh, they get face-to-face next week. Someone's losing their mask. OG Americano. Oh, hello. Jacket's coming off. Jacket's coming off. They can't touch. Oh, look at that. He's got a shirt that's got the picture. She got fired. Is that what it says? It's a picture of his partner and it says fired on it. Oh my God, that is so good. Oh, the trolling is just so good. Look at Ludwig. He's had to go over to the corner and hold on to the... Oh! Oh, yeah, they've stopped him. They've stopped him. Well, where were they in Orlando? Could have done with them the other day. Blimey now. Oh, that's so good, though, isn't it? That is so good. That I didn't know what he was doing, but when he turned around, I thought he was just going to have a smile on his face and maybe go goodbye. But for him to have that shirt... Oh, they both start throwing! They're throwing!
Okay, well, they both hit each other at the same time, didn't they? So... Oh, mate. I can't wait for next week. I can't wait for next week. I can't flipping wait. They're saying maybe the match will be cancelled. It won't be cancelled. Unless the legal thing means it has to be cancelled, but it won't be cancelled. They better not cancel it. I'll beat up that old man myself. What does this mean for next week? Oh, he's going at him again. WWE truly gives no Fs. It's a great ending to the show. This is so good. It's so good. Imagine if you watched Saturday night's main event and went, nah, I'm not interested, and then didn't watch this. Psh. We've had some great matches there. And do you know what? What a lovely community you are, because you want us to focus on Penta. Oh, here's Ray. What's happening? Hey. Tranquilos. Tranquilos. Okay, what's Ray saying? You've made a big mess. Okay, so Ray's saying basically the match is still going to happen. Yeah. Okay, so Ray's come down and gone, nah, we're still doing the match. We've got loads of officials in there. Oh, there's a big cheer. Who's come down? Who's this? The locker room's come down. This is AAA. There can only be one. Lots of excitement. Locker room has come down. We're trying to separate people. Oh, look, he charges out. We haven't cut away yet. It's a big brawl that's happening. There's loads of people in the ring. Still going. Oh, he gets a chair. He just held the chair. Mr. Iguana's in there. It fades to black. That was fun. Really fun. That was fun. That was fun. This is awesome, said Jeremy. Okay, so 60-40, you lot are feeling very, very kind, and I am working on that thumbnail right now. You've said, let's not go Sol Ruca botch. Let's go Penta retains. And so the masses have spoken. That is going to be the thumbnail for our breakdown for Saturday night's main event. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's just get a poll for that match, though. That main event match. So match score. Don't forget, we're back next Saturday with that AAA show, Mask versus Mask. One of the Americanos is going to have to take their mask off if they lose. Big match. A WrestleMania-worthy match. But it's so much better they're doing it in Mexico because the Mexican fans really do care about this story. So I think it is definitely right we're doing it in Mexico instead. So big show next week. Bailey's on that show. War Raiders are on that show. Then on the Sunday, we're back again so that we can do Clash in Italy. And, well, we all know how big that show is. So we've got a couple of big shows next weekend. Of course, we're still going to be here on Monday and Tuesday. Friday, as we're doing all of those Raws and SmackDowns and all of that as well. But yeah, something to really look forward to next weekend. Good, that was good. I flipping enjoyed that. I don't know if the chat is working for me at the moment. I might have just lost the chat momentarily. Did that match end in a no contest, or did I miss the finish, said Davids? I think it was a no contest in the end because we had Chad get involved.
and pulled them out the ring and all of that. So I didn't see a finish. So I think it probably was just shenanigans in the end. My chat's broke. I just tried to put the poll in the chat and now it's not working. I wonder if I hit refresh. I was just going to get your thoughts on that. Oh, there we go. Did it not do the poll? Okay, let me do it again. Match score. Let's just get your score for that tag match that we just saw, which I thought was pretty fun. Great, good, and bad. There we go. Whilst you're doing that, it'll give me a chance to just finish up this thumbnail. Boom. Thanks for streaming, AAA. Denim, shout out to you, buds. I like the comic book hype video package, said Paul. Do you know, I turned it off whilst it was on because I just thought that was the end of the show. So I caught just the very start of it. I didn't really get a chance to see it. From what I saw, it looked fun, though, so I might have to go back and check that out. So, yeah, cool. Flamefist said, Daze, you've broken us. Well, I just can't believe the community is being so nice. I was ready to, you know, throw shade. You know, Sol Ruca's a disgrace. Can you believe that she's botched it again? But you were like, no, that's not what we are as a community. Well, all I can say is you're better than me. I was ready to have Botch and Sol Ruca looking all depressed. But instead, you guys were like, no, that's not what we stand for. That's not what we're about. So respect. Respect, you lot are better than me. It's probably going to affect the views of the breakdown, to be honest. I think people will likely click on it more if it's all like Botch and them. But, you know, I respect you. So I'm just making the thumbnail right now. And still with Penta. This is what you wanted. Yeah? This is what you wanted. You're much better than me. Nicer people. Good folk. Salt of the earth. It's Penta retains. Right. Why do people troll and put bads? They are AEW fans, said Ian. Oh, I don't mind people putting bad, to be honest, because every match gets a bad rating, or every match people say is all time. So it's kind of you've got to expect that it's going to happen every time. So it doesn't bother me. I think we still end up with a pretty fair result by the end of it. Plus also, if that's genuinely what people thought, then I welcome it. All honest opinions are welcome. There we go. Nice. Nice. Okay. I don't hate that. Nice. Blake Monroe should be in your thumbnail. Oh, was she on tonight? I must have missed her. Boom. What are the chances AAA is better than Clash? Do you know, there's probably quite high chances that the in-ring will be better. And actually, from start to finish, that you enjoy the AAA show more. But, I mean, there are big matches going down next week. Undeniable that there's some seriously impressive matches on that Clash in Italy card. So, I don't know. I think just enjoy both, really. I think that both should be worth tuning in for. Beast Mode said, I think AAA was better again tonight. Daze, if you watch it on the replay, it wasn't a botch. Becky didn't pull the ref, was what I saw. Now, I saw the replay, but it was botched. She slips, her right foot slips. She doesn't even rotate. So what she's meant to do is sort of jump and kind of go under. She doesn't do that. She sort of, her foot slips, her right foot slips, and then she sort of has to use her upper body to sort of stop herself from falling. So what she does is she uses that to launch off. And I do wonder if there was a chance in that moment for her to tuck and go under, but instead she's desperately trying to get a hold of like Ref Jess at the same time, and she ends up just going down. So I agree there could have been a little bit in Jess not being moved over enough by Becky, but there is a definite slip in there from Sol as well, and she doesn't even execute the move properly. She doesn't even like rotate in the move. So I watched it a couple of times because I really wanted to understand where that had gone wrong and why it looked so messy. And yeah, the execution was off. It just was. But I could believe that Becky didn't bring Jess over enough as well. There was a lot of moving parts with it. So I sort of feel sorry for Sol. I think you was asking a lot in that moment. But hey ho, you know, we go to next week. Hopefully they'll let Sol just show what she can do without any shenanigans, and just, you know, I could see her hitting that Soul Snatcher next week, landing it, and winning, maybe even winning the belt. I could see that going down next week. So whether she should, considering she hasn't won any matches on the main roster, that's a different point. But yeah, I could see her having a good week next week. Misfit said, rumor is that the tag match on AAA is still going on, said Misfit. What, the brawl is still happening? Big Time said, if you was Sol Ruca, at what point do we consider a Soul Snatcher as a rare usage? Well, I think it should be rare. I think it's an amazing move, and I think it's something that she should only really not be breaking out every single match. So... But the thing is, there's no issue with the Soul Snatcher. She's hit it time and time again in NXT. It's just that she's had a couple of moments where she's slipped or stumbled, or... I mean, I do find myself wondering if it's just bad luck or if she's kind of in her own head with it at the moment. Is it just a case that it's like, okay, here we go, and there's just that moment where she's overthinking? And I could believe that, because she's messed it up a couple of times. So I could believe that it is just, you know, that she's in her own head over it. I really don't think what they asked her to do today was helpful. I really don't. I don't think this was the occasion for such a spot. But, you know, it is what it is. It was messy. And, you know, it's going to be a little bit of a talking point, but I don't think it should be blown out of proportion. All joking aside, all banter aside, I think it's, you know, she's just struggling with it a little bit at the moment, 'cause she might just be in her own head over it. She lands it a couple of times, she'll start to feel that confidence come back, and she won't even think about it anymore. She'll just do it like she was doing in NXT, because she was nailing it in NXT. She was getting quite experimental with it, hitting it off barricades, hitting it off the edge of the ring, hitting it up from ropes. Not just constantly from the corner. She was even like hitting it from different places. So yeah, she just needs to not overthink it really. And just do it. She's done it so many times. But I do think this was a big ass today with like the ref being moved and all of that stuff as well. So she'll be fine. After all of that, entertaining, our focus is on a botch move, said Shining Wizards. Big Time said, Daze, who are the top 5 favourite tag teams to come out of NXT since 2013? Well, I loved Revival. I loved American Alpha. I loved DIY. I actually think Authors of Pain were really fun down in NXT. Lucha Dragons were fun as well, actually. I like Lucha Dragons. Ascension were good, but they were good when they were in NXT, but they just got lost on the main roster. Oh, I loved Vaudevillains. I was a big Vaudevillains stan. I loved their gimmick. The in-ring work wasn't as great, but I just loved the vibe. I was entertained by them. And of course, Enzo, Big Cash, you'd have to say. But if we're really talking top of the tree groups like bangers, you probably got to go DIY, Revival, American Alpha, definitely. Lucha Dragons would probably make it. And he might even go Undisputed Era, but they never came out of NXT because they never made it to the main roster. So I don't think you can really have them. There's a few, actually, when you start going down, isn't there? There's a few that, you know, tag teams of, you could go MSK, couldn't you? Tag teams have had some good times in NXT. I don't think we're going through a great period right now, though. If it keeps happening, it will start to mean that she is not ready for the main roster, and that's okay, said Billy. Well, I don't think it's that. I really don't. I don't think it's that. I don't think that she's not ready for the main roster. I just think that, for me personally, there's like, I really do understand there being nerves, and I really do understand that, you know, you go to the main roster, you're nervous, you're in front of all, you know, Triple H and all these people backstage, you're being shown on TV, there's thousands, and the moves that she's being asked to do are not easy moves. It's not like she's doing a clothesline, drop kick, body slam. You know, they're all springboards and splashes and moonsaults and 450s and soul snatchers and all this stuff. So, you know, I mean, it's the kind of thing that can absolutely go wrong. It's high risk, high rewards. And I do wonder if she's just tried to go for it a couple of times and it's just not landed. And now she's kind of in her own head a little bit about it. Because it's funny how we said before the match, it's going to be very interesting when we get to that Soul Snatcher to see if she hits it clean. Because going into the match, it was a talking point. And then, of course, you know, we've ended up where we've ended up. And, you know, where you've got a show that's, it's been fun. I mean, Saturday night's main event was fun, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't struggling to figure out what the thumbnail should be. I don't know what the big OMG moment is. I feel like it's AAA that's provided it. That moment with the shirt is brilliant in AAA. Rey Mysterio is the new general manager in AAA. Like, to me, the major talking points have come out of AAA more than Saturday night's main event. Saturday night's main event was just solids with some really good action. It does mean that, like, if you're going to have a talking point, I think Sol Ruca sadly is one of those from Saturday night's main event. But to me, not a concern. Just oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. You know, another show where we're like, oh, it didn't quite go for Sol this time. I think it will work out in Italy, though. I think Italy will be fine. She'll be all right. But they need to help her. They do need to help her, because putting her in these situations when clearly there's an issue there, right? Could just be that you have a word with her. She's like, no, look, everything's fine. I just keep slipping. I got to get my foot in, whatever. If it's that and she's feeling good about it, you'd be like, okay, you know. But I think I've seen enough now where that conversation is probably warranted to just go, look, everything, are you all right? Everything okay? You feeling okay? Is it nerves? Is it just coincidence? Talk to me. And just see what she says. And just try and help her out as much as you can, really. So she'll be fine. I don't have any issues or any concerns on that regard. Right. Anyway, let's end this poll so that we can get our main event match. We've got to do this breakdown. Otherwise, still going to be here by the time it's Raw. 59-24. Oh, you really enjoyed that match. Very high score. So that came out as 83. That main event, was it the highest rated match? Was that main event the highest rated match on this show? Oh, flipping hell, I've lost all the Saturday night's main event scores. Is that the highest rated match on this show? Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yes. Great 83 is the highest rated match tonight. Just beats Penta and Ethan, which you said was great 73. Okay.
Right, let me go and set up the breakdown. We're going to do the breakdown. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. We've streamed for just over 6 hours, which is not really that bad for us, but fun to do on a Saturday night. I hope people enjoyed it. Hope people got something from it. Certainly some talking points there. Probably more so with AAA, but I did think that Saturday night's main event still delivered, even though the card did not look like it was going to really be blowing us away. Obviously, the bigger stuff comes up next weekend, though. So very much looking forward to that. And yeah, I will see you all in a moment for the breakdown. So thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it.